Well, welcome into the show. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon. My name is Goj, and today, well, this is the beginning of the $100,000 Galaxy Battle Superverse, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and Supercell, powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. And today specifically is the Clash of Clans Team Qualifier Finals. An incredible qualifier has already been started behind the scenes. The Superverse is here, and Clash of Clans is where we are starting. We're going to be battling through a number of different Superverse titles over the entirety of this show series, and I'm excited to kick it off with you today. I'm going to be your host throughout the entirety of this Superverse finale, all of these tournament series, but I've got some incredible creators to talk about later and to talk with. They're going to be bringing you all of the action. But folks at home, if you haven't done this already, I don't know what you're doing. Go download Clash of Clans for free on that Android Google Play Store. It's an incredible title. We're excited to see some incredibly competitive action as well. And today, I told you, we're powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5, and I got to tell you a little bit about it. Samsung Galaxy was so kind to send me one, and this Z Fold 5 is this brand new technology, all right? Unfold this expansive screen and immerse yourself in your favorite entertainment on the go with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. It's the slimmest and most durable fold yet, and it boasts that massive 7.6-inch interior screen that opens up to elevate your streaming and gaming. A lot of our creators have had a chance to play Clash of Clans on it, and we're going to be seeing them compete today and in the finale as well going forward with it. So go check it out now at samsung.com/US/smartphones/Galaxy-Z-Fold 5. Really easy. Just type in Galaxy Z Fold 5. That's where you can get all of that information. And folks, make sure you go follow Samsung Galaxy on all major socials. Check them out. They've got some incredible products, some incredible events. They're always sponsoring tournaments like this that you can get a chance to compete in, because that's what happened. We've got a bunch of qualifier teams that battled through the qualifiers, weren't invited. They had to earn their right to be here in the finale, in this Clash of Clans Team Qualifier finale. Let's talk about the Superverse format, though. The entirety of this tournament is at our fingertips, and we're just getting started. August 23rd through the 28th, we are narrowing down all of our Clash of Clans qualifier teams into 8 qualified players. That's a lot of paring down, and today we're going to pare it down even more. But going into the next round, we've got Brawl Stars. It's the Superverse after all. We're going to be spanning through a modicum of different titles. Brawl Stars after that. 8 qualified players will come out of the Brawl Stars section, and then we will finish with Clash Royale to find our final 8 qualified players, which will all then be split up, paired with our 12 creators that are going to be casting all of the action to make 12 teams of 3 with 2 players and 1 creator, all spanning each of the different titles. It's going to be a ton of fun. You're not going to want to miss that finale on September 30th. Now, I said the prize pool already. It's $100,000. Incredible prize pool to be playing for. And of course, this is all going to be spread out throughout the grand finals on September 30th. $31,000 of that 100K is for first place. And also, you get a Samsung Galaxy bundle with the Galaxy Z Fold 5, the Tab S9 Plus that I'm going to tell you more about later, the Buds 2 Pro, and a trip to the World Finals, all for first place. Don't worry, if you make it to the Grand Finals on September 30th, there's a ton of extra cash, and you're going to be walking away with at least something. Even if you get 12th, you'll make some cash. So I've told you a little bit about the format, a little bit about what's going on over the next several weeks, but I think it's time to bring in some help. All right, we've got a lot of friends behind the scenes that are going to be helping me out today. I'm going to be your host, but here are your casters. We've got 4 of them. We got Judo, we've got Eric, we've got Lex, and we've got Kenny here to help me out. Now, I got to start with you, Judo. I know this is going to be a ton of fun. I mean, just give me a peek behind the curtains. How excited are you for the Clash of Clans qualifier?
Oh, it's going to be fantastic just to see all of the teams that have already put up some great matches to come forth today and see who potentially I'm going to be competing against in the Grand Finals. I can't wait. Do a bit scouting here today.
That's exactly right. I know all of our casters are going to be competing in the Grand Finals. Eric, I know you've got an amazing watch party going on as well, and you're going to be joining in the booth. Quick couple words here. How are you feeling today?
I see a lot of familiar names. There's a lot of good players that are going to be playing today, and they're going to be representing the USA circuits, and just it's going to be a good competition. I really think we have some good talent on the player side.
I know you and I were talking a little bit about that before the broadcast. So a lot of recognizable names that earn the right to be here. Lex, same goes for you. How are we feeling? Maybe give me a peek about what your favorite part of today is going to be.
Feeling great. It's been awesome listening into some of the performances from these teams in the last couple of days leading up to this qualifier finals, and like Eric said, just really looking forward to seeing which teams can pull all the way through and prove to be worthy of making it all the way to the grand finals of this awesome event.
I love it. Well, Kenny, we're going to end with you. I gotta say, I've been watching some of your videos. You've been putting out some heat. You're trying to teach some people how to play Clash of Clans. You're going to have to do that going forward. But today, you're going to be seeing your competition. So what are you looking out for? What are you scouting?
I think that's like my biggest concern right now is like watching all these players and all this action today to kind of study up and see what I'm going to have to go up against in a couple weeks.
That's exactly right. All of these competitors today, at least the top 8 that are going to be filtered out from this, are going to be making it into that finale that you're all going to be playing against. You're going to be picking up your teammates in the next several Superverse competitions. Well, casters, I hope you have a ton of fun today. Some of you are going to be watch partying, but some of you are going to be joining me in the booth to start. So for those of you watch partying, I bid you farewell. Have some fun with your chat, and then when I bring you in, you'll be able to cast all the action for me.
Sounds good.
All right. Judo, Lex, you guys are on deck first, and I'm excited to talk with you two about the qualifiers today. Let's take a look at that format together. Of course, we had, day 1, 2, and 3 off screen, off broadcast, but today is August 26th, and the top 8 teams are competing, right? At top 2 teams advance overall, and really excited about this. Gentlemen, give me some peek behind the curtain looking at these teams, who you're looking for.
Ooh, I guess I'll go first because I think Lex might have a bit of a better answer than me, but I'm honestly dialed into Empire Gaming. I think they've been putting up some fantastic wars recently in the community events and in the, aiming towards the world finals as well. So they've got some stiff competition, I would say, today, but I don't know, Lex, do you care to expand on that? That's who I definitely have my eye on.
A lot of stiff competition here today. Some of these teams are really, really strong. United Gaming, for example, have been winning so many of the North American tournaments in the last couple of years, but other teams, Empire Gaming, Aphelion Esports, some of these other teams, Omnipotence, Golden X, Push, have even been making deep runs in some of these tournaments as well. I'm looking forward to seeing AO Valor and the Furious 5. I think not too many people are going to be super aware of them, so we'll see what they have in store for us here today.
Yeah, it's a great shout. I mean, we take a look at this bracket and see who's going up against who to start. This is based on seeding through the qualifiers. And you shouted out United Gaming. That's who we're going to be watching first, gentlemen. So we're going to be starting on the left-hand side of your screen. We're going to be watching round 1 on the left side, United Gaming versus Push to start, then Golden, then against Omnipotence. Then we'll be watching the competition of the winners of those two, and then we'll send you off to the watch party. And speaking of the game, it's time to get started. Gentlemen, I need you to take it over. United Gaming versus Push to start.
Wow, we get straight into this. Exactly what we want. Right into a Super Archer blimp, Lex. Did you expect anything less here? I think we've seen, obviously, a lot of this in the previous qualifier, but it's very risky as well at the same token.
Yes, exactly. We saw this a lot in the last Golden Ticket event. So many teams have been using the Super Archer blimp to get a ton of value early on. It is it can be very efficient, but it does cost a lot of spells. You can see he used almost his entire spell arsenal, and I'm a little worried he might not have gotten all the value he was looking for. I can't help but feel like he was trying to get that Inferno Tower and X-Bow over the walls as well.
Yeah, obviously we missed the opening part. I wonder if he wanted the battle blimp a little bit further into the base, actually. But typically the heroes following on from the blimp, they can do a good job as long as you can support him. And I wonder whether that is the case, because he is going full send right now from the bottom to guarantee that town hall. I think the blimp might not have been where he wanted it.
Yeah, you might be right about that. He might have been trying to get it all the way to the dead zone so the Super Archers could reach the Town Hall even. So this might be a little bit of plan B here, sending all the dragons, the Warden, even the King and Queen kind of toward the Town Hall section. Ideally, the King and Queen can stay outside the Giga Bomb and the Giga Poison and get more value along the right side of the base. You can see that Giga Poison putting in work against his dragons, and he's already having to send the Royal Champion in from the right-hand side.
Yeah, United Gaming will be rubbing their hands together right now because even though he is just about to lock up that 2-star, this is going to be a low percentage to kick things off, especially given what we have seen in some of the competitive matches. The very first one here in the qualifiers of the Galaxy Battle Superverse event, maybe a little bit of nerves kicking in, maybe we'll just have to wait and see how the opponents can come out here, but he's still got a lot at the top of the base here that the dragons could make their way through before this attack ends.
Yeah, I can't help but wonder if that south side of the base where the blimp was sent in was baited specifically for this. I mean, United Gaming have some of the best builders in North America. Ninja himself known for his builds, and I think they've done a lot of studying. They know that Push is the type of team that's kind of known for doing at least 3 or 4 of these dragon type attacks with the early blimp. So going to be interesting to see the rest of their attacks, see if there's any more baits like that to look out for.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the Super Archer blimp, we mentioned it right at the start, but that is definitely going to be a strategy that people are going to be trying to bait. 72% 2-star to kick us off here. What did you make of that first attack there then? As I know we missed the start of it, but what did you think overall? Not too bad in the end, because it looked a bit risky there.
Yeah, not too bad considering I think we both can agree that his blimp was supposed to get more value. So 72%, not awful, not, a 50%, barely securing that 2 stars, but overall a solid defense for United Gaming. They got to be feeling good about that. It is a lot of pressure on the first attacker of the match. You only get that 8-minute scout time every single player after that, plus 5 minutes of extra scout time, extra preparation, even just an extra few seconds to ask your teammates to go over your plan with you. It can make quite a bit of a difference.
Yeah, especially if something goes wrong early on. I mean, you competed at high level in a lot of these tournaments, right? Like, what does that feel like when your attack is going south before you even begin, essentially? It must be so hard for them to recover, especially when they're kind of new to the scene like this. But let's see. I guess we're going into the next attack. You can maybe pick up on that question afterwards, Lex.
Yeah, we got Ghost here coming in with a little bit of a super bowler smash, it looks like. He's got those 3 super bowlers and the 1 E-Titan to join them, which is pretty common these days with the super bowler hits. But interesting to note, he's not doing any sort of Warden walk. He's instead going with the Queen walk, and he brought a recall spell as well.
It always perks my interest when I see a recall spell because it's not super common, and sometimes you see them in just the most amazing ways. I almost wonder if he's going to recall the Queen and just do exactly the same to the other side of the base here with it being symmetrical. What do you think?
Yeah, so basically in this sort of setup, in the past you might be used to seeing like a Warden walk here on the right side of the base, maybe with like a rage spell to try and clear out as much as possible. So this is almost the exact same sort of thing. It's just instead of the Warden, you're using the Queen, let her get the value and then recall her out, and now you can drop everybody wherever you want. Unfortunately there, even with the rage spell, his Queen had to burn through the ability already.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as well because the ability still ticks down whilst the Queen is back in your troop bar. If you instantly deploy her, she would still be, invincible a little bit there, but obviously you don't necessarily want that ability to go off either way. We've got the Super Bowlers pushing all of the way through the center now. Got to make sure he's got that funnel set for them to move up towards the Town Hall. This could be a tricky one.
It can be a little scary to get the Town Hall, especially with the Warden ability going off so early. I do think it was a good value Warden ability, but having it go off that early just means you don't have it for this hard top side of the base where the Giga Bomb, Giga Inferno is, but he does manage to take out that Town Hall. These healers have just done an amazing job of keeping those bowlers topped off. Look, all 3 of them still alive, even though they're sitting in the poison.
Yeah, that poison is doing nothing, and he's yet to deploy the Royal Champion, just waiting of the troops at the bottom from the Flame Flinger, I assume, to tank that side. Now comes the Royal Champion, still has a freeze spell and a Headhunter for that defending Royal Champion. So this, it's time, I think, is the biggest factor here, but I think strength-wise, What are you feeling, Lex? I think he could get this.
Depends on how he's able to get through this defending Royal Champion. He does have one free spell, and he's going to drop it right there, but does his champion go for skeleton traps first? I think his Headhunter died. And, ooh, look at that. The defending champion didn't even target his offensive champion. That might come in clutch, but time on the clock might be the biggest issue now.
Yeah, for sure. There's that RC ability trying to get through the defenses, get those other troops in, push the percentage as high as possible. It is going to be a time fail, but it is the advantage to United Gaming after this first round of attacks. And you've got to be honest, that is a good percentage lead as well, especially with how close we can see many of the wars being nowadays.
Right, exactly. So both teams tied up at 2 stars after the first round of attacks. Looks like a 21 building lead for United Gaming. So percentage-wise, already looking good for them. But of course, being tied on stars is never going to let them feel comfortable. So they're still going to be looking for getting as many triples as possible.
Yeah, for sure. And I did want to, let's check out the replay here a little bit. I did want to pick back up on the question I asked you initially because I'm curious as to what your answer would be, actually. When something does go south, I know you can't really train yourself as much for it. You've just got to have those reaction skills. But what do you think is the best thing the players could do here, Lex, when they do, for instance, get baited from an Archer blimp? Because you've obviously, competed on that level as well.
Yeah, a lot of players might have different opinions about this, but when your opener goes really south, for example, you're investing a huge amount of spells and a blimp to secure like the middle section of a base, maybe the town hall as well, and you're not able to get it. A lot of players will try to do everything they can to still find a way to 3-star. Sometimes it results in really low percent attacks. Sometimes you're better off figuring out what you can do to just maximize percent, pick off all the corners of the base, etc., in order to get the best percentage possible, and that's the kind of mindset you have to train yourself to be able to do. But look at Danny Zuko here with another Super Archer blimp. I think I was expecting this quite a bit from this team here today.
Yeah, this one certainly looks a lot better. They are on the Town Hall, just about to maybe get that Expo. They did not get it, but he was turning the multi-target Inferno in the center of the base invisible. Doesn't quite get the other multi either. So there are 2 multi-target Infernos in the center, with one of them now being repaired right up. I think he probably wanted at least one of those, right?
Yeah, definitely at least the upper one to really solidify that whole top chunk of the base to be gone. But he's still got a ton of value, even though that one multi stayed up. But it does make things pretty awkward because somebody's going to have to get that multi eventually if he wants a 3-star here. His queen is just hanging on to dear life. As soon as I say that, she goes to ability. She also has the Phoenix with her instead of the Unicorn, which is not common these days.
Yeah, just holding on to that Royal Champion again. Presumably going to send her in towards the multi-Infernos. I did hear her sound. It must be right at the 12 o'clock area there where she was deployed. But slowly picking up the percentage. We've got a lot towards the back end of the base here. And the Electro Titans are fading out. I think this leads perfectly into what you were just saying, actually, Lex, because maybe he realized that, I could send the Royal Champion into the middle, but I'm not going to get through the back end of the base. If I send the Royal Champion at 12 o'clock, I can clear those defenses, get some extra percentage at the top. I'm not sure if that is what happens, but it certainly looked like that based on what you were just saying as well.
Yeah, I hate to rule attacks out too early because every once in a while you see some incredible recoveries, but I do think you're right. This is one of those examples. He sent the Royal Champion to the core, and she only got about 2 or 3 or 4 buildings before dying there when he could have sent her on this perhaps right side of the base, and her clearing, that entire Tesla farm and 2 Archer towers would also set up the potential for cleanup troops to pick up another 3, 4, 5 buildings over there that he's not going to be able to get now. So instead of a 87% attack, it could have been like a 95, but still really close. Decent recovery there considering those 2 Inferno towers stayed up in the middle. But overall, just that Battle Blimp not quite able to get everything he wanted.
Yeah, well, I think that's a good attack, in all honesty, for Push in terms of building on that percentage, just gradually as a team, maybe getting the momentum back. But we know for a fact, United Gaming, they have a stacked roster. They're going to be coming out strong for this next attack as well. And, Push are going to have to step things up quickly if they want to be taking this match.
Right, exactly. We can see here in that replay just how much value those archers get. I mean, even though they miss that Inferno, they do clear a huge chunk of the base, and then it oftentimes just depends on how exactly you use your heroes. If you have maybe even just one spell left over to help them out, getting through a tough section, it can make all the difference.
Yeah, not like Town Hall 14. I still remember your video when you 3-starred with just the heroes, Lex.
Yeah,
They
that
can
was
be
a fun
powerful.
video. The heroes were incredibly powerful at Town Hall 14, but at 15, you do need to use your troops as well. But the Super
Sure.
Archer Blimp is pretty strong. It helps out.
Hey, I
these
needed to
days.
use my troops at Town Hall 14 as well. That's for sure. Don't worry about that. That was only you. But here we go. We've got Nick, one of your former teammates, and I will be honest, Nick is one of my favorite players to watch. I think he has been so consistent over the years, and he's got his Lalo, which, you know, it's Nick. What can we expect?
Yep, love Nick. Love watching him play. This is the guy that I have the most experience playing with professionally. He has done a lot of Clash of Clans, done well for himself, but oh gosh, he had the Super Minion Blimp, and I think all of his Super Minions got absolutely destroyed, even inside the invisibility spell. So as much as we're praising him, he's already off to a rough start.
Yeah, well, this is a perfect example then. Let's see what Nick does in order to adjust this, because he's setting the funnel with his king there to make sure that hopefully his queen can dive in towards the town hall. Once he can secure that town hall, he can then decide, how do I adapt this Lalo? Do I still think I can get the 3-star? Or like you were talking earlier, can he get that high percentage? He's got the invisibility spells left over that were intended for the minions, and you can see he's just continually popping those on the queen, saving that ability for once she's on the town hall as well. So I think he's done really well to hold this together.
He's done a great job recovering so far. Very good for him to realize right away that those minions were dying to the red bomb farm, and I think he only used one invis spell on them. I think a lot of players would have at least dropped 2, you know, some maybe 3 before they even noticed what happened. So good on Nick, saving those invis spells. Queen gets the town hall, and now he's still going to be able to recover some percent here. Let's hope that he's able to pick up a lot of these corner sections, because that's going to give him the most percent possible with these cleanup minions.
Using an invisibility spell on balloons is incredibly hard to do based on where they go, but he used it there to get that southern air defense, so he could then pin the Lava Hounds effectively to the air defense on the west. And notice that he is forgetting about the defenses in the middle. That's where the core damage is. Those raged up multis, they're going to shred his Lava Loon, so he's just forgetting about them. Let's clear everything else, get that percentage as high as possible. And if you think back to the first attack of push, Nick, despite this one going horribly wrong, has managed to push that percentage right up there.
Yep, it's almost like Nick was following that advice that I had just mentioned, 5 minutes ago about
There you go,
just
still
forgetting the
teammate.
core, start to pick off those corners. That's going to allow you to get all the trash buildings with your minions, and he still manages to get, looks like he's going to be able to secure 80% if he can get that storage, unless the Eagle has something to say about it.
Yeah, I'm lucky if my attacks are 80% when everything goes right here, but I do think it's a good learning point for people at home as well, to just understand your limits, and when things go wrong, just trying to adapt and get that percentage as high as possible. You don't always have to 3-star, and, a prime learning point there from Nick for everybody at home. See whether you can get that expo as well. Come on, little minions. Can they get it fast enough?
Oh,
Going to
so
be
close, but he just
Oh, time.
barely runs out of time. A very nice try from Nick, but I think it was a well-placed red bomb farm there that just completely deleted all of his super minions. Maybe we'll get to see that in the replay there, but I was just trying to shout out, Nick's achievements, and then I just saw all the minions were there. He had the clone spell, and then the minions were just not there anymore. So that was a crazy good base building from Push on that one.
For sure. We've all had that happen to us as well. But like you said, there are fantastic base builders across North America as well, which, particularly here in this tournament in the US, a lot of the teams, they have the base builders that can put time to customizing against their opponents. So it doesn't surprise me that we have huge baits early on here, and we're seeing that even inside the first couple of attacks.
Oh yeah, and these teams have been, at the top of these circuits for so long. They know each other so well. They know all these players that they're playing against. And so even if they are sometimes, not using brand new bases, they are almost always rearranging their traps last minute, specifically against the attacks they're expecting from their opponents here.
For For sure. Now, this is more like one of my attacks. The Hydra is something I was using before the previous update, actually, and it was working relatively well for me alongside the minion clone, which looks like what we're going to be doing here. I am, I guess, concerned a little bit about the value he's going to get around that Town Hall. He can maybe get one Expo, but everything else is just going to, you know, move into the poison. And yeah, I'm not sure if that was worth it. Let's see if we can get the Monolith, which at least will give him a little bit more.
Yeah, he barely gets that Monolith, still has a couple super minions alive. It might be worth it then if he's getting the extra Monolith, but still very high spell cost there in order to get it down. These dragons are starting to really thin out in the middle of the base. He's having an Ice Golem freeze that Lava Hound on defense that also got pulled out. Not ideal. Would have been in his favor if the dragons took out the Clan Castle building before that ever came out, but now the Queen's going to be stuck on that.
Yeah, he actually missed the Expo at the top there as well, that's one thing. We're talking about the heroes, right? A lot of this strategy in terms of the dragons and the dragon riders is actually to clear out the Expos for your heroes to then, you know, run around the rest of the base. So a little bit interesting in terms of deployment area, I would say, on this attack, but obviously wanted to secure the Town Hall as well. Flying all of the way through with the blimp certainly is a bit more risky. So bit of a lower percentage here again by Push. No 3 stars yet in this war, but you can definitely say that United Gaming are slowly pushing themselves further in the lead with the higher percentage attacks, but also the great defenses that we're seeing as well.
Yeah, they're definitely getting way ahead on percent, but all it takes is 1 3-star from either team to really make all the difference. You know, even if Push are the ones here to get the first 3-star, all of a sudden they could have the lead, even though they're way down on percent. So if United Gaming want to stay on top, they really need to look at getting a 3-star pretty quickly here.
For sure, that, you know, 3 stars are the ones that win wars, and you can have that the best percentage possible, but at the end of the day, it is the score, the actual stars. If you know, do happen to be new to Clash of Clans, it is absolutely the stars first. 1 star for 50%, 1 star for the Town Hall, and 1 star for, you know, completely destroying a base. That all gets tallied up across the 5 attacks. The score and the amount of stars is what wins first. Then we come down to the percentage tiebreaker after that. So, like you said, Lex, 1 3-star right at the end, and it could be, you know, a nightmare for United Gaming.
Yep, and that's what makes these so fun, so exciting to watch all the way till the end, because even if it looks like one team has the obvious lead going into the last round of attacks, sometimes you can get a 1-star defense out of nowhere that really turns the tides of the entire match. I mean, even at the top level of Clash of Clans World Finals type of events, we've seen that happen, and it is just crazy.
Oh, those 1 stars are always interesting to watch from a viewer perspective as well, because, you know, 3 stars are exciting, but arguably from a defensive side of things, a lot of the 1 stars on this level, they're not necessarily execution faults. They are that, you know, they've been baited into that attack, as we were mentioning earlier, and that in itself is super impressive, right? The teams have to do their research. The base builders have carefully crafted the bases to do that. So my opinion as well, I know it's not nice for the players, but it's super exciting to see those 1 stars actually.
Definitely, and it's so crazy to see, you know, how well these teams really know each other when they're going against Queen Charge teams. For example, you'll see a lot of those outside seeking air mines to try and take out all the healers. But here is Ninja with the first Zap Electro Titan attack we have seen today. Looks like he's using the Earthquake, using the lightning spells, taking away a Rage Tower and an Expo early on the southern side of the base here.
Yeah, we can see using the Warden without the healers at the moment because they're not needed. He wants to get that air defense before sending those in. He's got the Unicorn and there's not a lot of damage there. Sending in a couple of troops at the top to support his Flame Flinger. And then that can clear a huge amount of the base. I always think if you can find areas that the Flame Flinger can be utilized, it is such a powerful siege machine.
I totally agree. In fact, I think it's the most powerful siege machine in the game right now if you can get the full value out of it. If it doesn't die early, it's often able to take out 7 or 8 defenses all by itself before it even gets touched, which is kind of crazy. But here we go with the E-Titans on the left side of the base, deploying the rest of the healers, the Ice Golem to lead the charge, and look at all these pet combos he's got. Not super common here.
Yeah, it's interesting to see I would say the Phoenix on the Queen is the most interesting choice there, especially with the Queen moving in alongside his main push. I'm intrigued as to, whether he expects the Queen to go down. I do think perhaps if it was on the King, let's say, you can see the King went down at the top. He might have got in to get the Eagle down at this point. So we'll have to see, whether that does come into play. But I guess a little bit concerned about the Town Hall, Lex. He's kind of stuck in the middle of the base here. And he's not really getting there anytime soon.
Yeah, I think he expected his King to get a lot more value, but without the Phoenix to help the King get a second life, that Monolith absolutely wrecked his Barbarian King, his super minions in the Flame Flinger. An interesting choice, but they do take out the Royal Champion on the right side, and look at his Queen with the ability barely securing that Town Hall, and now the Warden's dead, the Queen's about to go down, and it's going to be all up to the Royal Champion, but look at this healer swap.
Oh, well, I was talking about the Queen and the Phoenix. She comes back alive. Can't she get this Expo? It's tanking for the Royal Champion all of that time. What a play.
Almost. He does have the Diggy helping to stun these defenses, but I'm worried about these Skelly traps. They're going to slow down the champion, and I don't know if the healers can keep up with 4 defenses hitting her at the same time.
Yeah, especially with the Headhunter as well. He's got that ready for the King, but it's just so hard to get it towards the Barbarian King without it taking damage. Look at his super minions. Where did they come from? Come on.
Those super minions from the Flame Flinger.
Inferno, come on.
Ooh, it's so close, but even if those super minions could find a way to stay alive, I think, again, time would be a big issue, but the super minions are thinning out like crazy. Another high percentage attack from United Gaming, but they're still not able to convert that 3-star.
Yeah, and we are past the halfway mark now. Like you said, you can see that percentage just creeping up and up, but it does beg the question. United Gaming, they want to capitalize on one of these attacks. Otherwise, as we mentioned, it leaves the door open for Push to just take it right at the end.
Right. I mean, looking at the percent, it looks like United Gaming are more than 50 buildings in the lead now, which is quite the difference. Wow. But as we keep saying, 1 3-star from Push here, and all of a sudden they have the entire lead. I think it was a nice plan from Ninja, nice way to break down the base, but I really wish he would have had the Phoenix on the King, for example. I think that Barbarian King could have gotten so much more value. He died so quickly to the Monolith and wasn't able to set up the Royal Champion to swoop all the way through the base.
Yeah, and I do want to say, I think he was remaining calm in the middle. I don't know, maybe he was panicking a lot, but seemed to remain calm when everything was in the middle and just waiting for that Queen to go down to the Town Hall before pressing that ability. Now, we do have the Super Barbarian attack here with the Blimp. The clone spell, he does have a level 7 clone spell, so not maximum, but depends what's in there as to whether it actually makes much of a difference. I guess we will find out.
This is the attack that took the last Golden Ticket event by storm. A lot of teams were utilizing this attack, and it seems to be one of the strongest in the meta right now, if you can execute everything perfectly. It all starts with the Super Archer Blimp, of course. We saw this already a couple times today, but if this Super Archer Blimp can completely demolish the core of the base, then the Super Barbarians and the heroes are easily able to clean up the rest. I am a little worried about that poison tower.
Yeah, he lost a couple of archers that went outside of the invisibility, and then, like you said, the poison just flung across, and this is exactly what we were talking about at the start of the stream. The Super Archer Blimp is fantastic value as it can get you. You have to be confident because it can be risky, and right here, he's got to fix things now. Now, thankfully, the Super Barbarians, they are one of those troops that you can be extremely flexible with. So I don't think he has to worry about the 2-star. It's just how high he can drive that percentage. Because as we know, Push, they're miles behind, and they really, really need to be getting a 3-star. So it's probably coming down to the last attack, Lex.
Yeah, it just might. It might come down to Push's defenses, and if they can continue to defend United Gaming, that might just be their savior here today. Looks like we got the Queen and King making their way toward the Town Hall, but no free spells to help that Queen out. She's gonna have to pop ability right away, and I'm not sure, can she get this Town Hall? She might just barely get it. Ooh,
doing a lot of damage. He did send in a lot of super barbarians there as well to support, but I'm not sure how much damage they actually got looking at it right now. However, the town hall does go down. We've got the royal champion moving in from that bottom side. Unfortunately, the barbarian king just moving around the outside, so not really doing much tanking, but he should be able to clear a lot of the buildings at the top here with his super barbarians, because you can trade them very easily for the outside defenses.
Yes, that is one of their strong parts of them. Their strengths is they're so good on the outside of the base. For only 5 camp space, I mean, they can survive, I think it's like 19 or 20 archer tower shots from a max archer tower. So those super barbs can clean up 2, 3, 4% easily, which is why they're so popular for a strat like this, where the super archer blimp just demolishes the core, and then the heroes walk around the rest of the base with super barbarians, like you mentioned earlier, so versatile, so flexible. You can just drop them wherever needed on the fly, wing it as you go.
Well, he did a good job to get that gold storage at the top. I wasn't sure whether he was going to get any more percentage with the few troops that he had, but managed to nab that extra percentage point, which for push, like you said, it's nice, but if they're 50 buildings behind, realistically, it is going to be a 3-star that they need on the last attack, which means if United Gaming 3-star in any one of these remaining 2 attacks, then we're looking at a 1-star that they would need for push to come back. So a lot of theories just spat out there, but essentially United Gaming could lock this up if they get a 3-star on the next one.
Right, 1 3-star and then a solid 2-star pretty much would be the victory locked up for them, but it's not a guarantee. I mean, these push bases have been holding solidly so far today. I've seen a lot of close attacks from United Gaming, but they just haven't been able to convert it yet. So close, but no 3-star.
Yeah, well, I wonder who's going to be going next, because I know we still have Graticus, right, to attack birds. Agent 33 is the attacker with the Queen Charge Hybrid. Not something we see a lot, but I do think there are a lot of people still using this in Legends and getting relatively good success with it, really. So, it'll be interesting to see whether Agent can pull it off here in the war attack.
We still see hybrid used somewhat amongst the pros, but it definitely doesn't seem to be one of the most overpowering attacks in the meta currently. So it seems to be somewhat base dependent. So we'll see what Agent 33 has cooked up for us here, why he thinks the hybrid is going to be so strong against Champ's base. He's done a great job of pathing his queen into the top side. Notice all these open corner walls that give the queen direct access to that town hall. I think that's exactly what Agent's trying to take advantage of.
Yeah, especially because it's so hard to funnel the queen from the corner of the base, actually. To actually funnel her direct into the base like that, that's incredible skill from Agent. Right onto that town hall, it's about to go down, and really, he's got a little bit of time here before the queen's in any immediate danger from that monolith, where he can get his hybrid down, he can start that portion of the attack to start taking damage off of his queen as well. So brilliant job so far.
Brilliant indeed. And from a strategy perspective, I mean, there's nothing too complicated about this plan here. It's almost like old school Town Hall 13 hybrid that we saw 2 or 3 years ago. Just charge the Town Hall, King Siege Barracks on the outside, hybrid in between. He's doing a great job of keeping everybody alive. Look at even this invisibility spell to get Queen all the way through the monolith and back up to full health.
Wow. She is charging that top side, and I can't see anything stopping her right now, especially with the Royal Champion ability. We've got the multi-target Inferno doing a little bit of damage, but all of the miners are inside the heal spell. Agent has crushed this. A beautiful job with that Archer Queen at the top. I mean, there's nothing that can stop him right now.
No, this is crushed. The healers even switching to help some of the miners, now helping the warden. I don't think we mentioned it at all, but I just now noticed there was a golem in this attack as well. You can see the little golemites trying to help out. I think he deployed that with the king and the siege barracks on the outside of the base. That's really fun to see, but this is absolutely wrecked. The first 3-star of the match, Agent 33 showing you guys how to get it done. Look how many miners are still alive. I can't even count them.
Well, that just shows how effective he was with that attack. Exactly like you said, base dependent, selecting the queen charge appropriately. And I really like as well that he managed to get the hybrid down when he was in the position to do so. Like when his queen was safe, because if your queen, you uses her ability or, Forbid goes down, that's when those attacks go south. So he really chose the correct moment to get the rest of the army down.
Exactly, and one of the important things to note about the Queen Charge Hybrid, even though it might seem like a very simple attack, it's very reliant on timing the hybrid appropriately, because it relies heavily on the Queen being in one corner or like one section inside the base, the King on the outside with the Siege Barracks making the funnel, the hybrid in between, but they all have to be timed in such a way to where they are tanking certain defenses for each other. So if you send the hybrid too late, Queen might die. If you send the hybrid too early, the Queen maybe hasn't created enough of a funnel, enough of an L shape within the walls. So it's all about timing, getting everybody synchronized to flow through the base.
Yeah, just textbook hybrid attack, to be honest with you. But as we were mentioning beforehand, this does mean that United Gaming, they are well in the lead now with a star and the percentage. Push could still get this, but they would need the 3-star on this. And then they would also need a 1-star in the, next attack from United Gaming as well. So this is a lot to ask. And essentially, this attack will give us the answer.
Exactly. This is all or nothing for Push. They have to 3-star right now if they want to stay in this tournament. And again, they're electing to bring the Dragon attack with a lot of clone spells, and we'll see if they can make it work here. These Super Archer blimps, these Super Minion blimps, they haven't been getting the value that they need to be getting so far today.
Well, it's definitely interesting where, I feel a lot of it with the Dragon attacks is purely where the troops are deployed from. And in this case, the battle blimp flies over the top, and then the minions from it are going to be relatively on top of the Dragons. So where do they go from there? How is he going to deal with the raged up multi-target Inferno section is definitely my question from this side. So I know they haven't had a lot of success with the Dragons, but I feel in part it is selection of where they send them, just being honest about it.
Yeah, especially with, like you mentioned, none of the Dragons taking out this Eagle Artillery, Inferno Tower, Double Expo, Rage Tower setup on the left side of the base. That whole section just absolutely demolished his King and Queen. Normally, for this sort of attack to be successful, it relies heavily on your King and Queen staying alive for as long as possible, walking around the entire outer edge of the base, but his heroes just died so fast on this one.
Yeah, I guess they just didn't have the support of the Dragons, unfortunately, and they've put up a good fight Push in terms of the two stars on each of the attacks, making sure that even when things did go south in terms of perhaps being baited on the Super Archer blimp, managing to lock up that town hall, and a lot of the times that is the hardest step to take when things go wrong. So definitely a great fight by them, but United Gaming, all they need to do now is just get that safe 2-star, and they are moving forward in Galaxy Battle Superverse, or at least the qualifiers here for Clash of Clans.
Yep, any 2-star here from, I think it's Goreticus with the last attack still, if I'm not mistaken. Any 2-star from him will be able to secure it, but we can see Champ here trying to use his archers and minions, pick up some extra percentage points. I think he's going to be able to get that army camp for 70%.
70%, but like you said, you can see the average actually from United Gaming, 72.8. And this is one thing that moving into, I guess the teams have to just focus on, each match individually. But United Gaming, after they get that first match win, the teams, looking on, know what they're going up against, know the strength of the attacks that they've put in and how dominating they've been in this war, shall we say.
Exactly. You can see here, he did have the double clone set up on the balloons in his blimp, but because of the well-placed tornado trap there, unfortunately, I don't think his clone balloons got any value. Almost all of them died to the Gigabomb right away.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You've always got to be careful with those balloons. I used to obviously use the clone balloons myself back, Town Hall 13 and 14 when they were very popular, but I switched it across to the minions myself because I just feel it's very hard. In fact, it's near impossible to get the balloons to survive past the town hall. So by having the minions, it just gives you the option of taking things away from it, especially with the trick that some people use of just constantly turning the town hall invisible, getting everything around it, and then taking it with the last one.
Yeah, we have seen some people do that, and it can be really effective, but you do have to be careful because I've seen some people run out of invisibility spells and their minions die before the town hall does.
Yep.
Here's
Okay, well, here we
Hereticus,
are.
and look at him bringing the dragons as well.
Yeah, but I like this a little bit different approach though, you know, not just kind of sending from one side. He's really picking off the defenses here, setting the funnel. Those exposed arch towers, just a couple of loons to take those down. Gets both of the air sweepers, and now you can see it straight away. Just the straight path of the dragons, grounded expos at the top. They can just cruise through that rage tower area, and he's set this up beautifully so far. But let's see whether he can finish it off and close out this war in style for United Gaming.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see him invest one free spell early there just to delay when that Rage Tower on defense goes off. So now he can pop his Warden ability here. Unfortunately, only 2 dragons in the Warden ability, but I think even more important was catching this Battle Blimp, and let's see how much damage he can do with this Battle Blimp.
Well, he did delay the one ability, like you said, so he got it right to the town hall. We talked about the balloons in that previous attack. They all go down. The Dragon Rider goes down as well. And the town hall does not fall. You can see the battle builders now repairing it back up.
Some of those battle builders were raged up. They already got it back up to about 40% health, and I think it's going to be full health by the time he can even get close to it. We said he needed a safe 2-star, and I don't know if he can get it. He's only got 1 spell left, and there's a lot of defenses surrounding that town hall.
Sends in that ice golem. I thought he might have tried to get it up towards the air defense, actually, but just pins it to the cannon at the bottom. Not sure if that's the right play, but hey, I'm not going to question Karaticus here. He's certainly a better player than me. It's going to be tricky as his queen steps into the base. That is not what he needed. Needed that queen in with the Barbarian King.
Queen is probably going to end up walking up, going toward the clan castle building, and then I'm worried she's going to beat on a wall. Can the king take this town hall? I really wish he had the Phoenix. If he had the Phoenix, this would be a guaranteed win for United Gaming, and the queen beating a wall toward the wizard tower, and then she's going to go up toward the archer queen platform. This is going to be a 1-star, Judo.
It is. This is going to be a close wall. We'll have to see whether United Gaming still creep out on the percentage, which I think they just might. I do wonder, Lex, if he had have saved that last invisibility that he used on the Queen and RC, do you think he might have got the Town Hall, turning the King and the Barbarians invisible when they got there?
Ooh, that's a good call. I think that might have worked. You might be right about that. That's a good catch. But you can see the Queen going for the wall, not able to get it. And there's nothing he can really do with these last 2 headhunters with the cannons on the outside of the base. This is a 73%. And we're going to have to see who actually has the better percent. I want to say it's United Gaming. Yes, you can see the average stats there. United Gaming, I think they actually had quite a percentage lead there. And we just didn't know it.
We didn't see it, stacking up until the last attack there. But I think it was because it was so close from the attack before, since they were so far ahead. But congratulations to United Gaming getting that victory and putting on a fantastic performance. I'm sure you enjoyed watching that from the sidelines, Coach.
So I percentage-wise, they still take the win, but I did really start clinching up because I was like, uh-oh, all of a sudden things are going drastically wrong.
Yeah, they did there. That was a scary last attack with the 1-star, and it was really interesting to see how many players, I think at least 3 or 4, were using the Frosty on the Barbarian King. That's not something we see very commonly.
Yeah, let's take a look back at some of those replays. I mean, what were some of the kind of major strategies, Judo, that maybe some of these players thought would work a bit better than they did? I mean, we saw several times the Super Archer Blimp didn't hit quite as hard as we would have wanted it to.
Yeah, it's very powerful, but like Lex said, you've got to be able to, lock that technique down, and it's not a given. We certainly seen a lot of dragon attacks as well, not quite coming through. The one thing I would say is United Gaming looked a lot more flexible in their strategy choices, really honing in exactly what attack needed to be used for the base, and we've seen that come to light perfectly in the attack by Agent, which obviously resulted in the 3-star.
Yeah, it's a great shout. That's a great shout. Lex, I need you to break it down for me because some of these defenses were really strong. We talk about and kind of tout the North American defenses, but what were some of the best strategies from the defense side of things that worked well?
Yeah, United Gaming, known for some of their incredible defensive builds. I think they expected Push to do, 3 or 4 or 5 air dragon attacks, and that's exactly what Push did. They were a little bit predictable today, and we saw United Gaming have some of those traps perfectly set up. I think the very first attack of the match, they had some of the perfect Seeking Air Mines that stopped that one blimp in its tracks. One of the other traps they had was when that battle blimp with the double clone balloons just got absolutely deleted over a town hall section of the base, and all those balloons, the double clone, just got no value whatsoever.
Yeah, and then of course United's 3-star was fantastic with Agent 33. You were talking a little bit about that on the broadcast and broke that down perfectly with the Queen Charge hybrid start. But hey, let's take a look at some of the war stats. I mean, Lex, what are some of the things you're seeing? Obviously, Agent 33 went big, but it came down to percentages, and although those percentages weren't that close, it felt quite a bit closer at the very end than it actually was.
Yeah, you can see here Agent 33 carrying his team a little bit here in this first one with the very nice 3-star, but you also got to give props to the 3 players above him, Ninja and Ghost, with really good percent. Anything above 90 is kind of pretty solid, and then Nick still able to recover to 80% even after his opening blimp looked like it got absolutely 0. Not just not enough value, but quite literally 0 value.
Yeah, it's a great shout. And of course, looking at Push, we had some solid numbers across there. Danny Zuko obviously carrying the brunt of the percentages for his team, and a little bit of lackluster across the board, but nothing definitely to shake your nose at. Not a bad war at all. Let's take a look at the bracket here, Lex. And obviously, United Gaming moving on to the semifinals. And the fun part about this bracket and the way it's set up is that we're trying to get down to the final 2 teams, which means United Gaming only needs to win one more war in order to move on to that kind of final round that's going to happen off screen to get down to our top 8 players. So a huge moment for them to win their first round. Semifinals, they're going to be taking a look at the winner of Golden X versus Omnipotence, who's going to be battling out next. So taking a look at this next matchup, Lex, any thoughts, any predictions maybe of somebody you might think will take it?
It's going to be a fun match. I've been watching these teams for a long time, Golden X and Omnipotence, 2 really good teams, arguably both a little bit predictable as well, so it's going to be fun to see how they've set up their defenses against each other. Is it going to be another defensive heavy war? I'm guessing it might be, but you never know, with the meta these days, with how strong these Super Archer blimps are. If these teams can lock in their Super Archer blimps, get some crazy good value in the middle of the base, we might see a couple of overwhelming 3-stars.
That's a great shout. I'm excited to see some more 3-stars. I'm excited to see some more defenses. I want to take a look at some of these rosters, and before this match gets started, we'll be hopping right back into it in just a moment. Here's our rosters for the day. We've got 5 on each side, of course, but here we go. Judo, I mean, taking a look at some of these rosters, taking a look at both of these teams. I mean, definitely, Judo, I want to hear some of your thoughts here on these squads and what strategies you might see from both of these teams. We talked about the Super Archer blimps. We would love to get more out of it this time around.
Absolutely. I'm excited to get into this one. Golden X, interestingly, I was part of their clan for a little while, and I know how much of a deep roster they have in terms of all of the different clans they have that build up their competitive rosters. So it's always interesting to see who they put up in terms of these events, because they've got so many players to pick from. So yeah, that'd be interesting to see what they turn up with in this match, shall we say.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, this wouldn't be possible without Samsung Galaxy, and of course, this is all powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. I don't know if you knew this, but it has dual app viewing, up to 3 apps at one time. You can do way more with your screen with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. You can drag and drop photos into text messages. You can shop 2 sites at once, side by side. You can even stream videos while you're checking your feed. So go check out that Galaxy Z Fold 5 right now. All you got to do is type in point Galaxy Z Fold 5, or head down to the link in the description below. I know our creators have had a chance to use it. Alex, I gotta throw it to you. I know you had a chance to use it in playing Clash of Clans and how it's actually optimized for this kind of Superverse that we've got. So talk to me a little bit about that device and what you've been able to do with it.
Yeah, the device is awesome. I mean, the massive 7.6-inch screen just makes it so great for playing Clash of Clans specifically. It makes it so where I can just see every single pixel, and I haven't been missing any rage spells lately, which is nice.
That's exactly right. I love that shout. There it is. Judo's showing off the product. Got the game up as well. Judo, I feel like you're a creator that plays quite a bit of Clash of Clans, of course, for your YouTube channels, and we've got some amazing watch parties going on right now as well. Are you somebody that's playing Clash of Clans while casting Clash? Are you just that, do you have the dual app view in your own mind to be able to do that?
Oh yeah, for sure. I have, I have the stream up on one side, I have Clash up on another. I'm just that good at the game, shall we say, but no, I wish that was the case. I honestly, though, with this device, for me personally, it's the correct size to play using my thumbs.
There you go.
I know that sounds a little bit weird, but the display size is fantastic. My legend average trophies have slowly been creeping up the last couple of days, so I'm happy.
There you go. Couldn't get any more premium gas than that. Go check out the Galaxy Z Fold 5 as soon as possible. You got to get your hands on it. Now, gentlemen, as we're about to get into this match, here's my big question for you. This is the Superverse, okay? So you're scouting out your competition. The top 8 players at the end of the Clash of Clans qualifier are going to be spread out to other teams other than yours. So as you take a look at some of these names right now, Agent 33 is the main competition, right? The only 3-star of the day. Speaking of some of these players, I think you might want to keep your eyes out on maybe some of their strategies, because these teams are counter defending near flawlessly right now and really taking a read on their opponents and able to counter attack, counter defense based on what the strategies they've seen from these teams in the qualifiers.
Yeah, it's such a fun format, and knowing that the players that qualify today are going to be on other teams that Judo and I have to play against next month, it makes it kind of exciting, but also, we're keeping our eyes out, trying to see what strategies they're using. So Judo, we might have to work on some of our defense builds against these guys.
Hey, I'm keeping an eye on your YouTube channel. Let's see what you start attacking with, Flex.
There you go.
Be changing up my army soon.
There you go. That's what I love to hear. Well, gentlemen, take it away. Scout out your competition and have some fun. Let's see how this war goes.
All right, I'll let you kick us off with this one, Lex. We do have the Super Barbarians. Again, we've got lots of small bombs on the inside of the base there, but the Super Archers still pinging away towards that Town Hall. Maybe a little bit early on the invisibility spells there, but I don't know. I think perhaps he was just panicking and wanted to get that Town Hall down ASAP.
Yes, here we go. Omnipotence versus Golden X. The winner of this match is going to be taking on United Gaming to make it as one of those top 2 teams today. And this Super Archer blimp, again, we were expecting quite a few of these in every single match today. It's just pretty meta, and it looks like he gutted out a nice section of the core of the base. You have to note, though, it does appear that he missed out on that upper scatter shot, so he's going to try to recover by just sending in a couple of those Super Barbarians. You said how flexible they are, but look at those traps.
Yeah, very effective versus... Look at the Super Barbarians at the top, though. He sent 2 of them to get inside the dead zone of the scatter shot. It worked perfectly, but then some skeleton traps had better ideas. Reinforcers with 1 more, though, to get that scatter shot. It's a beautiful job, however, to the west side of the base, using them to funnel his heroes in. Nice use of the Headhunter. Maybe could have been a little bit earlier to get that RC down, but they are taking a lot of damage now. And he's got 13 left, but it's definitely optimistic, shall we say, for the 3 stars.
I do love how he brought these super wall breakers. It's like he knew perfectly how his queen was going to path. With that super wall breaker, she'd be able to get that Inferno Tower and then bounce back out toward the outside. That part's looking great. But like you mentioned, he doesn't have that many troops left, and there still are a lot of defenses, a bunch of Teslas. That Expo is just pecking away at his champion, and I'm really worried about this Monolith.
Well, that is the big danger. I thought he might have tried to get the... Oh, he actually did get them in fast enough in order to tank. Oh, it does go to the Monolith, but Diggy stuns, like you said, What were we worried about, Lex? Fantastic job here to get the 3 stars on the opening attack. We waited so long for that in the first war. Here we go. Right out of the gates, putting the pressure on Golden X.
That's exactly what some of those players in the first match were trying to do with this Super Archer blimp. It was really well done here in this opening attack, and even though he missed that upper scatter shot, that's the beautiful part about these Super Barbarians. You know, you mentioned it in the first match, they are so flexible. You can use them in almost any way you want to, and he's able to quickly recover, get rid of that upper scatter shot with a handful of Super Barbs, and keep his heroes pushing along the left side of the base. That Diggy coming in clutch for the Royal Champion, stunning that Monolith there at the end of the attack and allowing him to secure the 3-star right away, already putting crazy pressure on Golden X before they've even done their first attack.
Yeah, and one thing that always looks so clean about the Super Barbarians is just how patient you need to be, really watching as the heroes move around, waiting for the defenses, so you can get the Super Barbarians in just the right time to tank for your heroes and make sure that they're funneling in the correct area. It's always a pleasure to watch when they really do get that timing down. And yeah, fantastic opening attack there for sure.
Yeah, it is fun watching the Super Barbarians. A lot of players right now are saying that they are really strong. You know, maybe they need a nerf, maybe not. Well, I don't know, but it is fun to see the players use them perfectly, like you mentioned, getting them in at the right time because they have so much HP. If you send them in just before your heroes start taking damage, they can tank for a long time and keep that queen alive all the way to the end of the attack.
Oh, well, we're switching to Electro Dragons. We've seen lots of Hydra attacks in that first war, but this is the first Electro Dragon attack of the stream. And, you know, Electro Dragons, fan favorite. They've always been right there, but they're very tricky to use at high level. And they actually require a lot of skill to get the 3-star on, you know, on top level basis, shall we say.
They do. It's typically all about the perfect use of your spells with this. If you can drop the rages and even more importantly, the freezes at just the opportune times to really maximize their value, these Ejacs can just clear through so much of the base. And then on top of that, again, like with a lot of other air type attacks, it's all about this hero value. You can see his king and queen on the bottom side, and if they can stay alive throughout most of the attack, he's going to have a decent shot at 3-starring. Look at this battle blimp going for the Town Hall.
Yeah, beautiful job on that. Like you said, the optimal freeze spells, he managed to freeze the Town Hall, Battle Builder Hut, and the Monolith. But also he had an Electro Dragon and the Queen in that area, so he kind of scouted for that battle blimp. So it really wasn't as risky as what you thought. And, you know, the Electro Dragons, perhaps he expected a little bit more coming from the top of the base. I'm sure he wouldn't have necessarily wanted the Royal Champion going into so much damage that she is right now. I think there's just a little bit too much on the back end here, Lex.
Yes, he had to use his Royal Champion to finish off the core. At least in his mind, he had to in order to give him a chance to 3-star. But because of that, she had to fight the enemy champion. She gets hit by the scatter shot. She's only able to take out about 3 or 4 buildings in the middle here. And it looks like we come back to that conversation we had before. Would it have been a smarter choice to use the champion on the left side of the base here? Maybe had an archer or minion for cleanup. He could have maybe had a 90% attack instead of a 77.
Yeah, and that's those split moment decisions, split second decisions, I'll get there eventually, that you need to make as an attacker, right? As to whether you do one thing or another when it's not quite going well. And I guess it's like you said, people will have different opinions on it. People will probably slant more towards one side than the other. I'm interested on that multi-target Inferno position down to the side of the base, honestly. It looks so funky on the outside of the base.
Yeah, we've been seeing some interesting base building lately. I mean, yeah, no walls really protecting that multi. That is interesting. Not super common, but I guess maybe they're trying to psych out their opponents, make you think there's a whole Tesla farm and a million skelly traps there, so it's still not an easy takedown.
Yeah, I mean, good shout. That's one thing that you always have to try and do as well, right? It's not a case of easily just baiting one area of the base. You have to make it look that there could be potential for multiple areas where the bait could be, because then it's hard to guess. The worst thing you can do is have your base so clumped together that you know that there's no traps in that area, right? So I would say anyone watching at home that does like to tweak their own bases, that's one thing you definitely have to consider, is you actually need space in your base so that people cannot necessarily know where your traps are.
Yes, and it's fun to point that out because we mentioned it a few times earlier about how these top teams really do study each other and try to bait each other. But from a mentality perspective, you also have to know that these teams know that the team they're facing is trying to bait you. So it becomes a very psychological game, and you're trying to figure out, okay, I know they're trying to bait me, but which side are they trying to bait me? Is the obvious bait actually a bait, or is it a fake bait? It gets really fun.
It was really fun listening to you explain that one, let's see. But here we go. Can they get an even bigger lead here? Now, we do have the Super Barbarian attack again, but 11 balloons. I'll be interested to see, just that mini Lalo again, or I say Lalo, but obviously there's no Lava Hound, but that's with that Warden ability typically for the Battle Blimp as well. Works really good in these opening sections, but he's not doing, not using the Warden ability. A little bit more risky. Oh gosh, here we go.
Super minions instead of super archers here. Very impressive that he's able to get the blimp that far without even having to invest the Grand Warden, and no traps hitting these super minions. They are just blowing up the middle section of this base. It would be huge bonus points if they could reach all the way to that monolith, but it looks like they're not going to be able to do that. But without having to use the Grand Warden and this last super minion picking up that lower expo, I'd say that's a pretty good start.
I would say so, especially, I mean, that expo is so far from where he dropped them. That is phenomenal value. And he's got clear pathing for his heroes now. That's one thing I always like about these attacks is it's then so easy to know your heroes are going exactly where you want once you've used that opening Super Archer or Super Minion Blimp. But let's see how far he can get them. No more wall breakers, so he does have to get the pathing correct in terms of the Super Barbarians on the outside of the base to push his King and Queen through that little gap in the walls, but it should be okay here as long as he can get through the monolith.
He does use his one and only freeze spell to keep the Queen from going to ability, but because of this, whenever he does manage to fight the Town Hall, he's got no counter for this invisibility tower. Look at this, Judo.
Oh, here we go. Pressing there's the invase. Where does she go? She steps right next to the Town Hall, presses that ability, so after the gold... Oh, no! Where's the tower? We've got the Phoenix, though.
Oh, she got it. The Town Hall barely drops. That was pretty scary, but he saved the champion because he still wasn't even sure if that Town Hall would go down or not. He still has 10 or so Super Barbs. He dropping them pretty quickly now with the Party Wizards in behind. Headhunter to help fight the King, but with that whole Tesla farm on the top side of the base, the Archer Queen standing tall, ready to defend. It's looking like he's just trying to maximize percent at this point.
For sure, he is just gradually picking off the percentage on the outside of the base, which is, like you said, very smart with those Super Barbarians. Even the Party Wizard there to get that final gold storage and close to 90%. So Omnipotence here with the 3-star in the first attack, then the high percentage in the second. They have a comfortable lead, but we are still early on in the war.
Yep, they are going to be able to maintain the lead through the second round of attacks no matter what because they are already up by 3 stars and percent. So best case scenario for Golden X are to catch up on stars with this next attack, hit a triple now. It's going to be really good for their mindset moving forward.
For sure. And this is a big attack for Golden X right here because if you slip too far away early on, it's so much harder to catch back up, right? Whereas if they can lock in a 3-star here, even if they're behind on percentage, they know they're right back in this wall. But I don't know, from your perspective, what do you think's going through their minds right now for this next attack? I guess it's really hard to... You just got to keep focused on it, right? But
yeah, you've just got to
be tricky for them.
You just got to keep focused on it. I mean, most of these players, they have this sort of rhythm. They're used to who goes first, who goes second, who goes third. So whoever's going second, you know, he's been studying his base for the last 15 minutes, coming up with his plan, maybe tweaking anything. But the previous attack shouldn't change too much on his mentality right now. He's just hyper focused, got a 3-star, got a 3-star, got a 3-star. Nobody this early in the match is ever looking for a safe 2-star or a safe percent. So he's got to have a plan here, got to be going all out, and it looks like we're going to see yet again some sort of blimp with a clone spell.
Using the lightning spells to get the sweeper there, instantly then sending in 3 rocket balloons, which does get that air defense across to the right-hand side. 2 dragons either side to start the funnel, and then here is the wave of Hydra. We've got the dragons and the dragon riders. Battle Blimp will nicely move across to the town hall, so it should be able to get relatively good value over there, depending on obviously where he lands and the position of things. But then the dragons can swoop through the left side of the base away from that. A couple of red air bombs go off, but he's still got some minions surviving.
Oh, the town hall went invisible. That might have been a misplay on that invis. He should be able to recover here because he still had one more invis. He does. Good news there. Hopefully the super minions can take the monolith too. They barely do. But
and the expo over there.
yes, but he's missing out on some of these inferno towers on the left side. The dragon's peeling off toward the outside of the base. He's going to try to recover by sending the champion there.
Yeah, it's always really tricky, I find, on these attacks. Do you send the heroes early with the dragons in order to funnel for the dragons, or do you save on to them? Because if you miss the town hall and you've already sent the heroes in, then it is going to be a 1-star. So it's really tricky with some of these Hydra attacks where typically you send all of the troops in right at the start of the attack. But in this example, he's just, again, having to push that percentage as high as possible. We do see the Phoenix on the King at the top there, and you can see the extra value he's getting, right? Because the King tends to be on the outside of the base, which he tends to go down, so it's obviously good to have the Phoenix, but also he's going to clear a lot more percentage or pathing for your troops when that does activate.
Yes, I'm almost always a fan of the Phoenix on the King. I think 9 times out of 10, it is typically the best value. There are some rare exceptions where the Frosty can be better, but usually the Phoenix does get you a few extra percentage points, or especially when the King's inside the base and not outside, the King dying. When he comes back, he can often get, you know, some extra CC troops, or even more importantly, like fight the Archer Queen with that 8 seconds of invincibility. It makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and even being able to just tank that little bit longer as the King as well, being out in front. I think I'm on the same. I'm definitely on the same opinion of you in that I typically always have the Phoenix on the King. You can see that little super minion chipping away at the buildings, not quite able to get that elixir storage, so it is the 84%. Some high percentage attacks from Golden X, but obviously not quite getting too close to that 3-star, to be honest. They've had a bunch of defenses left in the base, so they definitely are going to need one of them since Omnipotence already have the 3-star. Unless we do see some more 1-stars, we'll see. But I don't want to go jinxing anything here.
Don't jinx them already, Judo. But yes, they haven't been able to connect any triples yet, so they're going to have to rely on their defense a little bit more here. Get at least one more solid defense to give them a chance to finally start connecting with those 3-stars with their players that are going to be attacking later in the match here. We can see the replay of that Queen. That Queen skin looking pretty cool. I love the archers on that Queen skin.
Oh, honestly, I think the skins are just getting better and better as well as time goes on. You can see that they, the team are just learning from each experience as well. But I guess focusing back to the war at hand here, we are about to see whether another 3-star can come in, because that would definitely... Pressure's already on Golden X, so I don't want to say the pressure, but if you find yourself 2 3-stars behind, then, it's really a tricky situation to be in. But let's just see what happens. We've got the single wall breaker on the left-hand side for the Archer Queen, now using those healers to push her in. A dragon at the top to clear things, and then we have another Hydra attack moving through. I'm surprised how many we've seen today, but I know you cover a lot more matches than me. Are you surprised by the amount of Hydra attacks, or is this something we're typically seeing a lot in the meta, actually?
No, I'm actually surprised. I mean, it is somewhat common, but I don't think it's so common that it should be the attack we're seeing the most of today. So this is very interesting that, it seems like 70% of the attacks so far have been Hydra-based. Interesting to note here, he's doing like a Queen Charge hybrid, not just a normal hybrid, and he did use a skeleton spell at the beginning there to help distract some of these defenses for the Queen. I'm not sure if that got crazy good value, but ooh, look at these healers getting targeted early.
Yeah, he had to react pretty well there in order to freeze the scatter, otherwise he would have lost the healers, but it did get a big shot off, didn't it? So if he hits a couple of red air bombs here, those healers are toast and his Archer Queen will go down. But at this stage, she's getting you know, she's already got relatively good value. She's down, actually. This is one of those situations where I'd love to see a wizard just used on that opposite side of the base to draw the healers across.
Yep.
Like what you
There
see
they
right now
go.
to scout, right?
Yeah, those healers move across the map. It is a bit unfortunate he dropped that rage on the queen right as she was dying. It feels like a wasted rage, and I can't help but notice whatever was in his blimp did not take the town hall. Can the dragon rider get it? Oh, he misses the invis spell as well.
Dear. Oh dear, that town hall. I mean, he's still got the king, surprisingly, but he does have the royal champion, which he could easily send onto that town hall. He needs to decide relatively quick, though, because things are tanked right now, and that's where he could have been using it, but he has to hold the royal champion right now because the ice golems are coming across. If he sends that ice golem into the royal champion in too quick, doesn't want it to, you know, get stuck. Send the RC in while they're tanked. There we go.
No more spell support, but he does have the Diggy to stun, and that makes one heck of a difference here as the Town Hall can't do damage for those first couple of seconds. The RC seeking shield ability. Gonna need to come in clutch here and save the 2-star. And let's see, he should be okay to get it. There's the 2-star, the Giga Bomb, the Giga Poison. Gonna send this champion very low in health, and it's gonna be a low percentage attack. This is the defense that Golden X really needed to have a chance for a solid comeback.
This is exactly what they needed because it should relatively tie up the percentage, or it'll be very close if not. But I just want to point out as well for anybody watching, especially when they're adapting the attacks, sending in that royal champion whilst the king was tanking was huge, because you've seen the expo behind the town hall. Had the king have not been tanking that, he would not have got that town hall. So you definitely need to not just panic and send everything in, but you certainly need to be using the troops to help work in unison, shall we say.
Yes, and every percentage point matters here. Unfortunately, this one was a low percent for Omnipotence, and if Golden X are able to hit a 3-star on this upcoming attack, I believe they will actually take the lead by just 3 buildings on percent.
Ooh. 3 buildings. It's always so close, isn't it? That's what I was saying before, how tight some of these wars can be, and that's where, you know, Golden X now in the prime position to try and catch up. Now let's remember, Omnipotence, they are in the lead right now. They're in the driving seat with that 3-star. Percentage can be what it is, but they do have that 3-star on the board. So let's just see whether Golden X can use that defense, use the momentum from it in order to get themselves right back in this. So let's see what we've got. We have, ooh, this is interesting. A Zap Lalo with the log launcher. Now we're talking.
Ooh, yes. This is one of my favorite attacks to watch. It's what Stars, one of the best players in the world, has been doing so much of lately. Pretty common to zap out one Expo and Inferno Tower. It also sets up nice pathing for the heroes here as they can kind of use that 430 section, ignore the upper half, and just focus on the left half now as the king distracts these defenses. Take note of this log launcher and all the value it's going to get.
Yeah, hitting the Expo, that first multi, and it's even going to hit the second multi-target Inferno there as well, but it's taking a lot of damage there now. It will go down. What's he got inside there? He's got the Yetis. Does he decide to... No, there's definitely no point in raging those. Sometimes I like to rage the Yetis when they come out of there as well, depending on, you know, what's around them. But definitely not worth it in that situation. And, yeah, interesting. I wonder whether he expected more than that, shall we say.
It's hard to tell exactly what all he expected on getting. I have to say, I don't think those Yetis got much value, unfortunately. Yeah. Hopefully he wasn't expecting to get that last Inferno Tower as well, because no matter what now, he's going to need a plan for it if he wants to 3-star this base. You can see the Warden with the main group of balloons going toward the Town Hall section. He's already got the flanking group of Lalo on the top side that's going to keep his main group pushing straight through the middle of the base.
Couple of red air bombs there going off, which is nice to, you know, miss those balloons. Uses that Warden ability with the Lava Hound pushing through as well. Uses his Rage spell to try and push the balloons out, but we do see that Tornado Trap to try and keep them in the Town Hall Poison. Can they get out of there into the multi? They cannot, and they will fall pretty rapidly.
They will fall, but take a look at this Royal Champion on the upper right side of the base. We've been seeing this a lot lately on these Zap Lalo attacks, saving the Royal Champion for the backside with a skeleton spell instead of using her early with the other heroes, which used to be common. But this one Expo just pecking away at the champion nonstop might actually hold the base. If that one Expo was dead, I think the champion would have been able to get everything else.
Yeah, because there's not a lot of actual damage for her, right? Like the multi-target Inferno is only going to provide a small amount of damage onto her. So really unfortunate in the end there. Quite a complex attack to pull off. And yeah, it got super close, shall we say. It definitely keeps the percentage right where Golden X need to be. So they still have 2 attacks in order to secure that 3rd star. But ultimately, that is what they need if they want to advance in the qualifiers here and have a chance to compete alongside us or some of their players too on September 30th. It's going to be exciting.
Right, and even though Omnipotence are going to have the star lead still, the percentage is getting really close. I think it's only a 7 building difference now, if my math is mathing correctly, but you never know.
Well, your math sounds impressive to me, shall we say, because I am just not... you're so quick with those calculations. I guess it, again, comes back to the repetition of the wars. But yeah, 7 buildings, I'll go for that. 7 buildings it is then. Either way, that is super, super close. And that is, I guess that really does highlight how important it is, right? Over 3 attacks, 300% destruction, there is 7 buildings that is separating these teams. And that's where those extra percentage points, picking up whatever you can, really does make the difference when that's how close the wars get.
It does make the difference indeed. He could have even had a couple extra buildings if he saved just 1 or 2 minions for that right side there. So, sometimes it's not always, you don't always have to blame the players for that. Sometimes you can rely on your teammates a little bit. Like, hey, maybe drop a minion over at 3 o'clock. And that's part of what makes the team aspect of Clash of Clans so fun, at least from what I remember playing, always having the teammates in your ears helping you out.
Oh yeah, definitely, the social aspect of Clash of Clans is what keeps things going. But here we have a Queen charge Lalo attack again with the log launcher on this one from Omnipotent's side of things. And look at the angle of those healers towards the Queen, just trying to keep them out of range of that air defense so that there is absolutely no chance they're going to take any damage from it.
Exactly what he's doing here. Queen paths perfectly inside that wall gap toward the scatter shot, toward the Expo. This is exactly what he wants her to do. This wall breaker to the Rage Tower compartment, giving his Queen access to quite a bit here. She could now technically reach the Inferno Tower. I believe she can also reach the Monolith from that chamber as well.
Yeah, good spot there. And he's got another 2 wall breakers, so he should, looking at the base, be able to get them to go right up towards that Town Hall compartment afterwards. We've got the rocket balloon and the minions coming out. Was that Queen ability? Yeah, Queen ability forced there, so he's got to be careful.
That Queen taking a lot of damage. It was super unfortunate that when the CC comes out, she just barely steps in range of that Monolith. That Monolith has a crazy strong range. He's got the King, the champion, moving in on the bottom side. It is very interesting to note the usage of this log launcher. I think he's using it primarily just to help the Queen out.
Ooh, it needs to quickly get the top wall compartment out of the way there, but it should after the Queen gets the Monolith. Come on, one more log after the... Yeah, there she is. Perfect access. Hey, this is fantastic. He had the King just brilliantly moving alongside to keep the Queen where he wanted it. Nice freeze there to get the Town Hall with the Queen. And now we see the Lala with the early warning ability to try and get through the scatter, but the multi-target Inferno area is going to be very dangerous.
It is indeed. He handled the scattershot compartment well, but using all his resources, including the Eternal Tome, to get through that right section of the base, leaves him extremely vulnerable to this section with the last Inferno Tower, the Tesla Farm, and that scary Archer Queen on defense who he's not even going to be able to get through.
Yeah, sometimes on my attacks, I can plan stuff out and then let's just hope I have enough for the back end of the base. That's almost what it looked like there, but I know that wouldn't have been the case per se. But, when you start deploying the Lalo, I guess you have to look at the area of the base, and you don't want to undercommit, right? Because that's even worse. So you have to just do what you need to do to get through that section, and then if you don't have enough towards the back end, at least you've driven that percentage as high as possible. But again, this is, I guess, Omnipotence, they could try and get a 3-star to push themselves even further in the lead, but right now they are doing what they need to do to keep the percentage on point. and keep the pressure on Golden X, because they are the ones that need the 3-star at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. And Golden X presented yet again with another opportunity here. They're down by 3 stars, and if they hit the 100% with this next attack, they will be able to take the lead. So the ball's in their court right now. It's their turn, and we'll see if they can do what it takes to get the advantage finally.
I've got to say, watching those last 2 attacks, it does make me want to go back to using the log launcher. I've been just using the battle blimp a lot with my Archer Queen at the moment, because I love the Queen charge attacks, but I always tend to use the battle blimp to set it up. How about yourself at the moment in the current meta? What are you typically using at the moment, Max?
I'm typically trying to force the Flame Flinger if I can, especially in Legends League right now, where I've been spending most of my time. I do feel like the Flame Flinger, just if it doesn't go down early and it's able to take out, 8 defenses, it's typically the best value possible, and it's able to funnel out a corner for you. But every once in a while, base dependent, the Yeti blimp, the battle blimp, like you said, can get really good value and funnel the queen a certain way.
Yeah, that's why I like to use it anyway, because it's easier on my funnel. But here we go. We have Super of Golden X. Is this going to be the Yeti blimp? It is. Wow, it's like we knew.
Yeah.
But a perfect use of the rage spell there as well to get the scatter, get the RC down, and just completely clear that section so that the Archer Queen can just beeline right the way down to the Town Hall. He's going to have to be careful down there, because there's going to be a lot of damage, but managed to pop the Rage Tower with the Yetis, which is so important.
Popping the Rage Tower and getting the Ice Golems out of the Clan Castle with that Yeti Bomb is so crucial to the value of that Yeti Bomb, because now, if that didn't happen, you could just take a look at where everything's positioned. His queen would likely be in range of the Monolith when the Yetis or the Ice Golems would have come out otherwise. So the fact that the queen can fight those Ice Golems on the outside of the base, huge bonus for the attacker here. She's going to have an easy route to the Town Hall, and he's already sending the king on the other side of the base and getting ready to deploy these hogs.
Yeah, definitely multitasking with his Galaxy Z Fold 5. You can do that right on the big screen, right? With the queen on one side, the king on the other, and the Super Hog Riders. I do enjoy the Super Hog Riders. I think they're a fantastic addition to the game, because they can be really useful. Did he use a heal spell there, though? Is that what I'm seeing in the middle of the base there?
Yes.
I'm not sure whether he really needed that. Do you think?
He did use a heal spell early. I don't know if it did too much. The Warden ability was helping him out anyways, and most of these Hog Riders are fizzling out no matter what. The champion did peel off to the left there. You can see him using the last free spell to try and keep her alive. In combination with the Diggy stunning the Monolith, she's getting a lot of value.
He certainly is. He's still got one Hog Rider that perhaps he could use down to the bottom of the base here. That Archer Tower tanked by the... I guess the balloon will get it. Let's see what he's got here. Let's just see what he's doing. The Royal Champion does get the scatter there.
She does. The Romeo Juliet story. They take each other out right there at the last second, and he's got quite a bit of time on the clock. The Warden, with only one Super Rider and one normal Hog Rider on the right side, they're squeaking by. They're taking out one defense at a time. They're getting all of it down, Judo. Now he's just got to make his way back to the middle for the last building.
We have hinted at it the whole time. Golden X slowly getting there, keeping the percentage on point, and now they take the lead with only one attack left from each team. That really steps things up. What an attack, and what a crucial attack that is for his team.
Yes, and it all started with that Yeti blimp, your favorite siege machine, like you said. This Yeti blimp got insane value. Definitely the right time to use a rage spell on those Yetis. If he didn't use the rage spell, those Yetis would not have gotten near as much value as he did.
It looks so cool watching those Hog Riders come through. I know I was talking about the Hog Riders when I then changed subject towards the heal spell, but I do really like the Super Hog Riders, and I love to see them move in a wave like that as well. It looks so cool, and they did exactly what they needed to do on that base. So great job to Golden X, and now I'm excited for these last couple of attacks. This is fantastic.
Me too. This is going to be a close finish, and it is very fun to watch the Hog Riders in this current meta because it's so interesting. It's not like the balloons where you're trying to keep them alive forever. It seems like the Hog Riders have a different purpose. They're just meant to kind of get you through half of that big chunk of the base and tank long enough for the Royal Champion and the Warden to kind of clear the rest.
Well, here we have the twin Hog Riders, which is a different iteration of that same attack. It's always interesting, and I guess it comes down to how much value you need out of the Super Hog Riders, because a lot of the time, if you can get them tanking and moving through the base, you're just reinforcing on the outside with the regular Hog Riders. However, we've got the Archer Queen starting us out here. Does have the Phoenix on the Queen as well, so a little bit of a fail-safe, shall we say, for his Archer Queen charge. Ooh. Just about keeping the ability there.
That was really close. I thought she was going to go to ability. It looked like she had -1 HP for a second there, but she hangs on. Next Rage is in. Well-timed Headhunter to get a few shots off on that Royal Champion. Takes her out without the need of any sort of free spell. It does get him this slightly awkward partial CC pool, but the raged up Queen able to get through that rocket balloon, able to take out the scatter shot, and able to continue her charge.
Yeah, good recognition there as well. It can always be very tempting to just use that poison preemptively, and then you've only lured one rocket loon and a couple of archers as he did there. But now you see that other rocket loon and the lava hound, which is when he does need that poison. Archer Queen should have a relatively easy time getting in towards the town hall here, but then following that might be a little bit trickier, shall we say. With the Hog Riders moving in from the bottom of the base, he does now use that Warden ability to help through this Rage Tower section, get that Eagle Artillery down, and he had a Headhunter in there as well for the Archer Queen. Beautiful job.
Yes, and notice how he's already used pretty much all of his troops here, so there's no plan B for the Town Hall. He has to keep that Queen alive, and with the Rage Tower on 2 Expos, on the Giga Inferno, all of them doing double damage. It is pretty scary, but with the Queen ability, it looks like he's going to be able to at least get that Town Hall, but it's getting close, so he's going to invest that last freeze.
Yeah, I was going to say, just use that freeze. Don't risk it. Do not risk it. It's looking so good. Beautiful job in keeping his eye across all of the different areas of that attack, because there was so much going on. And I mean, what a response. The 3-star from Golden X put them in the lead. Omnipotence down on percentage, getting their 3-star to put themselves back in the lead. Now it's back in Golden X's court to try and pull the victory, which they still can do. But wow, what a time to pull out a 3-star attack.
Now we've actually finally got this tennis match where it's going back and forth, not just one team keeping the lead the entire time. It was Omnipotence for a while, then Golden X, now Omnipotence steal the lead right back with the final attack from their team. And so it all comes down to the last attack of the match here, Judo. I think Golden X has to hit the 3-star for the win.
They certainly do, and I mean, the momentum, we're there, right? We've got the 3-stars rolling. Let's see if we can keep them going, but I guess this last attack just has so much more pressure on it, you know? Being for the victory, being to move forward, needing the 3-star so much, and will he go with a Queen Charge Hog Rider? You know, we've seen a lot of the Hydra attack. We were quite surprised on how many air attacks typically the Dragon and Dragon Riders, but based on those last couple of attacks, Queen Charge Hog Riders, that is a solid strategy right now, which, I mean, we know that, but it's what they've been using. Oh gosh. Here we go with the Hydra. Have I jinxed it?
You might have. I definitely like the Queen Charge attacks, but Golden X with all the pressure on the line, do or die, 3-star to stay in this tournament, and they're going back to the Dragons here. 2 lightning spells for a sweeper on the left side of the base. Baby Dragon to do some funneling. Rocket balloons for 1 defense. More rocket balloons for the air defense on the left. He's just kind of picking off some of these defenses and shaping up his Dragon army here.
Yeah, and that's always a good sign when you see people just slowly picking off areas of the base. Interesting to see what he does with that air defense to the left-hand side now to kind of adapt and get that, whether it's just the heroes picking that off en route, but using the zap spells allows the safe blimp to get straight through, or the lightning spell, should I say, right of the way through towards that town hall. There are the minions, nothing baited at the moment. Perfect invisibility to keep the monolith so it could be targeted, and then the town hall on these minions. The dragon's taking a fair bit of damage here.
Yes, he runs out of invisibility spells, resorts to the freeze spell just to be double safe. Make sure those super minions take the town hall. They might have been able to get it without the freeze spell, but better safe than sorry. Now we've got the king, the queen, the champion working together on the left side of the base here. You mentioned earlier in this match, when is the opportune time to drop these heroes on an attack like this? Do you think he dropped them a little too late, or do you think this actually might work out here?
Wow, well, typically you want the CC with the dragons, right? Because that's one of the reasons you hold the heroes, especially when you're sending them in towards the clan castle. And you can see exactly why the ice golems came out. But I guess in this scenario, once he couldn't get the clan castle, he had to just drop them there. But I think that's the reason he was holding them in this situation, was to try and get that CC down with the minions or the dragons, and then heroes, have a much easier ride.
Yes, he's got about 60 seconds left on the clock, and this is 3-star or bust. No extra spell support, no extra minions, archers, super barbarians, nothing he can drop on the outside of the base. It's all up to this hero value, and the royal champion getting out in front, unfortunately having to pop her ability already. She's going to go down. That barbarian king stuck on walls. He goes down as well. It's nice of the Phoenix to pick up that one building the queen was skipping, but it's not looking great for the queen at this point either.
No, it is not. We have that ability going off, but unfortunately, it is not the attack that was needed from Golden X. They put up a great fight. They managed to spin things around and really get the excitement rolling in this war, but it is going to be Omnipotence that get the victory here with their 12 stars. A solid performance, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they progress in today's matches.
Yes, very nice from Omnipotence here. 12 stars is actually the highest performance we've seen today. So they put on a better performance than United Gaming did, who won the other match. And it's going to be United Gaming that they're going to have to compete against for that last spot. So this is going to be an interesting semifinals match. Huge congrats for the victory here for Omnipotence.
Yeah, hey, gentlemen, I was having a blast watching that one. Omnipotence went huge with 2-3 stars. I mean, Judo, we talked about the Yeti blimp. We got excited about the Yeti blimp. It just wasn't enough. Like, we needed more from it. Do you think that final push maybe wasn't enough? Like, maybe the attack strategy was wrong? I mean, the Dragon's attack is fine, but comparatively right now, like, I don't know. It felt like we needed something a bit more.
Yeah, it's interesting to see. It's really interesting to see how many there have been used, because I think it is a strategy which can certainly get the 3 stars, but I would say it's trickier in the current meta to consistently 3-star, shall we say, with Hydra. Whereas on those queen charge attacks, when you are a little bit more customized to the base, you can then control the queen a little bit easier. Or I say easier, but it's a little bit, there's less RNG, shall we say. You're in more control of what's going to happen, whereas when you're just sending your Hydra in, it can be really hard to predict that far ahead. So I think that's where the main difference maker has been here.
Yeah, in Lex, I mean, we saw it here in a couple of these replays, and we'll see it here in just a second. I mean, Log Launcher was one of the things that we saw pop up that some of the players weren't able to get maximum value out of. I mean, what is kind of the strategy when you're using the Log Launcher, like how to clear a lane and start funneling in your troops?
Yes, the Log Launcher in the current meta is a very unique siege machine, definitely nowhere near the most used, very base specific. You can see it right here on this replay, but when you can line it up to take out a couple of key defenses while your heroes distract, and then also allow your troops inside the Log Launcher to get bonus value after that, that's when it's typically worth it. And I think on both the attacks we saw today, the troops inside the Log Launcher just were not getting any value after coming out, so it kind of made those 2 Log Launchers not get superb value.
Yeah, it's a great shot. I mean, we saw the Super Minion Blimp have pretty good effectiveness as well. But overall, a very fun matchup. Omnipotence went massive, and it was specifically, I believe, Oscar that got that final 3-star to really push the equation. And as we kind of wrap up some of these replays here, I mean, looking at Omnipotence win here, Judo, as they go up against United, do you think, like, some of our attack strategies we saw here, some of our bases, is there a prediction potentially for which team could come out on top, or if there's certain strategies that pair well against the other?
Oh, that's really tricky. I think a lot of these teams play each other on a fairly regular basis in the different competitions. They're all familiar names, so it really depends on who they were expecting to win this first match, as to who they would be building the bases for, and also what other competitions do they have lining up? Like, how much time have they been able to commit to their bases to truly try and bait their opponents and have bases for both teams? But we can see the stats on the screen following that last war, the 2 3-stars from Omnipotence, and the percentage was pretty close, just 3 buildings in the end, but it is the star that gets the victory. And yeah, in answer to your question, I think it's really tricky to say, but I think it'll all come down to the bases, really. I think both teams have been equally as impressive.
Yeah, it's a great shout, Judo. And yes, those percentages were close, but it was that final 3-star from Oscar that tipped the tables to Omnipotence side of things. Super exciting fight, but here we go. This is the final kind of moment of the left side of our bracket here. Again, we're trying to pare down to the final 2 teams. So for United Gaming and Omnipotence, if they want to make the Superverse finale on September 30th, they've got to get through each other. There's only one team going to be standing from the left side of the bracket, and it's going to be either United Gaming or it's going to be Omnipotence. So Lex, we've got a couple things we can talk about here, but going into this final moment, what do you think some of the teams are talking about? I mean, maybe United, I know you've got some history there. Like, what are they talking about in preparation for this next war?
Oh yeah, I think all the pressure is going to be on United Gaming for this match. They are so well known amongst this community for a long time now, a couple years, for even if they're not winning every tournament, for being one of the top competitors in every single NA tournament. If they're not first, they're almost always either second or third. So a lot of pressure on them. Interesting to see they only put up 1 3-star in that first match. So Omnipotence looking strong today. They could hit the upset here, and anything could happen, really.
Well, I hope they're playing on those Galaxy Z Fold 5s, because that screen is massive and it helps with your micro, I might add. I know our casters were talking about it. Gaming has never felt better on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. The 7.6-inch interior large screen enhances your gaming experience. Our creators were talking about that. And the Supercell games that you're watching are actually optimized for that screen size, which is a ton of fun to make competing and even leisurely playing that much better. So go check it out now. You can head over to the link. All you have to do is type in !Galaxy Z Fold 5. It's also down in the description below. So go get your hands on it. Our creators are loving it. They're going to be competing on it. This entire event is powered by that Galaxy Z Fold 5. Gentlemen, I'm excited for this next segment here. Judo, we were talking a little bit between the broadcast, before the broadcast, and then going into that war. I know you wanted to break down specifically one thing that led to Golden's possibility to even have a chance at winning. It was their 1 3-star, right, that was so flawlessly executed. So I want to give you a moment here to kind of run back this replay on this attack.
For sure, I think it's important for people to be able to watch things a second time, and essentially I alluded to this. This is what I use right now in Legends League. I mean, typically I take a few more regular Hog Riders and a few less Super Hog Riders, but this is the army that I use. And it all comes down to the battle blimp at the start. How much value you can get for that, it really sets up your attack. So notice just a couple of balloons here. They will aim to try and tank for any of the Seeking Air Mines. But because he needs so much value in that of the Scatter Shot, he needs the Royal Champion down ASAP. And then he also wants to pull the Yetis forward to get the Clan Castle Lure and pop that Rage Tower. That's why the rage spell was committed. Should you only have a couple of defenses that you're taking down to set the funnel for your Archer Queen, you don't always have to commit that rage spell. A rage is a very flexible spell. You can see it right now on the Queen charge, so you can always use it with the Queen, with your Hog Riders when they move into the attack. Typically, I actually don't even take any heal spells with my Super Hog Riders. I just use the rage spells. But my point being, you can save onto that spell for elsewhere if you don't need it. However, if you do, and there's significant value, make sure to use that rage. Now, I was super impressed with how flexible he was here, because the Queen is charging the Town Hall, so you need to keep an eye on that Queen. But when you can use troops or spells to just give you that security, you want to do that, because he used the early rage to then send in the Hog Riders at the top, and it meant that he could shift his focus, look at the Hog Riders, because he knew the Archer Queen was safe with the rage spell. So you always have to be, when you're multitasking, trying to choose your moments wisely at when you focus at different areas of the base, and I think he did that fantastically here, especially with the Barbarian King diving into that area. It meant that whilst there was a lot of damage on the Hog Riders in the middle, he literally just needed them to clear out that central section of the base. I guess one other addition that I like to use in my Legend Army is a skeleton spell. And the reason I like that is, again, it is quite flexible. Whether you need to pick off a defense, whether it's exposed or whether it's low in health. But also, as the Archer Queen was approaching the monolith, the skeleton is fantastic for tanking that. And that is just a couple of tips I wanted to give based on this attack, because I think it went really flawlessly. And since it's the army that I use, I thought it would be rather fun. You can notice just a couple of Hog Riders he used. Didn't really see good examples in this attack, but how I typically like to use those is whenever you have those exposed defenses on the outside, whether it's archer towers or cannons, as your Super Hog Riders move through and they tank, send in those regular Hog Riders to pick them off. You can think of it a little bit like a Lalo attack, where you're slowly picking out the defenses on the outside to keep your Lalo moving through the middle. So that was just an absolute blurt of information for everybody, but they can always skip back and rewatch it if they find it helpful.
Right there for you folks. You got to check them out on YouTube. That was flawless. Great breakdown. Golden, they had a great run. Didn't quite make it to the finish line. Lex, Judo, we're here. The semifinals is right around the corner. So as we prepare for this United and Omnipotent semifinal, we are going to take a very short break. We're going to let you guys grab us a quick sip of water, because we know this action is going to be hot and it's going to be intense. We're excited for it here in the booth. Folks at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the rest of this Clash of Clans team finale of our qualifiers. It's going to be a lot of fun. And of course, this is the $100,000 Superverse finale. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Jack and I are here right now to announce something very exciting. Drum roll, please. Galaxy Battle Superverse program, where the entire Supercell community will come together. First of its kind cross-game event where Supercell universes will collide as creators and players will compete in Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, and Clash Royale to find out who the best gamer in the Superverse is. The Grand Finals will have a $100,000 prize pool. It will be $100,000 prize pool! Whoa. The finals are going to be on September 30th, and Courage and I are going to be casting. Courage will be casting. I'll be there. I will attempt to cast.
You will be casting too.
I'll be casting, yes. Jack and I are here right now to
out of this world. I make moves ahead of the curve. I'ma teleport you to another dimension.
Clinching straight up out of this hole. I can't stop, I'm on a roll. Buckle up, we're taking control. Feel the vibration, no limitation. Got the power, let's go. Power. Now that's power. Power.
Well, folks, I told you we'd be right back. This is the $100,000 Galaxy Battle Superverse brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and Supercell, powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. And of course, today is the Clash of Clans Team Qualifier Finals. We've had 2 first rounds go off without a hitch, and honestly some great wars that we've seen. A couple 3 stars, a lot of 2 stars, and some really tight battles. But at the end of the day, 2 teams stand taller than the rest. If you've enjoyed this Clash of Clans competition and you want to get involved with Clash of Clans, all you have to do is go download it on iOS, on the Android, Google Play stores. You've got to go get involved in Clash of Clans. It's a lot of fun. You can download it for free right now. And by the way, you got to go follow Samsung Galaxy on all major socials. Those links are down in the description below, and you can go get involved because they've got some amazing products, of course, like the Galaxy Z Fold 5 we've been touting all day today, but also the Buds Pro and a lot more. So go get involved, go follow Samsung Galaxy on all major socials. It's time to bring in our casters. It's time for the semifinals. And of course, as we take a look at our rosters for this next matchup, we've seen some of these players before. And gentlemen, here we go. This is for the finale. This is for the final spots to the finale on September 30th. This is going to be a big one.
Certainly is. It feels like 2 seconds ago that we kicked off those first 2 wars and how exciting they were, but it all comes down to this. The winner will progress. Omnipotence starting off here, Lex, with a couple of balloons picking off those defenses. Battle Blimp moving in, and we were talking about this a little bit, but I'm surprised we didn't see more attacks. Super Archer, Super Barbarians, but it's actually the Super Minions here.
Yeah, he invested 4 lightning spells to get both sweepers, 2 on each, right at the beginning of the attack. So he didn't have quite enough spells to do the Super Archer Bomb. You typically need almost all your spells to do that, but the Super Minion Bomb getting some decent value here. Look at that 1 minion waking up the Town Hall, but not able to take it out. Couple Expos he leaves up, and we're seeing again the flexibility of those Super Barbs. He's sending in a couple of Expos, perhaps a couple of Super Barbs trying to get that Expo, but they're not quite able to take it out yet.
Yeah, that is tricky. I think he definitely would have wanted the Expos, but let's see what he can do here because he's still got lots of the Super Barbarians to support the heroes. However, he needs to make sure to save onto plenty of them to funnel his heroes in towards that Town Hall. Now, I think he'll just wait there. He managed to get one of the Expos, and granted, that's the only one that was in range of his heroes. Barbarian King about to use that ability, but there you can see how valuable the Super Barbarians are to just clear out the buildings on the outside, force the heroes in through the gaps in the wall. And it makes me wonder, Lex, whether we will see a lot more bases closing up the wall compartments to just completely counter this strategy.
Yeah, it is really fun here to see that Apprentice Warden, the baby warden I like to call him, getting a ton of value, helping the king and queen. Without any free spells, though, this queen goes down and the Town Hall stays up, so he's going to have to resort to plan B. Send the champion, send the Diggy to go get the Town Hall. We won't be able to utilize her on the outside of the base. Does she even get that?
It's going to be close. The Expo was tanked from the king, switched across, but he only just gets that Town Hall, breathing a sigh of relief because You for sure would not want a 1-star on the first attack, especially when this wall is the one that would progress you into the next stage of this qualifier. But yeah, locking up that Town Hall, and also a pretty good percentage here when we think about what the average destruction has been in the opening wars.
Yes, if you're not going to be able to hit the 3-star, you at least want to get above 90, and above 90 he did. 94 is a solid percent here to open up the match, and already going to put some decent pressure on United Gaming, because they did have quite a few slip-ups in their first match here today, so they've got to figure things out, and, you know, for their mentality, open up with something better than a 94.
Yeah, well, one thing I was impressed with United Gaming in that opening war was how flexible they were as a team, and how versatile, should I say, in terms of they all tended to use different strategies, really trying to customize to the base. So really not sure what to expect, but I know that they will be, you know, deeply thinking about how is the most efficient way to take down the base. And I mean, you know yourself, you've played alongside these guys, but they have a lot of experience on that team.
They definitely do have a ton of experience. They're able to adapt and overcome obstacles on the fly, but we'll see. You know, sometimes these bases can be extremely tricky. Maybe Omnipotence have really cracked the code against United Gaming in particular, and they've just got some superb baits set up. Only time will tell.
Well, that's always the thing, right? The more experience you have, the easier it is to watch all of the matches you've had and then bait you and trip you up, right? So let's see whether they do have that secret up their sleeve, because given that, you know, they could see which teams they were potentially moving up against next, it gives them a little bit of time to prepare. We do see that twin Hog Rider attack, regular Hog Riders and Super Hog Riders. A wide variety of spells. Here we go with the Skelly Donut to kick us off, Lex, going for the CC and the Monolith.
Very fun to see this. I think this is our first Skelly Donut of the day. If he's able to successfully take out the Monolith and the Clan Castle, and he won't have to worry about any defensive troops later, and he won't have to worry about any annoying defenses behind the Town Hall. If he can get it early, snipe it with something else. I thought he was going to try to battle blimp it, but it looks like that blimp just meant for the Inferno Tower and the Rage Tower.
Yeah, and this is a perfect example of what we were talking about. Oh, nearly got the Expo. But a perfect example of when he didn't really need to use the Rage spell, right? Because the Battle Blimp was dropped right on top of that multi-target Inferno. It's going to take it down. He wouldn't have really got that much more value from utilizing the Rage. Granted, he might have got that Expo, but arguably still not worth it for a Rage spell. However, moving in with the heroes here, notice how they are both tanking the defenses for each other, but they're not tripping over each other either. That's always a skill that I find impressive, on just the right amount of space between your heroes, if that makes sense.
Right, and that Yeti Bomb early, taking out the Rage Tower as well, was such a huge bonus, because now these Expos hitting the King are only doing normal damage instead of double damage, allowing the King an easy time to secure that first star. The Queen, with the help of a skeleton spell, able to clear everything she was responsible for, and here we go with the Hog Riders on the left side of the base. A Rage spell and a very nicely timed Eternal Tome going to get him through this tough Eagle Artillery section.
Yeah, particularly with the Rage Tower there, it can be very tricky to get your Hog Riders through. So that is where that perfectly timed Warden ability alongside the Rage spell can help you just push through that area. He's still got a lot of troops here. Freezes the back end. He's got the Archer Queen ability, the Royal Champion ability, still has an invisibility. Oh my word, Lex, this is looking incredible for Ghost and United Gaming.
Just a perfect plan against this style of base from Ghost, picking every little detail apart, small section by section, and nothing went wrong. I mean, his Queen basically swagged ability. He just popped it there on the outside for fun. Over 30 seconds to spare. The Warden alive, the Champion alive, an army of archers, and a bunch of Hog Riders still as well. Extremely impressive from Ghost to keep some of those Hog Riders alive, even with not a single healing spell in that entire attack.
Exactly. A perfect start for United Gaming, but hey, Omnipotence, they're right there as well. They had that 94% attack, so if you're not going to get the 3-star, exactly as you mentioned, you have to be getting very close, in which he did. But What a flawless attack. The Skelly Donut in itself, always super impressive when we see that. Then, as I was mentioning, just the perfect precision placement of his heroes as they split through the base. The planning was exceptional on that attack. Just super, super impressive to see them step it up here when they really needed to, because as we said, we could have maybe expected a little bit more from them in that opening war, but yeah, really stepping it up in this second match when they need to.
And I think it's even more impressive to see such a detailed and well-executed plan like that as their opening attack. I mean, he quite literally only had 10 or so minutes to plan that out, pick his army, request CC troops, everything. I mean, we're used to seeing attacks like that maybe toward the end of the match, but Ghost doesn't need that much time to think it through. Excellent stuff from him.
Well, let's flip back across to the other side. We have a very similar attack here from Omnipotence with the, well, presumably the super archers in the blimp this time. You very correctly, told the viewers last time why he used the minions, but since he has the extra spells, it is the archers for this one, and then the super barbarians to follow up. But let's see what he can get. So the archers firing at the CC troops there, so they're not doing anything, and they're also following away from the town hall. This is dangerous, Lex.
Ooh, it is dangerous, but is he still going to be able to get some decent value? No, he lost a lot of archers there, didn't he? They're not targeting the town hall.
I can't believe he didn't deploy an archer at 12 o'clock to pull the CC up there.
Oh, that's extremely unfortunate here for Omnipotence, but those super archers are gone and the town hall stays up. Some of these Inferno towers stay up as well, and to make matters worse, Judo, he's got no spell support, and this invisibility tower is going to be lingering by that town hall, ready to go again.
Yeah, you can see it just gradually popping up as you were talking about that. Really devastating opener here, but let's see what he can do to adapt. As long as he can get that 2-star, keep the percentage up, keep them in this war, that's all he's going to be expecting here, because the 3-star is certainly going to be extremely tricky. But he's managing very well at the moment, getting that funnel set up to just drive the Archer Queen through. Does indeed pop that invisibility tower early, so the Archer Queen will be able to just pop ability, secure the town hall. Nice patience in order to do that.
The Barbarian King there pre-triggering the Invis Tower before the Queen was close to the Town Hall was very clutch. As you mentioned, the timing there worked out to where no panic attack, no need to send the Royal Champion for the Town Hall, so now he can at least utilize her somewhere else and try to pick up a decent and respectable percent here. He's still got a dozen or so super barbs that he's starting to sprinkle in from the south side as well.
Yeah, decides to send the Royal Champion in from that bottom side. I guess with the Super Barbs, he can still get a lot of percentage on the outside of the base. It's probably a little bit more important to, choose the RC ability, the RC placement wisely when you have weaker troops to pick things off with. But you can see how he didn't get the opener he wanted. He still has 3 of these super wall breakers, just slowly deploying them across that side to try and tank for his super barbarians. Nice job to, do anything you can, keep it together. And considering the opener, he's done extremely well to push this up to 75%.
Indeed, it's unfortunate we don't get to see what his original plan was with those heroes. He had to shift things around, go to plan B, send them toward the town hall. Luckily, that Queen was able to snipe the town hall without anything sketchy going on, and still being able to pick up 75%. Respectable after that opener.
Definitely, but this obviously puts United Gaming in the most optimal spot, given that they already have their 3-star. Moving into this second attack, should they get another 3-star, it really then becomes a mountain to climb for Omnipotence. But let's just see what they can do here. Will they stick to the same order in this second war? Because I believe Ghost did attack first in the first war. Do you know if they have a standard order, United Gaming, or do they tend to just mix things up? I know it varies from team to team.
This is their North American only roster, which they don't play together with this roster in every single tournament, so I don't think they have a typical order that they're super accustomed to. I'm used to Nick going kind of early, but it seems Ghost today has really taken over that opening attack role. But speaking of Nick, here he goes with the second attack, and he's bringing the Lalo.
Well, he's doing the Skelly bat donut here. Yes, it is. He's got the Skelly down for the CC. The bats for that multi-target Inferno. Has a couple of them peel off to the Expo. This always looks so impressive because it always looks like the bats shouldn't be invisible, but they are. And is he going to get that Expo? He's getting close. He gets the multi up there, but he missed the Expo, unfortunately.
He did. It's hard to tell exactly all he wanted. Ooh, look at that outside tornado trap catching the minion. That's kind of funny there, but good for Nick to get that out of the way before he even sends the blimp. The blimp still manages to hit a Seeking Airmine right away, but even with all those traps, he gets all the way to the Town Hall, and I believe with no more spells invested, he'll get that first star secured.
Yep, well, they are grounded Expos on the back end there, and like you said, I think he might have even just wanted the multi-target Inferno, actually, because it seemed like a couple of the bats pinned off to the Expo, and he was kind of just rolling with the flow, if you will, from there. But here we go with these heroes diving in towards this bottom section. Barbarian King just about to lock onto the Archer Queen, but the attacking Archer Queen just really hanging back on those skeletons. He would have really liked her to be up behind the king as he's tanking, so perhaps he could have expected a little bit more value here, but still seemingly going to plan.
Yes, unfortunate he found, I think, 3 of the 4 skeleton traps so early. They're stalling him up. The king, thanks to that Phoenix, shout out to the Phoenix, was able to get the scatter shot, but the queen having to go to ability early. I think he wanted her to walk left from that 6 o'clock position, so maybe not quite getting all the things Nick expected. He might have to adjust on the fly here, but he decides to send the balloons, send the lava hound, send the champion from the top side of the base.
Yeah, interesting. He had a good group of balloons going to the left side. They did get the wizard tower. Look at that lava hound getting all of those red air bombs. So pivotal moving through the middle of the base. Is he going to have enough here? We're into the final minute. He's got 2 freeze and a haste spell, so he could still get this. Doesn't want to freeze that wizard tower over to the right-hand side. Just waiting on the balloons to get there. 1 freeze in order to get this done. Royal Champion does finally fall.
A very awkward Lalo pathing here for Nick, not the typical L shape you're trying to set up with your opener, as he still had so many defenses in that middle to get through. But the Royal Champion was able to help the balloons a lot here. They're pushing into the backside of the base, only a handful of them up. Nick always rocking that classic OG Warden skin, the default skin. For some reason, he loves it. The Owl trying to come in clutch here, but that air defense, Judo, I think is going to stall it up.
Yeah, just falling short here. A great attack does keep that percentage very high for United Gaming, but not quite able to capitalize as much as they would have liked. However, you know, they're still in the driving seat. They can breathe easy, but Omnipotence in this next attack, should they 3-star, will throw the pressure right on them.
Yep, that slip up there from United Gaming does open the door for Omnipotence. The ball over in their court. They have a chance here to catch back up, but they got to start 3-star, and they were able to hit 2 triples in their last match. Is the pressure of facing a team with a name such as United Gaming getting to them? We'll have to wait and see what their last 3 attackers can do, but if they're able to step up to the plate, start hitting some triples, this is going to be a very interesting finish to this match.
Yeah, maybe we'll see what we did in the last one, right? Omnipotence can have a repeat of those back-to-back 3-stars we've seen in the War versus Golden X. And, yeah, that's exactly what we hope to see here. Just to keep things close, keep things exciting, and really just put on some great attacks. We've already seen some fantastic strategies, and I'm excited to see what we can have moving forward. I think this is our first Super Dragon attack, especially with the recall spell. Interesting.
Very interesting mix of troops. It almost seems like a classic Queen Charge or Queen Walk Recall Super Dragon. We haven't seen it today, but it has been somewhat common. But look how quickly he recalls that queen there. Literally just wanted like 7 buildings and then yoinks her out of there right away. And very interesting to note the addition of 8 or so Super Barbarians as well.
Yeah, just a couple of Super Barbarians. Either funneling for his queen or picking off the defenses. It doesn't have to be a Super Barbarian attack to utilize them. In the current base meta, they seem to just be so flexible, especially with all these open wall compartments. You can really use them to just drive your heroes into the direction you want them to go. Obviously, in this case, you know, the open wall compartments are critical because he's got the Super Bobs, he's got the Super Dragons, No Super Wall Breakers able to be used. Battle Blimp flying over the top of those Super Dragons so you can catch all of them in the Warden ability as it moves through, aiming to quickly snipe that Town Hall. The Dragons can hopefully just fan out around the different buildings, the different defenses either side of it.
Yes, a very well-timed Warden ability, but also a very nice Tornado Trap on Ghost's base. Stalls him up a little bit there. That Giga Poison wrecking everything that came out of the Battle Blimp. He did secure the Town Hall, though. He's having to invest some free spells on this Monolith because, unfortunately, that Lava Hound came out, distracting his heroes at possibly the worst time here for the attacker because that Monolith is just raining havoc and his queen's taking forever to get through it.
Oh, the Super Dragon just about got it down. I wasn't sure which was going to come out on top there, the Super Dragon or the Monolith. But thankfully, it was the Super Dragon, allowing the Queen a lot of easier ride through here. Still has the Queen ability and a couple of spells to support, but we're into the final minute here, so he's got to start trying to drive the percentage up before time runs out, even if he doesn't run out of the troops by then.
Right, we're seeing those Super Barbarians being used on the outside. He was just kind of saving them for flex on the outside wherever needed in that flexible spot, investing his last rage on the champion, hoping she can clear through as much as possible on the right side, but he might just be trying to go for percent here as time ticks down, as that Expo locks onto the RC. Ooh, it's interesting to see this raged up healer swap. That's actually helping him a ton.
Yeah, it gets that multi-target Inferno down. I'm surprised how much he got here, I'll be honest with you. When I was looking at this, I did wonder, a bit like what we talked about before, would he have been better just letting the Archer Queen walk on one side? Take all of the non-defensive buildings on the outside, send the RC and the Super Barbs from the other side. But seeing how it played out, I don't think that would have been the case, as he nearly got 90% there. Very nice attack.
Yep, 89%, not too bad at all, but still not the 3-star that they are looking for, and they're definitely going to need at least one triple to walk away with the victory today, potentially 2 out of their last 2 attacks. Just depends now what United Gaming can do. I think everything is, the ball's kind of in their court now. They have control of their own fate. If they can hit another solid 3-star, they're looking good to win this match.
Well, judging on Agent 33's attack in that opening war, I am definitely looking forward to his because it was such a clean hybrid hit. Really textbook as we broke down at the time. So perhaps he can have a repeat and really come out MVP for United Gaming, because that would definitely, like you said, put them in the best spot they could be in. But let's see who's attacking next for them.
Greticus gonna be doing the next attack for United Gaming. He went last in the first match, but today he's stepping up to the plate a little bit earlier, also bringing out the Super Dragons and 2 recall spells, not just 1, and not even any healers on his queen. What has he got cooked up for us here?
This is beautiful. He is channeling his inner Klaus. Let's go. We've got the recall from the left side. Is he just going to pick off air defense with the Archer Queen?
Look how he's sprinkling in the giants to help her out too, instead of using healers.
Wow. Fantastic job. Love the creativity. Giant even distracting for the archers there so the queen can pick it off. Getting the funnel, but then the air defense as well. Then he can recall the queen again and probably, just place her at the other side of the base for one of those back-end air defenses.
Yep, I imagine the next time he drops the queen, it'll be behind the king or something, so the queen can really stay alive for a long time. Look at all that funnel value the queen got. I mean, it looks like she took out 30% of the base without even using any healers, just a couple recall spells invested. That's really cool to note. I have a feeling we might be seeing some other people try that in the near future. Super Dragons for the Town Hall with the assistance of the Stone Slammer easily get that first star, but let's see how much they can push through with this Giga Poison slowing them down.
Well, it's Grounded Expos, so although they've got the multi on them, hopefully he can push through this side. I mean, really, let's see what he's got in this Stone Slammer, whether he can overwhelm those multi-target Infernos. Now you see the heroes from the bottom area of the base. Like you said, the Barbarian King first to tank for that Archer Queen, and he's also got the Royal Champion following up. He's got 2 spells, not wanting to use those for the Super Dragon. I think as long as they get through to the Eagle, that's all he would run from the Super Dragons, and then the heroes to hopefully clean the back end here.
Super unfortunate. His king goes back to the left here, so he's not distracting for the Archer Queen. But with the champion, the Diggy, the invisibility spell helping out the Queen now, he's still got a really solid chance. This Queen ability staying intact. He's trying to hold it as long as possible. He might need that Queen ability to get through the enemy Queen and to have a chance to get to that scatter shot for the 3-star.
It's going to be tricky. Let's see how the Archer Queen paths here as well. Manages to get through the Archer Queen without using the ability, so that is crucial. But the scatter shot still not locked onto the Queen. It's on Frosty, so he is managing to dodge things for the moment. There's the scatter on the Queen now. So what happens here when he presses the ability? Where does she go? Into the scatter!
But the Skelly Trap distracts, and the time on the clock, Judo, only 7 seconds, but she gets through it quickly. The archers take out the right side building, giving Queen just enough time. 1 second. Oh, I thought it said 0.
I think it did. I think it went to 0. Oh my gosh.
Oh, wow.
Wow. As close as it gets, shall we say. But United Gaming getting the 3-star. Omnipotence. They must be kicking themselves after that, because now, like you said, they have to 3-star these final 2 attacks since they are 2 stars behind now.
Indeed. What an amazing buzzer beater finish. I could have sworn it said 0 before she got the last shot off, but amazing stuff here from Goreticus. The creativity with the double recall without even needing any healers, and that Queen got so much value. The Dragons path straight through the middle of the base. I mean, just overall an impressive plan here. These guys are so good at breaking each base down and not just relying on, you know, their favorite attack and forcing it on every base. It always impresses me.
Yeah, for sure. And I think the not taking the healers is what impressed me a lot there, because you think you take the healers on that area of the base where you're not sending the dragons in, should you hit a seeking air mine, you know, it's not going to end well. Now, I'm sure Grandpa would have wished that he could have seen that attack a little bit earlier on, because this is a similar base, shall we say. It's a little bit different to get through to the back end, but it's pretty similar. You could definitely try it on one of these style of bases. I know I will be.
Oh yeah, here comes the Yeti Blimp. I feel like we haven't seen enough of it today. Looks like no spells invested on this one, just quite simply takes out an Inferno Tower, and possibly more importantly, gets that early Clan Castle pool that'll allow the Archer Queen, now with healers, to fight the Clan Castle on the outside of the base.
Yeah, very nice job on that one. He, like you said, pulled the CC, got that funnel created perfectly. Nice use of the Headhunter there, just as the Barbarian King goes on to the Archer Queen. And good scouting there as well from his teammates. Just to, well, I said to put the Archer in, but the Battle Builder's just continually repairing that Elixir Collector. See if it can get it done before the end of the attack.
She's going to have to work overtime and still won't get any work done. Oh my. There's the next rage for the Archer Queen as she gets closer and closer to this Poison Tower that visually looks like it's bugging out right now. But here we go. Poison Tower launching onto the Queen. Tornado Trap going to spin her into the wall. Going to burn a few seconds on the clock here as the Queen looks like she's running on the treadmill, and the healers start to take a little bit of damage. But look at this beautiful pathing. I'm surprised Queen just walked straight into the scatter shot.
Yeah, very nice job. I mean, you can visualize it right now. Another rage. There it is, just to help keep that Queen alive through the enemy Queen. She gets the Eagle Scatter X, but she can get so much value here. And then we can hopefully make that push towards the Town Hall. As you see, starting now with the Barbarian King and the Grand Warden as well, pushing those Super Barbarians through.
Indeed, fun to see that he brought Super Barbarians for the tail end of the attack. Usually when we see such a heavy Queen charge as the opener, it's almost always some sort of Lalo, some sort of Hog Rider back in, maybe a hybrid, but he's just relying on the King, the Warden on ground mode to help the King take this Town Hall section, and then using those Super Barbarians wherever needed all around the base. And this Royal Champion can be dropped anywhere. That good freeze to take the Town Hall. My biggest concern right now is just the time.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. He has really dissected this base incredibly well. If he can get that monolith down, it could... Oh, down it goes. It could happen. He sent the Royal Champion from the left-hand side. He's got things condensing around every angle of the base. He's got Queen ability, RC ability. 20 seconds, but he's got stuff everywhere. Come on, let's see if he can do it.
Ooh, pops the Queen ability. Has definitely got all the firepower
Protect the
needed.
hog.
Drops the
Freeze.
minion.
Why are you not using the freeze spells?
Oh, he tries to swag them both. 5,
Oh,
4,
my goodness.
3 seconds to spare. He still gets it, Judo. If only he could use the free spells on the clock, that would have helped out a ton.
They certainly would have, but my heart was pounding right there. I mean, can you imagine, though, if he had have lost the Hog Rider to the Multi-Inferno and then time failed because of that? Definitely a risky play. You've got to have fun in these tournaments, but I don't know. It's always something that gets me a little bit nervous when I see people trying to swag stuff, put it that way.
Yeah, sometimes it can also be hard to tell if he was actually trying to swag it, or maybe he just didn't realize he needed it right there for the Hog Rider. Sometimes you never know, but in the end, it ends up working out for Grandpa. The first 3-star for Omnipotence in this matchup, and a crucial one because it keeps them alive. They still have a chance here.
This is what they did last time, right? They really just started stepping up the 3-stars, kind of mid to late game, if you will. But here we have Agent, who I picked out before with that flawless attack in the first war. He's got mass Hog Riders for this one, so a little bit of a switch from the hybrid. And interestingly uses the Queen initially, getting that mortar and just setting up for the Flame Flinger. A very unique way of doing that. We don't see it too often, using the Archer Queen to get a few defenses and then set up the Flame Flinger.
You'll have to take note of this Royal Champion on defense positioning as well. I think the fire effect from the Flame Flinger is going to end up doing quite a noticeable amount of damage to her. At least maybe that's what Agent's planning on. But the scatter shot definitely going to go down there on the right side. And the Queen over here on the top side, slowly making her way toward the Town Hall section, already investing his second rage spell here. And we'll see how exactly he's going to try to push her in. Ooh, his Flame Flinger getting targeted early.
Yeah, I think he was looking over at that Flame Flinger, actually, maybe a tad late on the Headhunters, but he did get them in time, thankfully, to protect that Queen ability. About to get the multi down, will soon then be moving on towards the Town Hall, but he does have the Ice Golems moving across, so hoping to get that down before she engages. Yeti's then out of the Flame Flinger, getting the Rage Tower down. There's still a really thick area of defenses in the middle there for the Hogs to deal with.
Luckily, that Rage Tower on the right side gonna expire before his Hog Riders move through. He's got one healing spell. I'm wondering if he's gonna use that first or if he'll elect to go with the Warden ability. That answers that question. Warden ability right away. Rage spell through the middle, and he's still got this healing spell wherever needed.
Yeah, I guess the Warden ability straight away means he can protect as many Hog Riders as possible, but I did think he was going to use the heal first. However, you can see how it's just perfectly placed in the middle to keep both of the Hog Riders, I was going to say alive through the multi, but they didn't quite get that multi on the left. However, gets what they needed with the RC ability now flying through. Diggy is still alive to help get that scatter shot, and he's done it again, Lex. He has another flawless attack here to put United Gaming just that tiny little bit closer. They are within touching distance of moving forward now.
He has indeed. Agent 33's got to be feeling good today. 2 3-stars for him, carrying his team across the finish line. Well, almost there, as long as their last attacker comes through. But beautiful stuff from Agent 33. And like I mentioned earlier, so fun to see how the Hog Riders are used these days. They don't have to get through the entire base. They just have to push far enough and distract enough defenses to allow the Royal Champion to finish everything else out. I mean, the Royal Champion getting through more than half the base and still at full health gave her everything she needed in combination with the Grand Warden to take out the last couple defenses.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point, because it's essentially the exact same attack that we always used to see, but it's just used in that slightly different way. now, you know, the Hog Rider's just a phase of the attack, if you will, rather than the main. I mean, I guess it still is the main squad, but yeah, I think that's an excellent point, because it's kind of a lot of the strategies we use nowadays have shifted due to the Royal Champion and how, you know, difficult Town Hall 15 has been in comparison to previous levels.
Indeed, I think the Hog Riders nowadays are used kind of as just a tank for the Royal Champion, who's really the powerhouse of the back end of that attack. But here we go with Oscar. Speaking of the Hog Riders again, he's got the Queen Charge, he's got the Hog Riders, but more heavily focused on the Super Hog Rider on this one. And take note of his spells. He's got that jump spell, probably for the Archer Queen here.
Yeah, similar approach with the Archer Queen to, you know, tank the mortar and take that down, allowing the Flame Flinger to then hopefully get a lot of value. The Archer Queen will keep that Expo alive. It's the Expo tank, sorry. It's really when the Flame Flinger gets in range of that other Expo, which might be sooner than he expected. Let's just see how it paths, I guess.
Because that upper Expo's on air mode, he should be okay for a little while, but the Queen, without the Unicorn, she actually takes damage a lot faster than you think. Interesting to see him bring the Phoenix here. Now the Expo locks onto a healer. CC troops are coming out. Flame Flinger trying to go for the Expo. It's getting a little bit dicey here for Oscar. Dropping the Barbarian King on the south side, also waking up the Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, especially with that Archer Queen ability already used, it is tricky. And yes, he has the Phoenix, but if he's not close enough to the Town Hall, then it's not going to matter, because she, you know, she comes back to life, but she will go down irrespective. So you just gotta hope that he gets close enough. Another rage spell used, and there he goes. Locks onto the Town Hall. Healer's about to go down though, because they're targeted from the multi. So after the Queen gets the Town Hall, she's not going to get much more. I wonder whether that rage spell really was worth it.
I think that's a good analysis. The rage spell might be kind of swagged after all. Because of the Phoenix ability, she probably could have gotten the Town Hall even without it. Not having that extra rage to help these Hog Riders, and they are starting to fizzle out like crazy. The champion taking a lot of damage, and this Monolith just going to send her straight to her grave.
Just so deadly, the back end of the base. Those raged up, the raged up Inferno towers there can be so deadly. And the Monolith as well, so much damage to the back end of the base. He's got a couple of troops they can try and drive that percentage up with, but at the end of the day, this is not what was needed for Omnipotence and United Gaming. I think they just need to get a star moving into this last attack, which obviously puts them in the best position, or I guess not mathematically the best position they can be in, but pretty much the best position they can be in moving into the last attack.
Right, this here is going to be putting Omnipotence at 11 stars, and United Gaming also already at 11, so all they need is a solid 1 star here. Just got to make sure, you know, nothing too scary happens on this next attack, and it looks like they're going to be securing their spot here all the way through today's qualifier finals.
Fantastic stuff, and then we will be seeing the other side of the black bracket play out as well in order to see who else will be joining them in moving forward. But let's just stick to this war for the moment, see what United Gaming can do for this last attack, and how many stars they can put up. Could they even get to 14 stars here, which would be incredibly impressive.
It would be impressive indeed, and I think before today's matches started, this is the kind of performance a lot of people were expecting out of United Gaming. You know, whether you personally at home think that they are the best team or not in NA, I think a lot of people put that sort of pressure on teams like United Gaming, teams like Empire Gaming, so that's always in the back of their minds. They opened up today with that, I think, 10-star performance with the 1 triple and the 1 star, but they're putting up on a show on this match. And speaking of a show, one of my favorite players to watch, Mr. Ninja, is in with the final attack of the match.
Queen charge into hybrid, going traditional with the siege barracks as well. Let's see if we can get another hybrid 3-star, delaying the use of those healers as long as possible. Queen will quickly get that air defense, and then he's going to move to the right here. Is that what he wanted, do you think, Lex?
I do think because of the way he was funneling, this Queen is pathing exactly how he expected. Interesting again to see the Phoenix being used. Queen really low on health. He's got to be careful with these spells or else she could go to ability early. That rage spell, I think, at the perfect time. Only a partial CC pull. And where are these wall breakers
That
going?
wall break! Oh my god!
That actually worked out really well.
I mean, if the Queen wasn't intended to do that, and he did adapt on the fly, that was phenomenal. But either way, he's now got a clear shot to the Expos, the Town Hall, the Monolith. Queen can get so much value here. Using that rage, she is still fine for the moment. Trying to quickly get the Hogs in now whilst he has a couple of seconds, because the Queen is going to step into that Town Hall area and take a lot of damage. She's going to have to be focusing on the Queen momentarily.
Precisely, and now it's all about the timing of the King, the Siege Barracks, the hybrid. Like I mentioned earlier today, this attack relies so heavily on having all three components work in unison to distract the right buildings at the right time. Notice that Invis Tower causing the Queen some chaos here, but he's able to handle it all right, using the Queen ability to take the Town Hall, to take the Invis Tower, but can he get through the Monolith?
Well, it went to the healers for a second, which did him a favor, but was the battle built? Oh, no, Phoenix on the Queen! You keep mentioning it! Come on, Queen. Get that mod. It's going to work out as well here. Come on.
Oh,
the Phoenix gets it! Perfect pet in this scenario.
Wow, how about that? I always say, or at least I always kind of insinuate that I think the Unicorn is the best pet for the Queen, but the Phoenix getting really good value in this situation, and then the healer swap. Even though there's only one healer left now, it does make quite a bit of a difference. It was healing the champion for a few seconds. Now it's topping off the King, the P.E.K.K.A. moving around the outside of the base. And I think he's got more than enough units, especially with the healing spell. I didn't even notice. He was able to save it for so long.
Waiting for that perfect moment. And we alluded to it, but United Gaming, they are able to get 14 stars here, moving on in this qualifier. And while winning today's qualifier on this side of the bracket, a very impressive performance. Commiserations to Omnipotence, but United Gaming, that was incredible. I really loved casting that one with you, Lex.
Yes, a very nice win for United Gaming by 3 entire stars. Not super close at all.
Gentlemen, that was a wild finish. Of course, shout out to Ninja for finishing out with a 3-star when you only needed a 1. I mean, really could have sat back on his laurels, but went for gold there. 14 stars overall. United is looking hard to beat, and they dominate in the competition. I mean, looking back, there was a couple missed opportunities, but as we take a look at some of these replays, I mean, Lex, what do you think the keys to success were for United in those attacks? Like, was it just those 3-star moments, or is there something special that they did?
I mean, this team is just special all around. A lot of teams toward the top end of Clash of Clans these days rely on their favorite attacks and being able to just force it on any particular base. But one thing that this team in particular is so good at is they're so flexible with so many different attack strategies. They can really pick apart each base, find the weaknesses, and do whatever attack is needed against that specific base. And it just worked out perfectly in this one.
That's a great shout. Of course, we got to give a shout out to United Ghost as well with the Skelly Donut start with a 3-star off the rip. I know we talked about how technical of a start that was, especially being the first attacker. And overall, Omnipotence put up a good fight. You know, we had a couple great rounds. Deity of Death had an 89%. But Judo, I mean, as we take a look at a couple of these replays, I think United Gyarados with the Queen no healers to recall spell play was wild. I mean, talk to me a little bit about that one.
Yeah, I think one thing that is really impressive about this team is yes, their versatility, but also just going a little bit off meta and really, you know, being creative, which is what you said in that example with the 2 recall spell. It's something that is outside of the box, and going back to what we were talking about earlier in how impressive the base builders are nowadays, that psychology game in baiting your opponent, being able to think outside of the box like that can, you know, put you in a totally different league. So I am, you know, very impressed as to how well they did here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Of course, Omnipotence Grandpa did well as well. He secures the 3-star when he needed to make it an option. Let's take a look at these stats. I mean, it's hard to look past the 4 100% 3-stars from the side of United. But again, Grandpa doing what he needed to do to even have a chance at it at the end of the day here. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at this, Lex, and it's just kind of undeniable that United Gaming's on top and likely going to be on top going into whatever is next.
Yeah, very beautiful performance from United Gaming. No doubt they deserve the victory today, but you do got to give a little bit of a credit to Omnipotence, putting up 12 stars in their first match, only 11 in this one, but looking at their fails right there, most of them, all except one, were still really high percentages, so if a couple of small things had just gone their way, they could have been, up there at 13, 14 stars as well.
Yeah, it's a great shot. Well, let's take a look at the bracket. Again, speaking of what's next, United Gaming has done it. They only needed to win 2 wars overall to make it into the solo finals that are going to be happening off screen. They've got 5 players making it through on their team. 4 will make it to the finale on September 30th. So congratulations overall, Omnipotence. You put up a great fight. You did well. You made it all the way through the qualifiers. Just didn't quite have enough gusto at the very final moments to make it to the September 30th finale. But gentlemen, incredible to see United Gaming here. We are halfway done with this show. We have one more team that we need to bring to the finals in September, and but this is kind of where I bid you both farewell. You're going to be headed over to your own streams and doing a watch party. Incredible job here in the booth. I'm going to give you both a chance for some final words for the broadcast. Let's start with you, Judo. Great job today. Any final words for the broadcast? And then also shout out yourself. Shout out where people can find you, because your watch party's popping.
Oh gosh, yeah. So I'll be watching the rest of the stream on my Twitch channel, which is twitch.tv /judo_sloth. I want to thank Samsung Galaxy for sponsoring the stream, and obviously the fantastic devices that we've been able to play on. And yeah, just looking forward to seeing the next matches and watching that with my viewers as well, having a chat with them. And yeah, thank you for the opportunity to cast today. It's been a lot of fun.
Did fantastic, Judo. Good luck in your watch party. Lex, final words for the broadcast. Shout yourself out.
It's been a lot of awesome matches so far. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the other teams playing in the next couple matches. Empire Gaming, always fun to watch. My boys over at Aphelion Esports, I love them. This will be fun to watch. You guys can find me on Twitter, LexNosYT, or over on Twitch, twitch.tv/LexNos.
I love it. Well, gentlemen, that's all I've got for you. Have fun in your watch parties, and I'm looking forward to the second half as well. Thank you for all the work here in the booth. Folks at home, what an incredible first half to this tournament. Really excited to continue to see the second team that makes it to the September 30th finale. Of course, this has all been powered by that Galaxy Z Fold 5, but we have some other things we need to talk about with Samsung Galaxy. We've got the Samsung Galaxy Tab 9. Samsung Galaxy's been kind enough to send one over to me. This thing is incredible. You got to discover a world of endless possibilities with it, okay? This Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Plus in particular is strengthened by Samsung's mightiest processor, and you'll have the power to unlock inspire greatness with it. Wi-Fi connectivity, enhanced durability. You can work toward your goals and stay close to what matters most from almost anywhere in the world without any worries of bumps, dust, water. Go check it out now. All you have to do is type in the chat !Galaxy Tab S9 !Galaxy Tab S9, an incredible product. And of course, in September 30th, as a part of that winning prize is this whole Samsung Galaxy bundle. And we talked about how this event was powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. And again, I've had a lot of fun talking to our creators about using this with our Supercell and inside of our Superverse playing games on it. It's optimized in Supercell games, so you can utilize the entire 7.6-inch interior screen. So go check out that Galaxy Z Fold 5 as well, Galaxy Z Fold 5. It'll take you to that link. It's also down in the description below. We're trying to make it easy for you. And again, thank you to Samsung Galaxy for making this all possible. We've got one half of this event left, but this is just the beginning of the Superverse tournament series. I've got to remind you all at home that what's next? It's Brawl Stars coming soon. You can sign up to qualify for the live finale of those Brawl Stars qualifiers now. it's you got to go sign up now, right this second, through September 3rd, all the way till 2 p.m. CT. All right, you got to go get involved on Brawl Stars. I know a lot of you at home think you're Superverse fanatics and you can qualify on any given title. Clash of Clans today, but Brawl Stars is next. Go register at amg.games/Superverse. Go get involved on Brawl Stars. What a day we've had. What a day we've had on Clash of Clans. I'm excited for Brawl Stars as well. Folks at home, we're going to take a short break here, get our other two casters prepared. You're going to see some new faces here in the booth. An incredible first half, a second half coming to you. This is the $100,000 Galaxy Battle Superverse, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and, of course, Supercell, all powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. This is the Clash of Clans Team Qualifier Finals. One team that we get to crown champions of the Qualifier Finals. We'll see who that is here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short break.
Announce something very exciting. Drum roll, please. Galaxy Battle Superverse Program, where the entire Supercell community will come together. First of its kind cross-game event where Supercell universes will collide as creators and players will compete in Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, and Clash Royale to find out who the best gamer in the Superverse is. The Grand Finals will have a $100,000 prize pool. It would be $100,000 prize pool! Whoa. The finals are going to be on September 30th, and Courage and I are going to be casting. Courage will be casting. I'll be there. I will attempt to cast.
You will be casting too.
I'll be casting, yes.
Out of this world, I make moves ahead of the curve. I'ma teleport you to another dimension, straight up out of this earth. I can't stop, I'm on a roll. Buckle up, we're taking control. Feel the vibration, no limitation. Got the power, let's go. Power. Now that's power. Power.
Please don't go. Please don't go. Don't go. Don't go away.
What's going on, guys? Are you guys ready for some Samsung Galaxy battles?
Yeah, let's go, man.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, boys. Ben, tell me a little bit more about yourself.
Well, I am a YouTuber like yourself, and I play mainly Brawl Stars, but I do have a Town Hall 14 Clash of Clans account, so.
Ooh. Tag.
So I am the greatest Clash of Clans player of all time. You've probably seen me all over YouTube. I have a level 24 account, and yeah, that's what I do on the daily.
Tag, did you get into the clan yet?
Yeah, I don't see you, man.
Yeah. I'm just too high up there.
Oh, too high up, you don't want to leave your own clan, right?
So looking at the clan right now, I see Ben Tim has joined my clan, but I'm not seeing a level Town Hall 24 account up in here yet.
I mean, how am I supposed to join?
So you got to click your clan castle. Please tell me you have your clan castle built.
I mean, I built it, but it's broken and I need to rebuild it. So, you know, it was there before.
So essentially, we're not going to have Sir Tag in the clan because he doesn't even have his clan castle built yet.
So he's Town Hall minus knock off the 4, he's Town Hall 2?
The Town Hall 2, oh my god. This is like the cringiest.
How did you know?
How did you know the name of the video was going to be how to play Clash of Clans? That's the real question. Here's the overall concept of Clash of Clans. Basically, it's a multiplayer game where you play as a chief of a village, and you start out with that, Town Hall 2, and you have to start leveling up buildings in order to strengthen your base, join clans to play with other players who essentially want to basically war one another. So hence Clash of Clans. So when we look at our bases, tag, you start out with your town hall, which is the heart of your village. It basically holds a percentage of your loot, and it also gives up a star when it's destroyed. So this is the building that we want to defend. And then after that, you have your offensive and resource buildings. So you should have a gold mine and an elixir pump and gold storage and elixir storages, etc., etc. Then we go into our offensive buildings, which would be our laboratory, which is like super important because we need to upgrade that so we can level up our troops, spells, and siege machines, which you don't really have to worry about right this second. And then you have your army camps that house the troops, your barracks, and your dark barracks is what you unlock other troops by upgrading those buildings. And then after that, you have all your defenses and your wall. Are you caught up now?
I get you. I feel you. I'm ready to go to level 24 already.
I am ready for Town Hall 24 after all. So, Tim, how are you feeling about doing an attack for us?
Dude, I'm ready, man. I've been honing this attack strategy for years.
So Ben Tim here is using Electro Dragons. Yes!
Dude, I went from dragons only, and then once E-Dragons came out, my heart was sold.
This is classic. I love it.
Oh, we're just going base, bro.
Straight YOLO, baby.
That's how we do it, sir.
Well done.
Let's go. Let's go. But come on, I need to get my heroes over there, though, dude.
Yeah.
I missed. Don't mind that one freeze. I missed it. Okay.
Come on, get the town hall.
Yes. Oh, I just need damage.
Oh, he got it.
I'm not a 3-star. I'm a 2-star. All right.
I'm a 2-star specialist. I love it.
Dude, I'm a level 2 specialist.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Galaxy Battle Superverse. I'm here with Kenny Joe as we get ready to settle the other half of the bracket. We have one team already qualified. United Gaming is going through, and they'll potentially make it all their whole team. I don't know. I guess we'll see what happens there once they get to the next little mini phase there. But we need to get another team to go against them for that solo finals. And as you can see, Empire Gaming, the Furious 5, Aphelion Esports, and AO Valor are their competition here. Kenny Joe, how you feeling? How you feeling about that first half, first of all, and what happened there with United Gaming sweeping that side of the bracket?
Yeah, Eric, the United Gaming matches, that last one that we just watched was absolutely phenomenal with Agent 33 dropping the 3-star. Nick also coming in hot. And then Ghost, I mean, come on with amazing attacks. But what I'm really looking forward to is this next group of matches with Empire Gaming. Really excited for this first match.
Yeah, I'd say out of the list here, like you're looking at Empire Gaming, who I'd say is arguably one of the best teams out of the United States here. Them and United Gaming would have been the first to, they were the first to qualify, first of all, but they would be the favorites to win the whole thing here. But then Aphelion would definitely put up a good fight, and those other teams have definitely, it was a single elimination. We could see an underdog victory that could end up pushing through, but we can see our schedule for the rest of the broadcast here. Empire Gaming versus Furious 5 as it starts off here, and then we go to the other half of the bracket there, Aphelion versus AO, and then the winners will duke it out there because there's only one team that goes through here, Kenny.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see Aphelion versus AO. That's also going to be a very high power, high energy matchup. And it's just going to be left up to who's able to secure the most 3-stars.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the rosters here for the teams. Let's see who is all playing today. Of course, for Empire Game, we've got Anthony, Smokey Bear, Swifty, Jesus, and Shadow. This team is stacked. They've proven that they can play with the best teams in the world there time and time again. And they're, in my opinion, the favorite winner. But on the other side here, we got the Furious 5 here, an underdog team here, Kenny Joe.
Oh, wow. So tell me more about Furious 5, because I know this Empire Gaming team. Jesus, amazing attacker overall. I mean, the rest of the team is just phenomenal, but I'm not very familiar with this underdog team in the Furious 5.
Exactly.
Eric?
That's kind of the point, though, like, isn't it? Because we're looking at a team that nobody really knows anything about. They're a wild card in the competition, but that's what happens when you have an open qualifier. Anybody can swing in. Anybody can end up taking the win here. So let's see who does as we dive into our first attack here. Furious 5 kicks us off here. Mexican dropping in with a Super Archer Bomb to set up a Lalo, but this is usually reliant on the Super Archer Bomb actually securing the Talon takedown. He led it a little bit far away from it there, Kenny.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to take out the defensive Archer Queen as well, going into the Town Hall, and if he secures this rage post, he should be good to go. He's going to get some damage on the Town Hall, but he will not secure it, Eric.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a problem there.
Yeah,
back and forth for the heroes, because if you invested every single one of your spells there into the Super Archer Bomb and then you missed the Town Hall takedown, then the balloons, they're not going to have the punch to go take it themselves directly, because they'll just all die in the approach tier. And I guess you could use the Warden to give him a little bit of protection on the way in, but you're really going to have to probably put the Royal Champion into it, and that's going to be difficult because you do have the defensive Queen Center right there, along with Expo and Poison Tower. Definitely could cause some complications here.
Correct, yeah. It looks like the King is going to be able to take out the scatter shot, pull the Clan Castle troops, and do some damage, drawing the fire from the Monolith for this Queen to step in and deal with the Ice Golem, which is going to draw the fire from the mortar, and here comes some balloons from the top end.
Yeah, going to have to get into this Town Hall. He's going to put the Warden into that. He puts the Ice Hound across through the base here. The World Champion also deployed in the Town Hall. I kind of feel like he's over-committing to this Town Hall area, because it's basically everything that goes in that area to go secure the Town Hall, while it is going to get the Town Hall down, is kind of going to be sacrificed in the area, and the Hound's nowhere to protect. So I feel like this is kind of a panic. I feel like he's kind of making some mistakes there, and he could have got the percentage significantly higher than he did.
Absolutely. That's unfortunate to use that Warden's ability. He committed way too early and sent a massive group of balloons into the Poison Bomb. It's very unfortunate. It's going to come to hurt him later on, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's going to...
A very low percentage.
Here.
Yeah, a lot of percentage left.
Yeah, a lot of times the biggest strength of the Lalo here is if you have things go wrong, which obviously things did go wrong there, then the best thing you could do is try to calculate exactly how much you need to throw at the Town Hall. Don't just throw everything at it. Calculate exactly how much you need to throw at the Town Hall, and then try to save as much as you can outside of that to go try to pick off all these perimeter archer towers so your mains can get a lot there, but he leaves a ton of percentage on the board right there. That's a big mistake right out of the gate there, especially when you're the underdog team and you're playing against one of the best teams in the world.
Absolutely. It's going to be really hard to see that same attack come back around later on when they start looking at statistics, where we had this blimp coming in and he got a lot of value here with the super archers, but it was just so unfortunate not to be able to secure the Town Hall as intended. It looks like a couple of his super archers did pull out, and then he had to shift into just sending a massive group of balloons in there, Eric.
Yeah, he should have either sent just the Royal Champion or the balloons, but to put everything in there, like he just, that fell. I mean, I've been there. I'm sure we've all been there, where you have that Town Hall in the middle of the base there, stay standing, and you have to dive it after it, and you just get nervous that it's not going to go down, and you overcommit there because you only have one chance to get it, and if you miss it, if you miscalculate there, and you end up not getting it down there, then you're in a lot of trouble. I feel like a lot of times when you're in that situation, you just need to slow things down and think for a second. Like, you got time.
Yeah.
Pause. You can't pause the clock, but you gotta... You gotta slow it down, though, right?
Absolutely. Patience is key in Clash of Clans. When it goes into the freak out mode where it's just send everyone, that's just one of those moments of like you've kind of blanked out on the rest of the base and you're focused in, like you're just zoned in on one section, and that is going to hurt them later on. Here we go with EG.
All right, Swifty going to be responding for Empire Gaming, and looks like it's going to be Electro Titans with a Warden Walk to set it up here. A lot of times Electro Titans are used with a bit of lightning to try to remove and get the Town Hall activated, get all the threats out of the way around it. But this one's using a blimp, and a lot of times when you use the blimp, you can just get the final form with the Warden Walk, and you can have the blimp go secure the Town Hall. But I think one of the key factors that is going to decide whether this goes through or not is if the blimp has Yetis inside, and if the Yetis are also able to claim that monolith so he's not taking damage over the wall.
Yeah, right now it looks like he's clearing up a little bit of buildings in the lower right, but this Warden Walk is taking out multiple buildings and setting things up for the potential blimp. Wizard on the outside up there, clearing out a few buildings to push this ward in a little bit deeper, going after the Archer Tower. He should turn down into the mortar next. What do you think he's going to do next here, Eric?
You got to go south. You can't go through the Town Hall. Otherwise, your healers get absolutely demolished. Because also on top of that, a lot of times the bases will put all of their red air bombs right behind the Town Hall as well. So if you just avoid that area completely, then you can avoid all the damage to the healers here. And you can make sure you don't walk yourself through the poison as well. But Kenny, here comes the Electro Titans coming right where we expected them.
Absolutely. They're going to go straight through the gut. We got the Barb King on the outside with a few witches to keep these Electro Titans, Queen and Warden focus. Super wall breakers. Can he get this centerpiece opened up for them with the Warden's ability? And there goes the blimp. He actually used the Warden ability a little early.
Yeah, definitely should have had the Warden ability protecting the blimp there. So he did it out of order there. This blimp's going to be going in unprotected, but is still able to make it all the way to the Town Hall. It still gets the rage. Yetis are still going to pop out there, and he will get the Town Hall taken down. But like you said, we got to get the monolith as well. And right now the Yetis are going over to the left and not going. There we go. Take it, take it, take it. No,
no.
It's standing.
No, and the Queen, King, and the Titans are going to continue to progress. Looks like the Queen's locked onto the Eagle. That's actually really good, but the Monolith is still standing with a Scatter and an Expo on the opposite side. Queen's going to go back and take out that Expo. She should turn over into the Monolith. Yeah. No.
The monolith will do a lot of damage through over the walls. That's why we don't like it there, because it just pings away there over the wall. It's just, now it's in a weird position. It's in a really awkward position at the very end of the pathing. And it's just going to potentially cause all the problems. That would probably be the major deciding factor whether this has a chance to go through or not. But also time. He's running low on time as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it looks like the Electro Titans and King are going to continue to work with the Royal Champion. She's going to get a couple of defenses on the interior, but she's going to miss that Monolith. No damage on that, so that will be the remaining building at the end. Yep.
Yeah. Well, time's out anyways. He's going to get it up into the high 80s here. Get a little bit more there. Monolith takes a couple shots there as the time expires. It's an 89%. It's going to be a big percentage advantage because of that big miss there from Furious 5. But if they get a triple now and they get a defense, I mean, maybe the percentage doesn't actually end up making an impact on the game. Maybe they can just put it on stars and they can just take percentage out of the game.
Oh, absolutely. It's way too early in the war to determine it right now. I mean, that one attack at the beginning, but there's just no telling how it's going to play out.
Absolutely. But yeah, there's
I think there. Yeah, I think that blimp was the if he had got that Monolith down, we would have had a little bit better situation for a tentative 3-star, but once it didn't fall, he kind of just went with it.
Yeah, well, time is going to be a factor regardless, because still he would have had to wrap around. Like, he never really got back into facing it again. And I think he actually did have the force to end up taking it, get more time. That's the problem with the Warden Walk. When you're doing a Warden Walk, you eat up a lot of the clock there, and you don't leave a lot of time on the backside to be able to actually finish it off in time. So, gamble, but it happens. Here we go. Boss going to come in for Furious 5.
And it looks like we're working with a Super Archer Clone Blimp. Starting out with the Warden and the balloons. Super Barbs on the far right. Here comes our Blimp's going to travel in. Using that Warden ability a little early on that Blimp, but it should be delivered in the position where he wants it, on top of the Expo. Nicely placed. It's going to clone the Super Archers. Looks like they're a little close to the Town Hall, but they should be able to reach the Town Hall and the Monolith. Getting damage on that Spell Tower, and he's down to 2 invisibilities. He's going to invest another Rage on these, so he's going for a lot of value out of the Super Archer Clone Blimp. Eric, how you feeling about this one so far? All right, so Super Archers are going to continue to work around the upper right as he drops the King Queen. and Ice Golem on the bottom left of the base. Eagle Artillery has been activated.
Right.
He's going to end up using these super barbs to continue to push them into the interior of the base.
Absolutely. There we go. I'm back. It took my computer's trying to crash on me, but we're all right. Boss continues pushing its way through, but yeah, you're right. He got a good amount of value with the Super Archer bomb, and the Super Barbarians just need to keep the heroes protected as much as possible as he drives his way through. But overall, it's looking decent here. I'm just a little bit concerned about how much HP he has left after he goes all the way to that Road Champion to the backside, and this Expo under Raid's doing a ton of damage right now.
Oh, absolutely. So the champion still has an ability. She's locked on to the Eagle Artillery. He's using the super barbs on the left. The biggest problems I'm seeing right here is this ground set Expo, but it just retargeted. Wow, it just retargeted back onto the Ice Golem. So the King is going to continue to work with the Phoenix in tow. He's going to get some damage on that scatter shot. I mean, this is looking pretty good.
It's got to get past the scatter shot and still survive to back in here. So yeah, Tesla Farm's going to be a little bit of a problem there. He's got a couple super barbs he's sprinkling around here, but the Super Barbarians really, if he had any chance to keep that Road Champion alive, had to push heavy from that left side and give all the distraction that he could possibly get into that area. But he gave up on that. I guess he realized that he wasn't going to get it, and rather than continuing to invest into that area, he instead reallocated the rest of his super barbs to go pick up trash in the top corner. Probably the right call there, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a tough play because when they get deeper in and the heroes get a little tied up with the skeleton traps, etc., then it becomes a little bit of where can I move these troops around to pick up more percentage for my team.
Yeah, exactly. It's a tough call right there. It's hard to keep the Super Barbarians right in the right spot there to be able to commit the correct amount of them into every different portion of the attack there. But if you can get the value out of the Super Archer Bomb and thin your pathing enough there that you end up having less decisions of how much you need to blink into an area, then it definitely makes it easier. And sometimes it's difficult when you attack the side of the town hall instead of going directly in the core of the base.
Yeah, no, and it's crazy because we were discussing this the other day when it comes to the Super Barbarians and how active they've become in the meta within the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's like fascinating to watch, seeing them being used in such a manner with the Super Archer clone blimps like they have been doing.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the biggest attacks in the meta right now. I think when we were watching the teams playing the World Championship qualifier the other day, I think we were seeing Super Barbarians in nearly 50% of the attacks there. I don't know exactly the numbers, but it felt like a lot. But now we're going to speed things up here. We got Shadow. Shadow is a Queen Charge specialist. He is one of the best Queen Charge attackers in the world. Every single time I see him break this out here, it's impressive every single time. And this one charging directly into this single Inferno and the Queen.
Absolutely. It's looking really good with the distractions from the skeleton spell. Nice freeze to slow that defensive queen and the rage. He's setting himself up perfectly to dive across the wall into the town hall's compartment.
Just got to get the CC under control here. The queen under heavy fire right there. Under her rage, she ends up burning her ability. Could have decided to use a freeze on that. Decided to use his ability. And that could potentially come back to bite him later on there when he gets all the way in towards the monolith as he starts to take a ton of damage on the approach to the town hall, because if he doesn't get the town hall down here, hogs generally struggle if they have to take it themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean hogs and
healers! Oh, rip the green! Healers got nuked by the eagle!
Oh my goodness, how is he going to recover off of this one?
Oh, he's in a lot of trouble now. He doesn't have percentage. Look at percentage. It's only 33%. Oh, no. He's in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, oh yeah, Town Hall is not activated. There's a battle drill on the opposite side. This is not looking promising. 40%. I can't, oh man. Oh no.
I don't know what you do in this situation here. He's in a lot of trouble right now. He's have to find a way to pull this back, at least get some percentage up here, but he needs to secure the down takedown before he even worries about any percentage here. He's got to get that 50% because there's no other way to get that town hall to activate, and there we go. Finally able to push through it.
It was a risky maneuver, and it definitely caught up to him when the healers went down on that queen. As the royal champion continues to navigate through this bottom half, her ability will get a little bit more percentage for the team, but wow.
Yeah, that was a bit dicey. That was a bit dicey, but you know what? It still somehow ended up being more percentage than the open attack there from Furious 5. So, I mean, they still ended up in a positive.
It
Crazy.
definitely balanced it out. It balanced itself back out for them. Wow. I really I'm a little lost for words on that because I did not anticipate the Eagle to shift fire into the healers like it did. But we've seen it happen before many times.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. But I mean, now here we are. Now here we are. Percentage advantage is going to be in Empire Gaming's favor, so they could end up having that not play a factor here if we end up seeing a 3-star in response here from Furious 5. So this is the defense that they needed. If they wanted a chance to make the comeback here, then that's what they needed to have happen right there. The Eagle Artillery wrecking through those healers. Never what you want to see. But,
Yep.
I mean, it happens. It's difficult because once that Eagle Artillery activates, if the Queen goes to ability, sometimes the healers are the next target there if you don't have anything other heavy on the board there to distract the Eagle Artillery and pick up the tanking on it.
But it definitely shows the difference between players like this and players like me. Because when it happens like that, I just drop everything and I'm hoping for the best. And he stayed composed. He plays Wizards on the other side to grab a little bit more percentage to get that champion in the ability to take that town hall down.
Absolutely. That's where, I mean, we talked about in the other attack there when things started to go wrong, where once things start to go off the rails a little bit there, you got to slow things down a little bit there. You got to make sure that you keep a cool head on your shoulders there, and you try to make sure that you can think out what you need to do to make sure you get as much out of the attack there as possible. So it's not the way you want it to go, but it's the way it did go, and now they will just have to see what happens from here. But Furious 5 has their opportunity. They need to seize it right now.
Coming in with what appears to be a super bowler smash, using the Yetis to block for the Flame Flinger. He should get a lot more value out of those Yetis with the elimination of the Archer Tower and the air defense on the other side. And he's also going to do the Warden Walk, so this is a little bit old school, Eric. I thought this kind of phased out.
No, I mean, the base is right for it. It's right for it. And usually the biggest indicator of whether this attack is going to work or not is these, like, kind of void spaces that are on the left and right side of the core of the base there. You see how we have the channel, basically, that causes some separation. So we have a lane. Basically, think of it like you're running bowlers. You create a bowling alley, and you just march your way right down the middle of it.
Oh, yeah, I'm definitely seeing what you're saying right now with that King and Super Bowlers, Ice Golem. Oh, man, it's going to be straight down the middle of this base. Interesting jump spell placement there. Was that a hiccup?
I'm not sure. It is kind of weird there because he only has 2 jumps total. I wonder if that was supposed to be a freeze or a rage right there instead, because now he's not going to have guaranteed access to go all the way to the town hall here, and that's going to be a little bit dicey. It's a good thing that he has those channels, though, because they may end up forcing him to attack forward, but once he runs out of targets directly in front of him, then they have to choose a wall. Then it's kind of a wild card on what things go where.
Yeah, it looks like the King and the Titan have managed to go to the far left side, grabbing a few buildings there, and the bowlers have found that wall that you just mentioned. They're going to get stuck on the next series, getting a couple buildings there with the damage on the X-Bow. Another rage spell is going to push this Queen to lock onto a wall.
Of course. It's okay. She got a good wall. They got a good wall open. He's in there. He's able to secure the top takedown. He had even Titan the Flame Flinger working along the top side of the base here. He just needs to. Just doesn't have enough here. He doesn't have enough. There's just too much that went wrong in that attack there. It just slowed him down, and he just took way too much damage there while he made that final approach to the town hall, and then he loses everything as he goes through it. So it's going to be a defense here, and percentage-wise, not that great either. In a tough spot once again.
Yeah, this has been a little surprising on the low percentage 2s from both teams thus far, but it's still kind of early. I mean, we still got a couple of attacks that could pull out with the 3-star. He's going to finish out here at about 74. King's going to take out the... No, I take that back. Wizard's going to eliminate and grab a little bit more percentage. He's got some time there.
Every percentage right now is going to be extremely important, because as we look at the scoreboard off to the right side here, we can see that we went into it with, I think, 19 building advantage into Empire Gaming's favor. So every building here can make a difference in making a comeback. So I still think it's going to come down to whether we can see an unanswered triple out of Furious 5. I think if they get that, that's a big deal. But you're right, this jump was way off there. It had to have been something else he was going after there. It couldn't possibly have been intending to put that jump on the outside of the base like that. So that's got to be swag.
That was
We call that pre-swag.
that was definitely supposed to be a rage. But either way, it played out well for him. He was able to secure the town hall on the opposite side of the base and still get the percentage to stay in this.
Yeah, big deal to be able to just, once again, things go a little bit south there. You hold your composure, and it becomes even more dangerous when you're that far from the town hall and you made that long push across. But we're seeing another box base on defense here and another super bowler approach here. But this one's going to be a little bit different, as it looks like he's just going to be getting ready for an entry through the scatter shot and then kind of sweeping the core at a different angle. It's basically the overall same approach here, but you don't get a stronger funnel on the non-warden side of it, and the angle is a little bit different as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of buildings that have been cleared by the Warden and the Wizard that he used on the opposite side. Yeti's taken out a few buildings up top, and he's going to get stuck on this gold storage momentarily, but then I'm curious to see if he pulls him back after he clears out this siege barracks. There he goes.
Warden needs to go on the side that goes to the Eagle Artillery first. Is always the highest priority here. Gonna go right to the defensive road champion. Nice Ice Golem hits a spring trap, but freezes the defensive road champion and all the big defenses in the area there, especially while that race tower is active. But we got the King with the battle drill up top there, actually, and they're gonna do some good work there, especially if he gets joined by the road champion. But it's kind of tricky a lot in this attack here, because if you want to put the road champion in early and you don't have the town hall secured yet, then you're taking a gamble. So usually they'll wait until the town hall goes down before they even think about deploying her.
Yeah, it looks like the Queen has managed to work her way into a storage. She should step down into the Super Bowlers. Warden ability has already been used to get them into this position, but we're going to see that Royal Champion place with the King, which is going to push her down into the air defense on a distracted scatter shot. This is perfect, Eric.
Absolutely, and he got the Super Bowlers to distract the defensive Queen, but the defensive Queen under Rage ended up defending that area, but the Road Champion steps in and makes quick work of her. She was down to a fraction of HP. He's able to power through it, but he still has the defensive King on the backside with no headhunters and very minimal support with a lot of defenses and ground skellies. Gonna be a bit of a unsure finish right now. I think that Furious 5 is gonna have another opportunity.
Oh, it looks like it. Royal Champion is being targeted. She's gonna walk right into that defensive King. Oh yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that King's gonna completely shut her down there. Like the King is the most difficult hero to get by. The other heroes, obviously they'll attack you over the wall here, but the King, especially for the Road Champion to get through, ends up taking so much damage. He has so much HP, it's very difficult to manage right there. But he's got 30 more seconds here, and once again, we're seeing more percentage stack up here for Empire, and they're definitely looking to hold their percentage advantage by a large margin, but stars are still for grabs.
Yeah, and he's also got the Phoenix. So even if this King goes down, which I don't think it's going to be possible because Diggy's shutting down defenses. Oh, never mind. I take it back. There he goes. there he goes. He's back.
Well, he just wanted extra firepower. The Phoenix added into the output as well, right? But he's out of time regardless. Even if he had enough force to get through it, a 95%, and we stay tied on stars. 6-6. No triples yet. It's still anybody's game.
Yes. Yes. We need a 3-star at this point. We definitely need a 3-star, especially considering Empire has the percentage advantage at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I guess we'll see what happens from here, but like it's also fun to see when both teams use the same attack against each other, so you get to see like a more of like a straight up head-to-head, you know?
Yep.
I think if he could have got some more strikes with the Super Bowlers there when he actually approached the Town Hall and got the shots to bounce through and hit that monolith while he was under the rage there as he took the Town Hall down, he may have had a little bit better chance of keeping them alive. But overall, it was a pretty solid attack here. Very well structured. I think both of them were. I think if that other one had the jump, we'd be seeing a potential different outcome, though.
Oh, definitely. If there hadn't been that mistake on the first one, we would have seen a different outcome altogether.
Yeah, but all right, here we go. Let's dive back in. Furious 5 will take their 4th opportunity. A gift granted, but this one has a Yeti bomb that drops into the channel, hits the black air bombs, but still gonna get the scatter shot taken out over the wall there, leaving up the defensive queen. But you know, there's a bigger problem here that we have to face, and that is because that blimp didn't get all the way to the compartment, he did not get the CC pull, and now he's gonna have to fight the CC in the core of the base.
Yes, he wanted to clear out the defensive champion and pull the clan castle troops to send that down into the queen charge itself. So he's going to end up sending the king in, or attempting to try to pull that clan castle, which did not happen.
Wall breaker doing? What is this wall breaker? Did you see that wall breaker on the outside of the base? All right, well, the other ones worked.
That definitely, okay. Looks like the headhunters are going to pull some of the archers, but that's still a partial pull on the clan castle. Queen's guided directly up into the town hall's compartment, though. She's going to get a little distracted on this battle builder hut.
Yeah, she's going to go north there. The king steps in. The king activates the town hall, which is a little bit unfortunate. If he was going to get into that area, it would have been better if he just didn't activate the town hall, so he didn't have that extra damage coming at him. But now we have the problem where the Eagle Artillery is activated, the king is down, and the queen is potentially going to be forced to a building, but he does get the hogs started from the left side of the base there, and they will provide distraction for the Eagle Artillery to keep that damage off of the queen while she secures the town takedown.
Queen's going to get frozen there by that ice golem as our super hogs navigate through the monolith compartment, splitting into 2 different directions. They should hop the wall and go after the Eagle Artillery next, which should take some pressure off of the queen, who's working through her ability now.
Biggest problem that I see left here is this defensive ice golem freezing him up here while the defensive queen is picking off a lot of these hogs, and he doesn't get her delivered into a position to be able to take the defensive queen down there early enough there because of the defensive ice golem. So he's kind of struggling. It's when queen's going down, RC trying to hang on, but she engages the defensive queen, and that will be the end of her path as well. This entire attack is getting shut down, and I mean, it may, like, they got the 2-star. Like we're saying, percentage may not be a factor. They can still sneak this by, Kenny. They can still get the win here if they can clutch 1 triple on their last attack there, and they can continue to get holds here from Empire. So their defenses are holding up there, and they could have a chance still.
This has been a defensive battle all the way through. Both teams have produced solid defenses, minus the few mistakes that we saw from, you know, a couple of those players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happens though. It happens. I mean, we've all been there.
Yeah.
Nobody is immune to that. There's a lot of people that like to talk a big game there in the chats there in the live shows and stuff like that. But like at the end of the day, we've all had everything under the sun go wrong in our attacks there, and we all respond a little bit differently. And so far, they've at least been able to manage to recover 2 stars every single attack there when things went completely off the rails for both teams, not just one team. And now we just got to see if somebody can triple, because a single triple could decide the war right now.
It'll change everything. And I mean, what if they both triple?
I know, right? Well, then Empire wins, right?
yeah, by percentage, but it still would be for a great finale.
It would. But if Furious 5 can get a triple on this thing, like if they pick up the defense right now and they triple and put all the pressure over, then we're coming down to the last couple of attackers from Empire, and I think that what's left on the board there for them is Jesus, and Jesus is in live right now. So Jesus and then their team captain Smoky Bear are still yet to attack. So we'll see what they can do here. But Jesus, we commonly see him at the very, very, very top of the Legendary leaderboard. He came in that #1 spot there. He's got that badge on his name right there if you look him up in game, and we'll see what he can do as he pushes his way in with this. It's a blizzard. Okay, you just don't see this attack anymore. Not in this meta. Not when they change how the troops deploy to the blimp. This is kind of weird.
That's why I got super quiet for a second there, because I was a little confused seeing super wizards and not super archers. But the queen's going to navigate behind that ice golem. Nice protection. King's going to push her inside the compartment after the gold storages, using the invisibility to protect her as she works her way after a mortar and then cuts back down into the gold storage itself.
needs to secure the talent takedown, so he's investing the freeze here, trying to preserve the queen, making sure that Unicorn has enough to be able to keep her topped off just enough that she can have her ability as he steps his way into Town Hall. Right now, it's a little bit close right there. He freezes the Expo again, lots and lots of investment, but this is Jesus we're talking about here. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's calculating, he pops that ability, he steps his way around, needs to secure the talent takedown. Giant Bomb takes the queen! Jesus misses the Town Hall takedown! Oh no, what do we do now?
The whole plan just shifted right here. In comes our Ice Golem. He's going to send the balloon investment with the Warden to secure the 2. Oh my goodness.
Oh, that's tragic right there. But look at this. He's going to put just enough to secure the Town Hall takedown. Even sneaks in Headhunters and a bonus Lava Hound inside of the Warden ability to cross to run, go after the defensive queen and try to clear traps with the Hound. But he's still going to get some percentage here. But Kenny, this is a defense. There's nothing.
Another one.
He's back all the way, and that means that we have a last and final opportunity where Fierce 5 could swing this war and eliminate one of the favorites from the competition.
Oh man, that would be epic. He's going to use that Royal Champion's ability to grab some more percentage. I mean, it just was so surprising to see the Giant Bomb and bombs take that queen out like it did. Oh man. Oh man.
Yeah, especially after everything invested into it too, right?
Mm-hmm. But at least you could say that you got to see a Blizzard use at Town Hall 15 in the last couple months.
True. You just don't see that very much anymore. And the biggest reason why, if anybody is curious, is because the most recent update changed the way that the troops deploy out of the blimp there. They now deploy much more rapidly, and so you can't fit a bunch of like small spacer troops to trigger traps before the wizards come out. And because the wizards don't have a lot of HP, like you see super archers having slightly more HP than super bowlers, and it just puts them above the margins where like a giant bomb won't end up taking them out there. And so super wizards, if they go into traps, they're going to get absolutely destroyed by even just a small amount of traps there. So you're trying to calculate exactly how many things you could potentially be dropping onto. And you see that there was one giant bomb there, but we run enough spacer troops there just to get just a little bit of a trap clearing, and that's why you can do it a little bit with safety, but like you're really running a big risk on that generally.
Yeah, and that was tough luck for Jesus walking into the giant bomb and bombs to take out his queen, which caused the whole plan to adjust and sending the balloons through the top to clear that town hall and pick up more buildings in the core.
I'm kind of curious what he had exactly inside of that blimp, because I have seen people put in like 3 super wizards and then like an apprentice warden to try to boost your HP to be able to survive the traps. It's an interesting idea. I've seen a little bit there, but I didn't see exactly what he had come out of a CC to see what kind of risk he was taking there. But now, Kenny, this is an attack that could be worth an entry into the Superverse Finals. So let's see what he can do here. Let's see if he can keep his team alive. Hammer is in for the final attack for his team.
With another super bowler smash. Flinger up top, and he's really focused in on this Warden walk. He's going to take out a few buildings and then be pulled in. Oh, he's investing in a rage that's going to take out the storage, and then he should pull this Warden back.
Want to go north, exactly. You got the funnel formed. The Flame Flinger forms half of the funnel. The Warden walk forms the other half of the funnel. Warden keeps on traveling forward. I feel like he's kind of getting a little bit too far forward with that Warden right now.
That's
and
a little
if he gets
scary.
too far to the base there, then we potentially get him dragged through the defensive world champion. He does step away. He steps away, but the Expo is locked onto him, and we gotta be paying attention to him because he may need to freeze that Expo so we can get the healers to transfer off of the Warden and go over the bowlers.
Exactly. So he's got his rage.
Oh, watch the Warden, watch the Warden. He's going to auto ability.
Auto ability. And the bowlers are stuck on the defensive clan castle troops.
Yeah, well, that was a mistake there, but he does get top back off there. Wasn't a bad spot to use the ward ability, I guess, but you don't generally want to leave it up to the game to decide when you want to pop that ability. You want to make sure you pop it when you want to pop it. But he's okay here. Like, it seemed like it was going to be under a lot of extra damage right there, and he ends up going to that auto ability, but he's still alive in the core here, and he still has a chance to pull through.
And the queen's still working through there. She's getting a lot of value out of the Expo taking out the spell tower. It looks like the super bowlers are all gone. He's going to use an invisibility, which triggered the queen
She
ability.
died through her ability?
She did.
She died through her ability, so he's gonna miss the defensive queen. I think he's done. I think they're done. I think they just got a defensive shutout there. Empire Gaming not letting them have anything this war.
No, it's been all defense from Empire Gaming. Great bases overall to shut this team down. Wow, that's
Fortunate there, but I'm still curious if Empire can get past their defenses, because Empire has had a couple of close attacks here, but this is very out of the ordinary for Empire to push this far in the war here and not have a triple on the board.
Yeah, no, that is a little surprising, and normally we would expect to see something out of Jesus, and it looks like he just got caught up by the traps on that last base.
Yeah, and it's weird because we talked about the Blizzard there and how that attack is not a very big part of the meta anymore, and the Hogs have actually taken over a lot of the meta, and so we've seen a lot of the bases for the top teams have had a lot of their giant bombs and their small bombs and spring traps and all of that move to the Eagle artillery side of the base there, because a lot of times in Hog attacks we don't like, as we saw from the previous attack there, we don't like Hogs pushing through the town hall after we almost had a 1-star earlier in the war when that did have to be forced. And so if you're trying to counter the Hog attacks there, and you know that Blizzard is not as big of a threat there, a lot of the teams have moved their giant bombs and their small bombs to the town hall side of the base, or to the Eagle artillery side of the base there, away from the town hall. And so typically giant bombs are nowhere to be found around the town hall, so it's kind of surprising that we end up seeing so many on these bases here. We see it on both sides actually, which is kind of weird.
Sounds like a bait to me, Eric. Sound like a bait to me.
Even guessing, right?
Considering
never let them know your next move.
Exactly.
All right, well, let's see
we
if
got
Smokey Bear, the team captain, can get it done here. Come to the final attack of the war here.
Yep, we got Smokey Bear coming in with a hybrid. Oh man, this is the third hybrid we've seen today. Starting out with that queen on the lower half, using the Yeti to funnel her in.
Just needs to play it safe here. You got 2 stars in the lead, but it's, I mean, I don't like that he is kind of gambling with this one right here. I feel like he should have just gone with a completely safe 2-star. And usually we can count on Smokey Bear to play extra conservative when they're in a situation like this, where they're 2 stars ahead, go to the final exchange. And if he ends up with a big miss here and throws the war, then that would be kind of crazy. So a 1-star with an approach opposite of the town hall is definitely a very valid risk right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's so many things that could go wrong this early in the attack. I'm very surprised. He saved the queen's ability there. Very close though, riding the lightning there on health.
Yeah. Yeah, you gotta be very careful about that, because the shots that are already in the air when you pop those invisibilities or the ability continue to arrive at the target, so you have to put those down a little bit in advance. But here we go. Hybrids deployed. They have to secure the town hall takedown. If he misses the town hall takedown, then we see a swing of the war and a change of the outcome.
Yeah, this is interesting because the queen's stuck on a wall as usual, but she's going to path right into the multis as our Hogs, Miners, King, and Champion go towards the town hall. Hopefully he can keep those Miners and Hogs inside though, and it looks like the P.E.K.K.A. and the Wizards are going to be able to do that for him. Still has the Warden's ability. He's going to use up a rage here. Champion. And the town hall.
Okay, he's good. He's good. He's good.
I was a little nail biting there myself.
Yeah. There was no doubt. Smokey Bear. He had a good funnel there. They were all making a beeline approach towards it, and he had plenty of spell support. He did delay that ward ability for a long time. Sometimes when you're just trying to play it extra safe, you can pop that ward ability because it doesn't matter if everything dies through the town hall. If the town hall itself is what locks in the win here, but they're climbing their percentage up again here, still keeping it alive. Diggy's going to transfer over to the queen as she's the last hero standing, and he's looking to probably time fill this. I don't think this queen at any point during the rest of the attack here would ever get overwhelmed.
No, she's
about to go down.
She's going to sit on this wall for the rest of the attack.
Yeah.
This might be her fainting spot. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah. She's kind of hanging in there just a little bit there. She must have lost a couple of healers along the way here. Otherwise, and taking giant bombs. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. maybe this queen wouldn't have enough punch to eventually finish it here. As the cannon locks onto her, I don't know. It might be a time fail, might not. It's irrelevant either way. Smokey Bear gets it done, and Empire Gaming, the favorite of the right side of the bracket, able to take the win here, and they are one step closer to advancing into the Superverse Finals on September 30th. Go play for the $100,000. Kenny, that was a very, very defensive matchup. Like 10 to 10. I mean, it's just kind of crazy.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect to see so many defensive 2-stars there. It really just kind of caught me off there.
Gentlemen, that's exactly what I was about to bring up. I was busy, by the way, playing on my Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5, so I missed the beginning of this, but you all dominated the commentary all the way through. However, really the dominating force from both teams was the defense, right? Like, both teams set up really adequate defenses throughout the entirety of that war. No one grabs a 3-star. We kind of thought Empire would walk away with it, but it was actually really, really tight. And even the risky play by Smokey Bear at the end there, Eric, I don't know, it got me a little bit worried as well. Talk me through some of those final moments as we take a look at some of these replays. What went well for the defense, or was it a misplay by the attack?
There were a couple misplays there. I don't know that Empire really had many misplays there. They just had a little bit of unlucky pushes with the main force as they went through the base. They played pretty well, but the defense has definitely held on here. Like a couple of well-placed traps there shut them down. Like the giant bombs around the town hall there during Jesus' attack. It was surprisingly defensive. I didn't expect it to be as much as it was, but this attack, like, it was just a lot of unluckiness from Empire Gaming. I feel like they stopped a lot of their triples. This one from Empire specifically, when he had the Eagle Artillery of all things locked onto his healers. Like, you just don't expect things like that.
Right, no, exactly. I think that ended up being a 68% overall because of that. And Furious had some decent rounds, some Super Bowler smash, some Super Bowlers back-to-back, actually, as Anthony answered back with a 95%. But, I mean, talk to me a little bit about that jump, Kenny. If that's the misplay, was the misplayed jump earlier in these replays, like, is that something that completely changes the game percentage-wise, or is it just kind of a miss factor that you look back on and say you wish you had that back, but it wouldn't have changed the war?
The jump misplacement in such a fashion is definitely something you wish you had back. It was definitely a situation where he wanted to use the rage, and it was just a misclick. We have all been there and done that.
Yeah, totally fair. I've certainly been there and done that. It's a lot easier to click correctly when you're using that 7.6-inch screen, by the way, on that Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. But as you see these final moments, of course, Smokey Bear, a little bit of a risky finish, of course, but overall played fantastic. To be expected to grab a 2-star to close this thing out. Percentage-wise, they were on top all the way through. So let's take a look at those percentages. Let's take a look at the war stats overall. I mean, Eric talked me through some of this. Obviously, a big win here from Anthony in particular, using those Super Bowlers at the 95 percentile mark, but Swifty 89, Smokey Bear 89, pretty strong all the way through.
Definitely. I think that a lot of the attacks there from Empire were on the verge to be able to go through. I think the closest one that Furious 5 had was the one that had the misplaced jump, and that could have swung the war there, in my opinion. I think that would have freed up a lot of resources that he ultimately was forced there. But yeah, Empire, I mean, they had some very sound attacks there all the way through, but that's kind of expected from them. They just got really unlucky, and luckily they were matched with unluckiness with a little bit of I don't know, what do you call it there? They had it go in their direction anyways, ultimately in the end there. So they got the luck in their favor in a different way with the win.
Yeah, no, totally fair. It looks like Empire, of course, moving on to the semifinals here. And again, they only have to win one more game. Now, Kenny, here's the thing. It's against the winner of Aphelion and AO Valor. I know that Lex was shouting out Aphelion before. I think this is going to be a lot of fun to watch. Empire's going to patiently await the winner of this next matchup. But as we get into it, Aphelion Esports versus AO Valor. I mean, Kenny, any thoughts on the matchup going into this one?
I mean, I'm a big fan of Aphelion. I like their energy. They're great attackers. It's just, I mean, but AO is also a really great team, so it's really hard to count them out. It's too early to tell.
Yeah, too early to tell. Eric, I'll give you a chance. Any predictions? Do you wanna stake your claim on a team live? You're gonna see it play out.
the clear favorite here would be Aphelion. They're very seasoned. They're a pro team. They're a signed pro team. Obviously, Aphelion Esports is a massive organization, and to have that kind of a backing, you have to have proven yourself in the past. This team is top of the game here. I would say easily they're in the top 3 out of North America right now. So I would say that they're the favorite, and I was saying from the start that I think that the finals will come down to Empire versus Affiliate, and that should be a really, really good show if we end up with that. But AO Valor not going to go down without us taking a big swing at them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know we were talking a little bit before the broadcast about that. There's a lot of things that are happening on paper, but there's a lot of unexpected things happening too. So anything can happen going into this next matchup. Folks at home, I got to remind you, go download Clash of Clans, by the way, on the Android, Google Play Store. You got to get your hands involved on this game. Our Superverse tournament series is going to be a lot of fun, all presented by Samsung Galaxy. We're starting here with Clash of Clans, and we're actually nearing the finish line. These teams are moving quickly through these wars, but you got to go get your hands on the game now for free. Android, Google Play Store. Go download it. Get involved in Clash of Clans. And also, I gotta talk about our tab. Look, the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Plus. I'm so thankful that they sent this over to me. We've been talking about the Fold all day today, but this thing is incredible, by the way. A lot of different things we can talk about with it, but overall, one of the things I wanted to talk about was the expansive dynamic AMOLED 2X screens. It's incredible detail. I've been playing around with it, writing notes on it beforehand. Intense colors, deep contrast, unbelievable brilliance, and stunning detail. Go get your hands on it. Go check it out, in particular with the exclamation point Galaxy Tab S9 command. It's the easiest way to grab the link, or you can just go down to the description below, especially if you're over here on YouTube with us. Exclamation point Galaxy Tab S9. All right. Now, we also need to make sure we're following Samsung Galaxy on all major socials, because not only do they offer up their product releases, but also they are always sponsoring events like the Galaxy Battle Superverse event that we've been talking about all day today. Samsung Galaxy, follow them on their socials, all of the major ones. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. We're all over the place. And of course, so some of those news updates on Twitter. You've got to make sure that you get a chance to see those. Now, as we take a look at this next matchup and we get ready for it, Samsung Galaxy, they actually had a chance to send you all over those Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5s. So talk to me a little bit about it, Eric. We got a second here. Eric, I know both of you were playing on it. Kenny's got the game up. Eric, what do we think? I mean, there you go. 7.6 inch screen. Do you like that screen size? I know Lex was talking a little bit about how you could use his thumbs with it rather than having to play claw.
Yeah, it does make a big difference there, because I can do a little bit more complex attacks there. I think a lot of times when I'm playing on a narrow screen phone, or that it's not tall enough, I can't see and attack at 2 different sides of the base at the same time. And honestly, if you're trying to play at a higher level there, then a lot of bases will be built with that in mind, so that you can't see the bottom and the top of the base at the same time, so you can't attack both simultaneously and do anything complex. So it definitely assists a lot to be able to have that much screen space, and the ratios of the screen being so tall ends up making so that it actually ends up being a really, really good device to play Clash of Clans on.
I love it. Eric, thank you for the intelligent breakdown. I love your 5-head plays all the way through, not only talking about the phone, but hey, also, yeah, and your commentary. Everything's been on point. Let's take a look at the rosters for this next matchup, because, of course, this will dictate who is going to face down Empire Gaming on this side of the bracket. Here's our rosters. Kenny, talk to me about these rosters. The favorite on paper, Aphelion, but hey, anything could happen.
Oh, this is really difficult. I'm going to need some assistance with Eric on this one, because I know the Aphelion roster, but AO, I don't really know that well.
Well, AO actually has, now that I actually see the roster and I see who actually they're fielding, this actually would be a lot closer matchup than I was originally looking at. Like, I was just looking at team names there, and obviously Aphelion Esports is such a big team name, but like AO Valor, you got Perry, Troy Gomar, Easy. This team is actually got some very, very highly talented players on it. This could actually be a very, very close war, in my opinion, now that I see the rosters.
That's what I like to hear, Eric. I love hearing that kind of stuff. It was cool talking about this before the broadcast, too, because, of course, we had open qualifiers. Like, anyone could sign up to make it here, but some of these kind of household names in the Clash of Clans scene has made it here to the finale. and it's to be expected, right? But you have somebody like AO Valor fielding an NA roster like this that could upset some of our household name favorites. So excited to see this one. Eric, Kenny, you guys have been dominating the commentary all the way through. Going into this battle in particular, Kenny, I want to give you a chance to talk about the strategy as the first attack is getting involved. Let's see what it is to start off. It looks like it's Buck to start.
It looks like we're going to start off with an Electro Dragon on the far left for funneling purposes, and he has the components for... Oh, man, I don't even... Looks like he's got a super minion bomb, yeah.
A super minion bomb.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He's got the ward ability that can protect the blimp all the way through to the core of the base there, and that core
there we go, yeah.
in the area by the town hall is pretty compact. We see archers, headhunters, and a lot of non-deployed troops out of the CC. So if it is a super minion bomb and they take the town hall, the single inferno, a multi, and the CC takedown, then he's actually in a pretty good spot here, Kenny.
Oh, yeah. He looks like he's going to lock onto that town hall. He's getting damage on a ground set expo, so that's not that big of a deal.
Whoa! It's all the shots out there. Almost didn't get it.
He did get the town hall, though. He was able to pull it out, but it looks like his dragons have managed to go around the outside instead of going after the Eagle artillery. So the Eagle will remain active.
That might be okay, though, because he was able to get the CC destroyed, and he got all the defensive, or he got the Queen and the Royal Champion under control, so now his Royal Champion can move in that area with just skeleton spells protecting her, and she can actually wipe out that entire interior of the core there and just support the heroes from the inside.
Yep, looks like the champion's going to get that Eagle. She's locked on to one of the two Expos. And where's our Queen? There she is. She's going to work her way to assist this champion as the ability is used. Dragons are going to continue to work around into an air defense. Yeah.
Got the punch right there. Look at the best air defense to keep the war up. Black okay. All right, well, Ward is going to stay alive. The Dragon's not really hanging on very well, except for one with a fraction of HP, but still alive. And most importantly here, the Queen with ability and the Unicorn is still alive, so she has a chance to get topped off and keeps marching across the base.
I'm not seeing any headhunters to assist through this defensive king, though, Eric. That ability will be used.
All right. It's going to be dicey as he goes into the backside Expo and Scattershot, though. I don't know if he has enough punch to get through that. I think his ward's going to get shot down by the air defense as well. I think it's going to get some good percentage there, but as soon as he reaches that Expo range, he's going to rapidly lose whatever he has left.
And he's got a minion up there starting on the percentage on the top. Queen will eliminate that air defense, but she's going to be targeted by both of these point defenses and be cleared out by the Expo. This one's going to finish out at 89.
Not a bad attempt here for Buck, and it did pretty well here for her dragon attack. It was a nice punch there with the super minion bomb. Maybe if everything stayed a little more central and he was able to minimize how much time he's taking Eagle artillery fire. Like if the dragons were funneled a little bit better on the right side, could be able to actually get the Eagle artillery down. Instead of it, you can see that only one of them survived in that area and it got shot down while the rage tower is activated. And then the rest of them circled down south. They were able to get the Queen under control down there and give him a chance to get past her, but I don't know. I wonder if the Dragons could have stayed a little more central on the base there if he could have had a much better chance of that.
More than likely, had they gone in, he would have been able to flex his Royal Champion in a different maneuver, possibly going after the scatter shot that was left behind.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree. It's a good call. But that's not the way it played out here, but it's still good percentage. So definitely a percentage that they can work with there. If you're landing the percentages into the high 80s and 90s, then you're generally going to be able to, a lot of times, have that percentage advantage. But we'll see how it plays out here because now Max is responding for Affiliate Esports. He's breaking out. Looks like Skelly Donut into a hero dive with a Lalo to follow it up here, going after 3 high-value targets with the Skelly and bat spells here. And it looks like he's getting every single one of them. Very clean right there.
Very nice Skelly bat donut there. It's going to start out by dropping those heroes to come in from the left side, potentially working this Queen up into the defensive Queen. Yeah, looks like the Queen's going to work her way up there with the skeleton spell to distract. Super wall break
and super barbarians down the line there. Ice Golem leads. It would have been nice if we would have got that rage tower triggered by the Skelly Donut. Yeah, like it almost went down and would have dropped his potion jump, but it would have just triggered and made so that it doesn't activate there as he makes the approach into that area. He could have saved some HP, but I suppose it did a lot of damage here. Ice Golem will freeze it up, I think. Yep, we got it. All right, Ice Golem doing some good work right there, keeping that World Champion protected.
Yeah, Royal Champion's going to work through this Expo and down into a very desired multi-target Inferno Tower. Queen's worked her way directly up into the Town Hall with the ability used and locks onto the Town Hall. I don't know.
To take it.
There it
Yeah,
goes.
she's got it. All right.
Oh, yeah,
Perfectly
beautiful.
calculated right there. Yeah, I love that when you see an attack so perfectly calculated where they try to judge exactly what they need to invest into the queen there to make so that the last thing that she does is pop her ability to secure the talent takedown. Like, that's exactly ideal, and it's not an easy thing to do. Like, they make it look easy, but it is definitely not an easy thing to get right consistently, and Max is doing a very good job of keeping his blues protected here as he makes his way through the last couple defenses.
Oh, yeah, he's got plenty of tanks. Oh, look at the Hound picking up all the traps on the back end as the balloons sneak in on the final air defense up there. Stone Slammer leading the way into the Ground Set Expo. Oh, Eric, this is looking pretty decent.
Yeah, I guess gotta get the defensive World Champion under control. The World Champion just opened up the Slammer. It took out his Grand Warden. Now it's picking off Dragon Rider. It takes one of them. Electric Owl's working on it. He needs that Dragon Rider to survive here. The defensive World Champion is trying to hold the line. She's giving him a lot of trouble right there. Phoenix keeps working on the multi, but the Battle Builder's repairing the buildings in the area there. And the defensive Royal Champion not gonna let that one slip by and holds the line to the end. And it is going to be a percentage advantage in this team's favor, but not a triple on the board.
That is so unfortunate for him. Defensive Royal Champion eluded even I. She was sitting underneath the balloons, didn't even see her there, but very nice percentage regardless.
Yeah, if he maybe could have snuck in some headhunters right there, but it's difficult. It's tough. Sometimes very difficult to get the headhunters to get after the defensive Royal Champion in a position like that. It was a very nice setup here, though. He had a very strong setup. It's just when we're trying to push at the Royal Champion, you can see that there's like ground expos over by the Town Hall that are kind of covering that Royal Champion. It makes so that if you do have headhunters and you're diving in there, if you're not under ward ability protection, which he did force the ward ability under the Rage Tower, then you're kind of arriving with headhunters, if you even have any, into the expos undefended, and then the headhunters get taken out, and you don't really have an answer other than your Electric Owl, and you're just kind of in a bad spot.
Just watching the defensive champion take out balloons one at a time until it fails at the end. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, not an easy attack to do, and that's why usually when we do that attack there, one of the biggest things that we're looking for out of the heroes is, well, we try to get the Queen to take either the Eagle Artillery or the Town Hall like we saw, but we generally want the King and the Royal Champion to go in and take out either the Queen or the defensive Royal Champion, and then make so when we have the ward ability go off, we can have headhunters only having to go after one of the other defensive heroes, and that makes so that the Lalos are possible. But this one going to be a little bit different. It is going to be a Warden protected blimp going in to drop in a Super Archer bomb and followed up with the trusty Mass Super Barbarians.
And it looks like everything is stuck right in a tornado trap. But the Super Archers have locked on to the defensive champion and now taking out the Town Hall, setting himself up really nicely in the core. Elimination of the Monolith, elimination of another Ground Set Expo. This is looking really good.
All the value claimed there. The only thing that he missed was the scatter shot. Usually if we're going to invest a ward ability, then we're trying to throw in a handful of balloons with the Warden, so the balloons can go forward and take out a scatter shot right next to where we drop, and also protect headhunters to go in after the defensive hero. So we have the Royal Champion that was taken out there, but the scatter shot stays standing, and he's going to have to find a way to get back into it. Right now, he doesn't really have a clear answer to that, other than maybe the Royal Champion from the left side, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
There she goes. Royal Champion's locked on. Diggy's going to shut it down. It took a lot of damage already, so it will fall once this champion negotiates through the skeletons. King and the Queen are going to continue to bypass the multi-target Inferno Towers compartment and go into another one. But the Super Barbarians
took a lot of damage. Yeah,
she did.
The Royal Champion took a lot of damage right there, and now the Rage Tower is activating. She already popped her ability. This Royal Champion is going down way too quick to give this a chance.
A raised up tower, raised up expos will shut it down. Now he's reliant on the Super Barbarians to try to pick up some additional percentage. He still has a Queen's ability. which will now be used to take out the Eagle artillery.
And that'll free up some extra damage output so we can at least try to get some more percentage on the board with the last little bit of troops that he has. But the Queen goes down to the Expo. That Expo down south there claimed the world champion. Now it claims the Queen. That block of defense right there was supposed to be encountered right away here. But one of the biggest things that stopped that attack there was just very well placed ground skellies. A lot of base builders will put ground skellies right around the scatter shots, so that way when you approach either the defensive queen or the defensive road champion, you end up having all the ground skellies stall you up, and so that those heroes get way more strikes because you're stuck fighting ground skellies and they're just hammering away at you. But if you end up leaving up one of those defenses unexpectedly, you still have to go in there and deal with it. And he didn't really have a choice there. He kind of had his hand forced, and he walked right into all the ground skelly traps there that just kind of completely shut his road champion down.
And that's basically what the defenses were trying to intend there, is when she went in and got stuck on those skeletons. Right now we're looking at the super archers work. They got some damage in there on the scatter shot, but it didn't matter with the traps protecting it. And the king and the queen, they really went on a venture there, completely avoiding the compartment to assist that champion. You notice that?
Yeah. Well, ideally, if you're making that approach there, then the world champion should have never had to go to the scatter shot. So while the king was providing tanking, she should have been able to charge right into the area with the Expo and the multi, and then the rage tower would have been pre-triggered and it would have had time to reset. And so, like, there's a lot of things that were cascading. It's like a snowball where one thing goes wrong, one little thing, it feels like it could be insignificant, but it just cascades into a bigger and a bigger and a bigger problem until it just completely wrecks your whole attack.
Absolutely. And it's happened to all of us. Everything starts out really nice, but then we find that one thing that just slows the entire plan down and we have to pivot. And it looks like we're going to start out with Peivu with a Hog Rider attack. Eric, looks like we got a blimp coming in.
Yeah, blimp is just going to go in and take out the scatter shot here. The defensive queen was right there, but he's able to quickly get the defensive queen under control there with his queen. The blimp is just dropping in a Yeti bomb there, going in without investing a rage into that. It's a very light compartment there, and with the queen already out of the way, you just need to pick up the scatter shot and get the CC pull, and anything on top of that is just bonus. But with the Yeti bomb claiming out the funnel for the queen, making so that she's not taking any damage on her flank, getting the CC pull, and the queen ability goes off here as he's under a little bit of damage while that rage tower is still active with the Expo.
Oh man, those rage towers will get you every time. She's going to navigate through this king and still make it into the town hall's compartment, but without the ability itself. So he's going to have to invest a freeze if he can get them. Yep, I was going to say, if he can get her in. Oh no! Oh no!
What do you do now?
No! Oh.
All right, well, watch the healers. Oh, it's getting worse. The snowball's building, Kenny. Oh,
right again.
All right, well, he already deployed the king, so we can't use the king to go back up the town hall takedown. And the queen's taking a ton of damage. Used her ability already. The healers are on the verge of going down, but somehow she's still alive, and he's not giving up on this queen charge.
And he's going to drop a freeze on that town hall and give her time.
Wow. All right, well, you know what? There's actually a chance he can pull this back now. He can still triple this potentially. Needs to get the core of the base down, though. The main push going into the Eagle Artillery. Got a couple of multi-infernos there with the warrior ability protecting nicely. Out of spells at this point here, but cascading more hogs along the bottom of the base and trying to make sure that he has no path for his troops to have to leave the base to go after those. But RC ability attack here, more hogs in for the top here. He's not giving up on this. He's still moving, and he still has a chance. Just needs to get the monolith down here. Able to get the Diggy to get the stuns there. Able to get it. He's got some distraction for the defensive road champion. Steps his way in. Pops that he has the scatter shot engaged right there. Does take it down here. Gets past the road champion, but she does stay standing with only one defense standing and a fraction of HP. That's really, really close here, considering everything that went wrong in that attack. That was a big, big issue, but in the end, he ends up with a defense there, and that queen wasn't having all the problems that she did, then he would have ended up having the triple here. So if the queen would have actually just had that invisibility redirect her in, or if he just had that invisibility to keep her protected, if he didn't use it at all, then he could have found a way to end up getting that through for a triple in the end. So it's a little bit rough there that we have another defense, but you know what? It's high percentage. Aphelion is definitely in a very good spot still, and now they have a large percentage advantage. We see the score update right there. We're looking at, it is a 6%. That is 30 buildings total. So a pretty significant advantage into Aphilion's favor there. So AO Valor definitely has the work cut out for them. But at this point, because it's a defense, they can still end up swinging it back there and end up just taking the stars instead. So feels like a very similar situation to the last war here. More very defensive wars there, but the queen, I mean, there's just so many little things that stacked up into a bigger problem. But he managed it very well on the backside. But the queen going to ability was one thing. The Eagle Artillery, because he ended up having the Eagle Artillery target the healers, while the king was a little bit late deployed there, so he wasn't able to keep it distracted. And ultimately, he just wasn't quite able to keep those healers alive and keep the queen charge moving. So, I mean, that was a little bit chaotic there, Kenny.
Yeah, the chaos actually kicked out my headsets. I didn't know what to do.
I got you.
So it looks like we're going to start out with EZ from Valor Gaming. And he's coming in with Sneaky Goblins. Ooh. Going to use the invisibility to take out that Town Hall. Go ahead and eliminate that very early on. I like it. I like it.
Yeah, using, if you have that exposed Town Hall on these, like, teaser style bases, and there's very few collectors and storages in the area, it's worth it. It's worth it because now you don't have to worry about the Town Hall. You know that you have at a minimum a safe 2-star, and you can now kind of go heavy on the opposite side of the base there without having to worry about that risk in the back of your mind.
And it looks like he's got the lineup for the Law, getting damage on the Eagle Artillery. This is perfect because it's going to continue to cross down and do damage on that center-placed multi-target Inferno Tower. Very nice identification using the Super Wall Breaker for that Queen, Eric. This is looking pretty good setup for him.
Yeah, I just need to get the Yetis to go all the way in, and right now they're funneled to walk right into the opening that they created there. The Queen and the Yetis go off in opposite directions, so he's in a really good spot right now. He just has to find a way to deal with the defensive heroes on the backside. Like we talked about it earlier, you're trying to get your heroes to dive in after either the defensive world champion or the defensive queen, and then we can use the headhunters under warden ability to go after the other heroes. So with this queen, with a now wall break into that area, this is a very, very solid approach into the base here. This is a really good chance.
And the Royal Champion's flanking in, going after an Archer Tower. This is going to send her down into that multi. And we're going to see our Lalo portion. Very nicely done. Oh, this is beautiful. If you can get that queen into that sweeper.
Yeah, exactly. Get that defensive queen out of the way there with the headhunters. Looking good with that. Queen down south. Gonna be forced to ability down there. But look at this. He's even got a skeleton spell down south, disabling the monolith. This is looking like a triple here to me, Kenny.
Oh, yeah. And look at the monolith is a little confused down there. He's got the balloons coming into the backside of that expo. Queen stuck on a wall. Not a big deal. Plenty of time. It's just got some percentage on those storages, and the minions got to travel. But looking pretty good here with the blues taking out the monolith.
Yeah, look at the sneaky goblins getting away. They're running away. They outpace the king there. He turns back around there to face the headhunters. And the last sneaky goblin pick up that last storage there. Minions getting the extra assistance over there. Plenty of time left on the board. And easy. I told you. I called him out there when we were looking at the rosters before the war. And easy gets it done. That was a monster queen charge and a very brilliant setup attack.
Oh, it was a beautiful attack because he basically separated the base into sections. Once he eliminated that town hall, all he had to deal with the 3 Inferno towers, and it was just pretty, very pretty.
Yeah. That was very, very good. I like the setup though. I like the setup of using the sneaky goblins to go secure the town hall. Very rare that we have an opportunity to do that, but just clearing out all the collectors and storages, investing the extra spells into that takedown. And it's way better if you have that opportunity to do that instead of using a full siege machine or a full hero to go in after it, because those are very extremely powerful and limited resources, and anything that you can do to free those up there and get a high value target like the town hall down obviously is going to enhance your chances of getting a triple, and it does there very... I mean, I really like that attack. I think that was one of the best ones we saw all day.
Absolutely. And it's going to be very interesting to see how Aphelion responds. Looks like we got Dobbs coming in with a Skelly Donut, going after an Expo Eagle and the Inferno Tower.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's going after 4 targets right there. Look at the way that the Inferno was like embedded in between where the other ones, so we could actually get the invisibility to protect everything. That was some enormous Skelly Donut value. That's a difficult one to place, and he did it perfectly.
Massive value there from the Skelly Donut as we have our blimp coming in, and it's going to land on that Town Hall.
Did you realize that he also got the sweeper out of that as well? That was a 5-target Skelly Donut right there. Oh, wow.
Very rare occurrence. Very rare occurrence. Beautiful. Completing the Town Hall. Town Hall's down, and now it's on the Queen up top.
Gotta get, I guess the Warden's gonna get a little bit more value. Look at the Warden. He's gonna escape to safety as he gets away from that monolith out of all danger, using him to set the attack up there, but he's not done. And he's just gonna, like, look at the, oh, okay. He's now following the Queen there. I was about to say, he was staying just far enough away from the Queen to not get pulled in. Usually if you look at the aura range around him, he'll start to draw to other troops there if there's a stack of 20 equivalent troop space or higher, and it's within like a tile and a half of his aura radius right there. That's when he'll actually get pulled in, and he was standing just outside of that, so very interesting that he stayed alive as long as he did, but now he's got a strong push here with heroes attacking on both sides of the base at the same time.
And Super Barbarians inflexing again with the Royal Champion. Invisibility to clear that monolith, and she's going to continue to path down into the Expo and Scattershot compartment, using the Super Barbarians to distract these defenses to give that hero time to work. Wow.
Lots of just... Yeah, I like that, because now he's got the freeze to lock out the Expo and the Scattershot, which is the highest damage things in the area, and all the Super Barbarians are staying right in the perfect positions to take all the damage in the area and keep her safe, while at the same time, he was managing both of the sets of heroes there, cascading in different sets of Barbarians for both of them, and this is completely overwhelmed, matching the triple that AO Valor just put up.
An Aphelion responded to the previous triple, so it's back even again. Beautiful attacks by both players that did so.
Yeah, that was very, very good. You have percentage advantage still into Aphelion Esports' favor, and they're going to be able to sustain that advantage. But look at the Skelly Donut again here. That is so insane. Like, first of all, just getting the Skelly Donut, recognizing that the CC and the Eagle Artillery are sticking out 1 tile extra with the Inferno pinned right between them, and realizing that you can get all 3 of those, and then also then recognizing that that also puts you in the exact right position to just throw it in 1 extra Skell to spell and pick up the Expo as well. Like, the ability to identify those Skelly Donuts is always impressive to me, and it's even more impressive that they perform so consistently.
I mean, I just want to say that I can't pull one off, so. And I've tried to practice it. It is not easy at all. Beautiful execution of the Skelly Donut there. And 5 targets.
Yeah, 5 targets.
And 5 targets.
Like,
only 5 targets.
I think the world record for like a Skelly Donut of the most targets taken down is like 7. So getting 5 is that's a pretty solid one. I think it was done by Sente, of course it was, but. But yeah, this getting 5 out of the Skelly Donut, that was also kind of a fluke. But this was very deliberate and planned to be able to get 4. This sweeper was just an extra pickup right there. So that was a very solid attack there, and it does sustain the lead for them. But once again, we're looking at on the scoreboard a 6% split, which calculates to 30 buildings between the teams. So Troy Gomar now going to be trying to close that gap.
And it looks like we're going to start out with another Super Bowler smash. I'm seeing a lot of Super Bowlers today.
Trying to get the funnel formed here to get the bowlers into the base, though. Warden gonna push in, get the defensive road champion out of the way. He's actually really good at facing the road champion. Not so well at facing the defensive queen, because if you ever watch when the Warden deploys next to the road champion will stand on that side of the pad, but she can't actually reach him. So she can just stand there, and he just picks her off, and it makes it very, very easy. So if you're trying to push a Warden walk into a hero, always go for the world champion side of the base there as your number one priority. But with that funnel form there, he pushes his way towards a scatter shot, keeping this hopefully under 2 minutes as he is taking a detour, but he eventually gets there and he's ready to turn north.
Absolutely. It looks like he's investing the rage to get into that scatter shot. The elimination of that defense is in... Wow, he does it again. He really wants that scatter shot.
I think he's worried about time. Time is the bigger problem here. He has an extra rage just to be able to pull off and get moving, because usually we don't like to have those water walks go past a 1 minute total invested into it. So if you want to invest the spells there to speed up there, then you can. But if you can keep some light troops that don't distract his targeting to go in next to him to try to speed him up to the targets that you're going after, then that's always better. And he didn't really have a lot of that there. And he ended up wasting a lot of time and ultimately had to invest extra into it. And still, time is going to be a problem as he makes his way forward with that bloom sailing across to go secure the town hall. Like, it's still overall a very well-structured attack. I'm just a little bit concerned about the time.
And it looks like he's going to be able to get the monolith, but yes, the Super Bowler Smash does tend to move a lot slower than a Lalo, for example. In most cases, we want to get the value that we can out of the Grand Warden Walk, but we don't want to spend too much time on that because it is a lengthy process.
Yeah, but he does get that. The queen ended up separating off the Super Bowlers, so he may be able to make up a lot of time right there. It's not what you typically would want to have happen there because you put so much into the funnel. But honestly, it's actually going to work to his favor right now that the queen split off there because it's saving him a ton of time there. And the bowlers are still surviving just fine. Witch is on the outside doing some work there. The world champion cuts across and she's able to get the scatter shot down. This queen walking on him might have just saved the triple and made so this can actually get done with 30 seconds to spare.
Oh, and a beautiful freeze to lock down that expo. Oh, it was a one shot too. Are you kidding me?
Oh, jeez.
Wow. 15 seconds. Okay. It paid off. It worked out.
It did. Oh, what's missing? What's okay? I was like, I looked at the percentage. I was looking at the bottom building of the corner there, and I was like, what? I thought he set to cross all the way back to the top of the base or something like that. But no. He's good. He's good. He got the triple, and with a large percentage disadvantage, if they get a defense of any percentage right now, they're going to finally take that lead.
And that's incredibly important at this point because we should have... Who normally goes next for Aphelion? Damien?
It's either... Let's see. Who's left for Damian? Let's see. Damien's left. I'm trying to think of who else is left on that team there who hasn't attacked yet. I lost track. I guess we'll see. But Damien always puts on a show. He's one of my favorite have on player cameras. And maybe if he ends up making it through and gets into the Superverse Finals that plays on September 30th, where they're going to be playing for that $100,000 prize pool, then maybe we get to see him on a camera. I hope so.
And the scary part about that is that we have to play with these guys. We are playing with these guys in the Samsung Galaxy Superverse. Yeah, we have to play against them.
Yeah.
So I mean,
I don't know if Damien's playing. Is he Canadian? I don't know if he's actually on the roster. I think he was, but I didn't get to see the roster close enough there to remember. I gotta flash memorize the rosters, and sometimes that's not easy.
Exactly. So.
All right. It's all good. There we go. Van is in. It is going to be another Yeti bomb set up here with a queen charge. He's got Super Barbarians and Lalo in the mix, and Van will be pushing his way across the left side of the base and push towards the town hall. This is going to be a long push to the town hall, but he looks like he's going that way, and he's got plenty of wall breakers to support. He just needs to hold on to any resources to make sure he can keep that queen alive as possible.
And it looks like he did get some damage on the Eagle briefly, but the Battle Builder Hut is repairing that. So he's going to focus in on this queen. He's going to freeze that defensive queen and able to take out her as well as the scatter shot itself. Uses the wall breakers, and he's going to open up the center. Clan Castle troops are pulled, looking pretty good here. But the Eagle's locked on.
All right, just need to manage the Eagle Artillery. He can take another strike here if he needs to, but he does deploy the King. The strikes are going to the Queen, and she can handle that right now. It's not that big of a problem. And luckily, the defensive ice golems are not approaching her at an angle that ends up freezing her healers. So she's doing just fine here. And now the Eagle pick up the tanking and also the tanking of all the other defenses in the area while he engages the defensive road champion and sets up his road champion with a nice lane to cut across the middle of the base there and pick up everything that the Queen and the King are missing.
Yeah, she's going to go through this bomb tower down into the multi-target Inferno Tower compartment. King's going to distract the Expo with the invisibility used on the Royal Champion. This is looking nice. He opened up the next compartment for the Queen, and she's going to walk right into that monolith with another invisibility available.
Been pretty solid here. Queen ability still intact as well. Royal Champion doing a fantastic job on the right side. Also uses the help of the Phoenix over there to get part of the Tesla farm down, making so that she's under significant less damage. Last invisibility comes down, pushes his way through the monolith. The Lalo starts at the backside. At this point, Lalo is almost clean up. He just needs to get in there, get a couple perimeter defenses down, and then the damage just enough for the Queen to power through and keep these raised up defenses distracted. The Queen! Oh, this went turn around real fast! Whoa, no, what? Oh, no! What? Oh,
that
was Oh, rip the dream! That's the oh my God, Kenny!
What happened? I thought he froze the town hall.
No, he froze the expo. The freeze missed the town hall, and it just cost him everything.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that is. I got nothing. I'm
that. Yeah, that. What do you even do with that?
That was
that's tragic.
That was the defense that was needed.
That was most definitely the defense that was needed. And if that town hall, that Queen would have had one additional strike, he would have easily overwhelmed that with the rest of the Blues were standing and tripled. But when the town hall was raged up and the Expos were locked onto that defensive or on the offensive Queen, you see the freeze here. I wonder if it'll show the replay is locked into that last freeze that came down. Let's let it roll for just a second here. There it is right there. That freeze right there. That freeze right there missed the town hall, and then the Queen got overwhelmed while all the defenses were under rage, and that could potentially decide this war.
And that was one hit.
Yeah, one hit.
And It looks like we're going to see Perry come in with the Hog Rider, Super Hog Rider combination, starting out with the Yeti Bomb, Eric.
He changed his name there. It used to be Where's Perry? Now he's just Perry with a question mark. Still questionable, but let's see what he does here as he dives his way forward here with Queen going towards the Town Hall. Gonna need to just go in here and get a safe 2-star. If they get a safe 2-star and don't take any risk on it, then we see the war going in their favor and eliminating the affiliate esports team who, like I said, they were the favorite going to this, and so the underdog victory is definitely lined up right now, and all he needs to do is keep this Queen alive and make sure that Town Hall goes down. But you also have to think, when they go into these final attacks here, we didn't know that other attack was going to be a defense until right before he had to press attack. So he still has to stick with the same plan, assuming that one was going to a triple, and he didn't have time to change his plan. So he's sticking with the original plan here, which means there still is inherent risk when we invest a blimp right away, and the Queen is the only thing that is viable of securing the Town Hall takedown without losing everything in the process.
But she looks like she's doing really well considering the spell tower was already activated. She's locked onto the Town Hall, so she's going to secure that first star as the King continues to work. Here comes our Hogs and Super Hog Riders from the right.
Absolutely got it under control there. Queen ability staying intact. Rage up one more time. Freeze the monolith. And there is our second star. And Valor Gaming comes from behind. And one tiny, one, maybe even half a tile mistake there ultimately decides the war and decides who advances into the final round of the qualifiers today.
That's incredible. And he's still going. He's not even done yet. The Queen's locked onto the monolith. I mean, he's just executing the rest of the plan. Champion's going to move down into a frozen Expo and finish up on a multi-target. And the Queen.
Get past the defensive Queen.
Yeah.
Queen's going to be a little bit of a dicey area to get through there, but She's already taken a couple strikes there from something at some point there, so he gets a couple of troops to all arrive at the same time. Or champion. Okay, she's kind of bouncing all over there. She can't decide what she wants to attack, but everybody converges on her simultaneously. And the queen, even though she's attacking a wall right now, she's tanking the scatter shot, and that gives him a chance to get some extra protection. And he still could triple this, but this arch tower could be trouble. He's starting to run low on time. I think he's got it though.
Yeah. It could be time on this one because Queen's got to negotiate through another wall.
Yeah, maybe. He's got the hogs on the right side with all the skeletons that break through. They're pulling the attention of the warden. They pull the warden forward. All the skeletons are providing the tanking. And the hogs, the riders, oh, he came so close. It came so close. Yeah. If you didn't know, the riders, when they jump off of their hogs there for the super hog riders, when they hit walls, they actually deal double damage to the wall. So they break the wall significantly faster than that queen would. And if they all attacked the wall to get the queen back in action, he probably would have made it there. But they're a swing short, and it is still not going to be enough for the comeback now for Affiliate Esports, as that one locks in the win here and guarantees they're moving on to face Empire Game in the next round.
Oh, that's going to be a good match. Well done. But I mean, both teams did phenomenal in this war, but it's just that one minute percentage on the town hall and that that one tile off on the freeze. That is so disheartening to watch. But Perry.
All right. Well, last attack. BJG Baller going to come in for the final attack. You lose track of Perry. That's why we had the question marks next to his name. BJG Baller going to be coming in for the last attack here for Affiliate Esports, a seasoned veteran in the North American circuits. And let's see what he can do as he drives his way in for the final attack of the war here. Already eliminated. No chance of victory, but one last chance to show off a little bit here as he dives in. And we got to play what if there. If that other attack ended up having the triple go through, this would be the one that would be deciding the war. If that town hall would have had that final strike to go down. But BJG Baller pushing his way with the big kill squad after the lightning. And I like that the log launcher hitting some of these CC troops here and taking some of the damage off of the king.
Yep. And I really enjoy headhunters fly off a map when a log hits them. Which would activate the town hall. He's on the outside. Her ability has been used and locked onto a scatter shot. And the Yetis are going to continue to push into the center of this base.
Yeah, going to get the multi down with the Yetis. It's a big pickup right there.
Absolutely.
As well. Yes, they do. And that means the Phoenix is not done yet. The Phoenix will pick up the Rage Tower. And it's, I guess it's going to clear some traps in the core of the base there. Now, it would have been nice if we would have got a little bit closer to the town hall and guarantee that he got any red air bombs out of the way there. So that's still a concern. But overall, looking pretty solid here as he has a Lalo beginning from the left side.
Looks like the free down for the town hall, which gives these balloons time. He's going to use that warden's ability to power into this area, taking on those ground set expo and going to clear the town. Oh, there it goes. All right. And they did their job. That's all that mattered.
All he needed to get was that area around the town hall and in front of it. And now the World Champion comes to the left side of the base there, and she will clean things up here. Skeleton Spell gets her past the defensive hero in that area there, and will give her the cover that she needs. Ability still intact here. 6 balloons still on standby. You can just throw those down into cleanup wherever he chooses. And you know what? That's kind of tragic right there.
It is.
It's kind of a slap in the face there because they're getting eliminated. And if that other queen got one strike off on that town hall, this would have been the decided attack of the war. This would have given them a chance to go take on Empire Gaming and continue to go play for the $100,000 that is up for grabs in this competition. But that's not the way it played out there. AO Valor gets the upset and moves on into that semifinals, and they're one step away from potentially going all the way into Superverse Finals.
Wow.
Gentlemen.
Beautiful.
Gentlemen, did I not say anything? And I mean anything can happen when it goes down to Clash of Clans. What a finish. Obviously, a little bit of flex at the end, and the what-ifs were circling in my head as well, Eric. But, I mean, that one freeze changes everything. It's still 92% one-star, by the way. Like, crazy that it was just that one small freeze error that costed them that entire thing. Let's take a look at some of the replays here. There were some great moments from both teams. But Eric, talk me through this this overall war. Obviously, it came down to one moment now that we saw the final attack, but there was a lot that went into it along the way.
Yeah, it was a very well played war from both sides here. Like, they had some strong attacks, good strategies, very good fundamentals all the way through. And you kind of learn to expect that as I see these teams play over the year here, watch these players develop, and you see just little things that go wrong attacks there, like this one with Peivu, where the Queen just kind of wandered around there. You see the healer's dying out right there as he passes the Town Hall. Just a couple little things that ultimately cost him. A Queen making a missed path here and there, or a stray Eagle Artillery Strike, or a slightly misplaced spell. Like, it's crazy that just such a small thing can have such a big impact on the outcome.
Right. Yeah, and Kenny, we just saw it on the replays a moment ago. One of my favorite moments from the entire war was AO Valor's Easy's Sneaky Goblins play on the Town Hall that was kind of exposed on the side. I don't know if he was trying to play mind games the defense was, but the Sneaky Goblins went crazy. They've got that 5 seconds of invisibility, and it paid off to take down the Town Hall. I mean, that was a crucial moment in this one as well. Like, let alone, sure, we only had a 1-star with a 92%, but if any of these 3-stars were 2-stars, right? Like, it's a different game as well.
Absolutely. The play with the Sneaky Goblins is a massive play. It saves you the use of a hero, and it's something that a lot of players out there don't even like think about, because you get to see these players using heroes to take out Town Halls instead. But overall, the attacks minus that one, they were all amazing.
I mean, and look at this. I mean, talk to me about this, Eric. This is crazy stats across the board, but obviously, if you look at Aphelion, I mean, their percentages were monumental. I mean, all the way into the 90s for everything, 98 from Max, 96 from Peivu, but it's just that one star that cost them the war.
Yeah, time fell, one strike, one. That's insane that they were able to get that much door. Like, you don't expect to look at a stat line like that and look up and see 11 stars on the board there, because like that's, oh, I mean, I guess you would if you saw more hundreds, but they came so close. They came so incredibly close. They played very, very well. And they just had a couple of little things there where the base building threw them off just enough, and some unexpected things happened, and they just weren't able to react properly to it. So now Empire Gaming versus AO Valor decides who goes to the solo finals.
Yeah, this is the final moment. Again, this is the final war of the day to find ourselves with our final 2 teams, a total of 10 players that'll be pared down to 8 off screen. So here's our final war, Empire Gaming versus AO Valor. There's some momentum on the side of AO Valor. They've got to be feeling fantastic about some of those defenses that gave them the victory. Really, really fun war we just witnessed, but job's not done from AO Valor. If they want to make it to that September 30th live finale, they've got to win here, and there's a tall order ahead of them with Empire Gaming staring them down. Now, Kenny, I know since we have a moment here before we head into that semifinal, we have a moment for you to break down that crucial moment. There's so many amazing moments in that war, but that 1-star freeze miss, I gotta let you take it away and run through this attack, because it was wild to watch, and it's worth watching again.
Definitely. This is one of those attacks that it went all the way through till the end, and it looked like it was going to be a sure 3-star. Starting out with funneling with the Super Barbarians. That's like the hotness right now at Town Hall 15, where everybody's using this troop because it's tanky and it has a very low housing space. Using the blimp with the Yeti bomb to take out important defenses like this, the Inferno Tower, the Expo. He also gets a little bit of damage on the Eagle, but it doesn't go down. But it doesn't matter. He's going to work this Queen up into the compartment with a clear path towards the Town Hall. Super Barbarians being used to take out Archer Towers, multiple buildings to push this Queen exactly where he wants him to go. I mean, everything's looking perfect so far throughout this first half of the attack. Even getting some damage on the Eagle, but it gets cleared up by the Battle Builder hut. Yeah, I mean, Rage Spell pushed his Queen. He's going to use his Super Wall Breakers to open up more compartments in the core, freezing both the defensive Queen as well as the Scatter Shot. Eagle's activated, but the Queen can take a few shots. depending on the amount of damage she's taking in these scenarios. Clan Castle troops, she's going to deal with these CC troops, no problem. And then he starts working his Barbarian King on the opposite side of the base. So ideally, when we're looking at this, he set up a path on the right with his Eagle Artillery, the X-Bow, and the multi-target Inferno Tower for the Royal Champion and Diggy to navigate through this section and clear while the Queen works into the Monolith compartment. Again, using the Super Barbarians to pick off buildings, to move that King in, to focus that Royal Champion in, and distract the scatter shot. So again, most of this base was cleared with heroes, and Phoenix. Phoenix picking up the scatter shot, Queen working her way through, stepping up into the Monolith. He's going to use a freeze here, I believe. Yes, he's going to freeze that Town Hall. This was a very nice freeze placement on the Monolith and shutting down the Town Hall because of their spacing, as well as the invisibility. Now, this is the part where things get a little interesting because he uses all of his balloons, or most of the balloons, and uses the Warden's ability to push them into the Town Hall. At this point, I think he believes that he's got the 3-star on lockdown. This is the freeze spell, is where things went wrong, and the raised up Town Hall will kill off the Queen and cause the balloons to fail. And that was just a massive moment for Van. It's just unfortunate. It's just one of those things that it's just a slight placement, and maybe he had to take advantage of the 7.6-inch screen from the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. He would have been able to get that tile perfectly.
Kitty, you're doing my job for me, my friend. That was a great breakdown. I appreciate it. And I think you're exactly right. Perfectly walked through that game. And you're right. The attack was set up near flawlessly. It was just that one micro moment that we can walk away from it and say, dang, what would have happened if we hit that right? And very well done. Great breakdown. I've got to remind the folks at home of exactly what you just said, Kenny. You got to get your hands on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. Look, one thing I need to mention about that is that precision meets portability with the S Pen capability with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. You can write directly on the large screen and go from to do to done. Also, when you purchase a Model Slim S Pen case for the Galaxy Z Fold 5, the case will include an S Pen as well to use. It's actually a really cool case I had a chance to take a look at, where the phone, the pin actually insets onto the back of the phone for easy carrying as well. So go check out the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 with exclamation point Galaxy Z Fold 5, or head down to the link in the description below. It's a really cool device. Our creators have had a blast with it. Go check it out. And make sure you follow Samsung Galaxy on all major socials. They're always talking about their products on socials. They've got these amazing live streams like we're doing right now. YouTube, Facebook, Twitch. We're all over the place. And of course, all of our news, they're on Twitter. Go follow them right now. Exclamation point social should pull that up. Or just head down to the link in the description below and see all those links so you can go follow Samsung Galaxy. Now, folks at home, we have one more war, and it's going to be a doozy. We said anything can happen, and it's Empire Gaming versus AO Valor, and I don't know, the upset feels like a possibility. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to bring you the rest of this team finale for the Clash of Clans section of the $100,000 Samsung Galaxy Battles Superverse, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and Supercell, all powered by that Galaxy Z Fold 5. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a moment.
Jack and I are here right now to announce something very exciting. Drum roll, please. Galaxy Battle Superverse program, where the entire Supercell community will come together. First of its kind cross-game event where Supercell universes will collide as creators and players will compete in Brawl Stars, Clash of Clans, and Clash Royale to find out who the best gamer in the Superverse is. The Grand Finals will have a $100,000 prize pool. It would be $100,000 prize pool! Whoa. The finals are going to be on September 30th, and Courage and I are going to be casting. Courage will be casting. I'll be there. I will attempt to cast.
You will be casting too.
I'll be casting, yes.
make moves ahead of the curve. I'ma teleport you to another dimension, straight up out of this earth. I can't stop, I'm on a roll. Buckle up, we're taking control. Feel the vibration, no limitation. Got the power, let's go. Power. Now that's power. Power.
Welcome back to the $100,000 Galaxy Battle Superverse, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy and Supercell, all powered by the Galaxy Z Fold 5. This is the Clash of Clans Team Qualifier Finals, and we are on the very last war. I am super excited to get into it, but I've got to remind you all at home of, well, that there's more coming in the Superverse. Take a look at this. Brawl Stars is next. We're going to go through 3 different titles. Clash of Clans today. Brawl Stars is next, and it's open qualifiers. You've got to go sign up now. Take a look. It is open now through September 3rd at 2 p.m. Central. Go get involved. Sign up for the Brawl Stars qualifiers so that you can make it to main stage. That live show is going to be on September 10th. amg.games/Superverse. amg.games/Superverse is how you sign up for the Brawl Stars. Got to get involved on Brawl Stars. It's a lot of fun. I'm excited to be hosting that as well. But we got to finish out today. Let's bring back our casters. We got Kenny, we got Eric, and they've been killing it all day today. Going into this last kind of finale here in the semifinals, the right-hand side of our bracket, gentlemen. Let's take a look at the rosters, and I'll start with you, Eric. Some of the key players on both teams. We've had a chance to watch them play. We have a chance to watch them defend, attack. Give me your quick hits. Who are you thinking is going to really lead the charge and carry the onus of responsibility for the teams?
Well, I want to see, I think, some of the most impressive players on the roster here for Empire Gaming, specifically Shadow and Jesus. Definitely always extremely impressive to see what they can do here. Over for AO Valor, Easy, and Perry, definitely carrying the team pretty well over there. And definitely, there's no weak point on the rosters here that we've seen so far. So I'm curious to see what they do here. And there's only one round to fight through until they claim that position into the solo finals.
Yes, exactly right. And Kenny, as we get into this one, what do you think AO Valor has to do in order to upset Empire? I mean, obviously they can't rely on misclicks. They did have a couple 3-stars. They had some nice high-level plays with the sneaky goblins. Anything you're looking at that team in particular that they need to do to battle against Empire, who has a very strong defense?
They're gonna have to negotiate through the defense and start landing some of those 3 stars. And we're gonna start out with Buck from Valor Gaming, and looks like we're gonna kick things off with another dragon with the minion blimp, the minion bomb, super minion bomb. Eric,
Last time that Buck tried to use attack here, he ended up falling a little bit short here as he didn't get a funnel set on the right side very well. This one may have the same potential issues, but he will go ahead and use the lightning to zap out the sweeper so we can sneak a blimp all the way into the middle of the base there, and the blimp will drop out super minion bomb into the core of the base. It needs to secure the CC takedown, it needs to secure the town hall, and everything else of value in that area. Nice shift of the visibility there to turn back and pick up the multi, get some shots in the model, get some shots in the defensive queen. But he does. Okay, you know what? He actually did get some really good value, and he's just still moving.
He's
They're
still
gonna
going.
pick up the multi as well. That's some enormous value out of that super minion bomb.
and then he's gonna drop the skeleton spell to distract the scatter shot. Even though it's still targeting the dragon, it's going to shift back into ground mode and start targeting the skeletons while the king works his way in there. With the Electro Titan, Queen is on the outside and going to continue to push forward. Up top, I think he still had like a dragon going with the Grand Warden. Wow, I mean...
that dragon's going to get shot down, though. So is a Warden, but that's okay here. They did more than enough on the top side, so he's in a very good spot. He still has 3 hero abilities here, and the Rage Tower is triggered ahead of the pack there. So with the Skeleton spell that he can use to distract the defensive king and the defensive Grand Warden, and 3 hero abilities, looking very solid. There's a very high probability this ends up going for a triple.
Yes, looks like the Electro Titan's going to fall, but it distracted the defensive king long enough for the champion to take it down in health. She's going to line up and start working on that multi-target Inferno Tower, but she's going to get... Yep, there goes the ability. Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's got it in the bag here.
Oh, yeah.
Buck is... He missed on the first war, and so this feels like a bit of redemption to be able to come out here. And against a big-name team like Empire, when you're looking at $100,000 up ahead as a prize pool, like this is a very, very key time to clutch one up and get the triple on the board.
That was a massive play. It worked out perfectly for him, unlike the last war, but he was able to secure a massive chunk of the core of that base with the Super Minion Bomb.
It's a big deciding factor there. The Super Minion Bomb on replay here. We're going to see it one more time. Looks like he invested the clone into it. Invisibility, Rage. Look how much he got. But look at this invisibility, how he shifted it over to the right after the initial drop. And he was able to, after he took out targets to his right, he shifted the invisibility to the right, and then he was able to take off the targets on his left. So very good management of the spells right there. That was a very well-structured attack, and it's kind of a, you're putting all your eggs in one basket, hoping that those super minions are able to take that down. But if they get their value and the dragons just kind of coast their way around it and just support the setup there, then it's a very effective way to take down a lot of different bases.
Absolutely, and it got everything that he was after, which set it up perfectly for the heroes to clear the rest of that base.
And that's gonna now give him a nice setup here as they go send him now over to Empire Gaming. And Empire Gaming, as they entered into this competition and were able to make it through on the very first day of qualifiers, they came in as tied for that #1 seed there, right alongside the already qualified United Gaming. They were the favorite to win it. They are now gonna have some pressure on as this war starts off, and they're really gonna have to earn it. But we see Warden with the yak. Wait, what? This is all right. Well, we haven't seen the yak in play here since it got the new levels all the way up to 15. I don't think I've seen any of the pro players use the yak at level 15. I'm very curious why he decided to do that.
I am a little lost here. I did not expect to see the yak today, but it served as a great tank for that Warden, actually. He zapped out the... He got damage on the spell tower, took out the multi
and 2 battle builders will take
there we
care.
go.
But also,
Yeah.
you got the Town Hall activated as well. And so now with the Flame Flinger on standby, you can have the Flame Flinger go in and secure the Town Hall takedown, as long as it'll take the turn off to the left right now. And right now it's, I don't know where it's going to go. Okay, it's going off that way now. And it is seeming to be locked out of the Town Hall right now. And it will go ahead and outrange the mortars up at the very top corner of the base there. So this is a cool attack here. I'm liking this so far. Kind of an extra unorthodox twist on the normal meta Electro Titan Smash attack.
Yes, and it looks like the Queen's going to eliminate the Monolith, protected by the Barbarian spawns from the King. King's going to continue to work, and Royal Champion's coming in while the Flame Flinger works on the Town Hall. And then it's going to continue to progress and clear the Spell Tower or go into the Hidden Tezzles up top.
Well, in the meantime, the Queen's making her way across the core of the base there. She's about to engage the defensive Queen. Her ability's still intact there. He can choose to freeze or pop the ability. He opts to pop the ability, save the freeze to protect the Royal Champion. Rage is up. Everybody, as they go into the scatter shot on the left side of the base there, Electro Titans will quickly burn through all the grass skellies popping in that area. And I love that the Flame Flinger also is never really going to be threatened at the top of the base there, because the mortar would be able to outrange it up there. But if it hits the Tesla, then it ends up taking the mortar as collateral while it takes it down. So, like, he's golden no matter what happens here. He can just coast his way to the finish. This is a triple through and through, and that means that Empire Gaming matches the triple from Valor Gaming.
This makes it very interesting to kick things off in this final match. Freeze on the Wizard Tower, complete swag there, didn't even need it. Amazing attack, and swagged out the Clan Castle troops from the Flinger.
Yeah, who knows what was in there? Could have been anything. It doesn't matter. He can actually get us a save him and take him into this next war if he wants. Which I guess if he wins, then that I guess would be in Seattle, because they're actually getting ready to move on to go play in Seattle for a different Samsung sponsored event there out there as well. So like Samsung showing up here to support Clash of Clans esports on all kinds of different tournaments here, and we love it. But yeah, Swifty, very, very strongly set up attack here. And that's just an interesting way to do it, and perfectly set up that approach for the Flame Flicker, which we always love to see.
Absolutely. I was still a little surprised to see a level 15 Mighty Yak used with the Warden. Very interesting play, but it worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah, that was very nice. It was like overall, like there's that separation that you see created by the lightning plus the Warden walk. So you have the Flame Flinger go off to one side of the lightning. It went north, with the placement was kind of interesting that it ended up being deployed like stacked with everybody else there, but ultimately went where it's supposed to go. That felt kind of weird, but it ended up going exactly where he wanted it to. So you have a separation created by the lightning, so none of your troops ever go towards the town hall. You have a big separation, a big gap there, so even after the town hall is activated by the earthquake, everybody walks away from it, and that makes so that you never have the town hall doing any damage over the walls that you don't have under control. So you fight only what's directly in front of you.
And the Flinger, it looked like it was going to maneuver down towards the south for a moment there, but that might have been a safe play to make sure that it stayed outside of range that, you know, of any things that would have slowed it down, and it ended up going where he wanted it to go. It was a beautiful maneuver there. Which is going to lead us into Coleman answering back from Valor Gaming, and looks like we have the Hog Rider Super Hog Rider attack with what we got, components for Super Archers or Super Minion Blimp. There we go, Super Minion Bomb taking on the Monolith. It's going to get some damage on various buildings to include the Barbarian King. Locking on to that Town Hall next. He's got one more invisibility. Finish this off. And then he's going to continue to work through a couple additional defenses on the backside of Air Sweepers. Town Hall's down. Looking very nice as he gets this Queen and Electro Titan down. But the Clan Castle troops were not pulled.
All right, well, he just needs to now set up the heroes to go off to the left side and go take out either the defensive queen or the world champion, because he's going directly at the defensive queen here. Always a very critical target in these attacks, but if he's going to use the Super Minion Bomb to set up his attack here, like the disadvantage of using that attack is you don't get the CC pull in advance there, because you go with the full air CC removal, and it definitely makes it difficult to try to fight that CC under danger, especially if you're approaching it right stacked with a Rage Tower, and you could have a bunch of extra damage coming out. But looks like the angles work into his advantages here, and it's not a really high damage defensive CC, but it will stall him up.
It's going to slow that Queen down. Oh, ability is triggered, and she faints through the ability. But here comes our Super Hog Riders and Royal Champion. Warden ability still intact.
But the Warden ability did delay there for a little while there, and so did he The question is that he used it soon enough there to get through all these defenses. He's got a lot of hogs out in front there, but I'm looking for his road champion. I see her up top. She's under a lot of fire right now as the scatter shot is hitting her, which might be okay there because, I mean, she will be able to handle the splash damage better than the stack of hogs. So with the RC ability still intact here and the defensive road champion out of the way here, he does have a glimmer of hope to pull through, but the road champion has a lot of heavy lifting to do here.
And it looks like the Super Hogs got slowed down and went directly into a pair of giant bombs with a king at low health and a multi-target still standing.
Okay, but he's staying away from the defensive king, though. The king is going to make his way in under Phoenix, going to go after the multi-inferno. If he can get that multi down, he has a chance to pull through this. The defensive king is very low HP. All the hogs are starting to die out here, but the warden is going to assist the road champion. Electric Owl going to get some extra damage right there. The road champion takes a strike there, but does ultimately go down. King misses the multi, and it is going to ultimately end up being a hold here for Empire Gaming, stopping up Coleman, and will pick up their first defense of the war.
And that was a much-needed defense with 2 back-to-back triples. Nice response on the defense, but regardless, a beautiful percentage here from Coleman. He should land out at over 90.
Yeah, locking it at 90% there.
Exactly.
90 on the dot there. So that's the bar set now for Empire Gaming. And Empire, they did have a relatively low-score war in their last war. So they can't be having that kind of performance here, not when AO Valor is coming out swinging the way they are.
Absolutely. You got a very hungry team here from AO Valor, and they're making very nice plays. This is a beautiful super minion bomb to take out Town Hall and eliminate a lot of percentage at the beginning of this attack, setting it up for a backside sweep.
Yeah, it's a fairly common way that we approach the bases, but now we get to see Shadow in action here as he's diving in. Queen charge into Hog Riders. Last war, Shadow ended up having his healers get targeted by the Eagle Artillery. So now this war, maybe he'll be extra diligent to make sure that that does not happen. And so at any given time, once the Eagle Artillery activates, maybe the first strike we could have a lock onto the Queen there and take a swing at her. But after that, we want to make sure that we have something more tanky than the Queen on the board to keep it under control.
And it looks like he's got that on the left with the Yeti working, blocking, getting some Yeti mites on defenses over there. Activation of the Rage Spell Tower, and she looks like she's healthy enough to negotiate through the first Expo and then step up into that tower. There we go.
Yeah, I think he wants to go to the Town Hall here. He's got the jump spell, so he can make the transition over. He'll probably leave the Eagle Artillery up and just charge it with the Hogs. But it's going to be close to Eagle activation at this point here, so it is going to be coming out soon. He draws a couple of traps with some Barbarians deployed over to the far right side of the base there. Just getting the Teslas out of the ground. Not sure what the point of that was. But we need to be paying close attention to Eagle Artillery activation. He's very, very close to activating. The moment the King drops here, he's going to end up activating the Eagle Artillery, and he needs to get the Hogs moved shortly afterwards.
Yeah, he spent a lot of time invested on this charge. Singles locked on. Invisibility to protect that Queen's going to send her right into the Town Hall like he wants. And here comes our King on the opposite side with the Hogs. So he got where he wanted to go, Eric.
He did. Now the King is going to... Oh, no, Queen went down. Queen went down. The Hogs are going to pick up the healers here. They do not safely transfer. Those are air expos. The healers get wrecked in the transition. All right, Shadow, you're not going to make it through. Not with the Queen going down and the healers not surviving that transition. You need to get the percentage up here. We need 90% to get an advantage for his team. So Road Champion pushes through into the Rage Tower, freezing those heavy defenses while they're under range, and we'll see how far she can survive. She needs to swing to the outside. If she goes to that single, he's done.
Hogs and the Headhunter's going to clear an Expo on the backside, and it looks like she's going to step down into that single.
Okay, all right. Well, he's got the Diggy there, still providing stuns. Pops the RC ability, clears the way, and gets her directly into it. She's able to pick it up there. Look at the King. King up top there with all the wizards and the balloon able to clear up a bunch of the trash up there. And he's actually able to get a pretty solid amount of the percentage up on the base here, but not enough to get a lead for his team. So, would you guess it? The underdog story playing out here. AO Valor picks up the early lead.
Looking really good with that previous attack. Shadow came in, invested a ton on that charge, and it just didn't play out exactly how he had hoped.
Yeah, I got to get that single Inferno under control. It's a very, very difficult defense to be able to stay alive through when you're already investing so much and you're trying at the same time with, you know, that the Eagle Artillery just activated. You got to get the Hogs moving. You got to get the King moving. You got to get so much down to the right side. It's a lot of multitasking, and that's probably why it's important to be able to make sure you have a big display on your phone, right?
Absolutely.
maybe a Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 could help with that.
Absolutely. So, and this backside, he just had that one little piece in the corner over there. That's all that was missed out. And I think he thought he was going to get that with the Yetis at the beginning of the attack while he was working that charge in. But like you said, it's a lot going on. It's a lot to focus in on when you have a charge that is that deep in the base, walking into a single target and a monolith with an ability already used.
Yeah, it's not easy. It's a very difficult charge. You gotta invest a lot into that, and you're taking a little bit of a gamble there because the Queen has to be able to reach that Town Hall, and if something goes wrong, then we saw what happened last tour. But he was able to get the percentage up there. He's okay. Easy now responding. One of the top players here from Valor Gaming going to be dropping in a Yeti Bomb and set up a Queen charge into Twin Hog as he just drops out that Yeti Bomb under Rage, able to get the defensive row champion down, clears the compartments, pulls the CC, and gets that bonus Expo an extra layer deep, and that is going to greatly reduce the damage the Queen will be receiving on her approach.
And she's looking like she's going to navigate through very easily. Headhunters are going to come in and assist the King through the defensive King. This is going to set it up perfectly for that Queen to march right into the Town Hall's compartment.
Not sure why he delayed a healer there, but he deploys the last of his healers to go onto the Queen now. And the King, with her ability, was able to keep all those barbarians, distracting the defensive monolith right there, giving tons of protection in that area. And the Queen just marches way forward there. King under invincibility, continuing to tank up more big defenses like the defensive Grand Warden. Rage up again, and we'll just soak that poison onto his healers there for a minute. And Kokoloon luckily clearing some red air bombs out in front there. But if I see one red air bomb, I expect to see more. So definitely keep an eye on the healers here as the Hogs deploy from the left side.
And they're going to navigate through heavy defensive fire under Rage from the Spell Tower. Warden ability used to protect the Hogs.
Healers. Okay, watch for
more. They're holding on. They're holding
still
on.
alive, not by much.
One more bomb and they're gone.
Yeah, need to get the Hogs to keep on moving through. There's the red air bomb. The Queen's healers are going down. She has her ability attack, though. Her ability, she survived long enough that her ability can carry her through the defensive Queen. Gets the scatter shot taken out of the way there. And you know what? She lost the healers, but they survived just long enough. And easy picking up another, would you say it? Easy triple. It's a triple for Valor Gaming, and the lead is sustained.
With some swag, Eric. With some swag. Do you not see the invisibility there?
Always gotta put the CC, or put the swag onto the CC there. Let them know, you know, like you gotta go into. You're gonna send Empire Gaming into hiding with that one, with that invisibility, right?
I see what you did there, Eric.
Yeah,
I see what
yeah.
you did there. Well played. But it was a beautiful attack overall. I think the delay on the healer might have been because of the E-Titan, or just maybe when he clicked it, it just didn't drop all of them.
I don't know. But either way, he's fine. Like, maybe, you know, he does a lot of attacks with the recall. Maybe it's just like a habit of using the recall spell and making sure to not drop over the capacity of the recall, you know? Because when we do those attacks, which are very, very common, you see only 4 healers come down there until after the recall has extracted the Queen. So maybe that's what he's going for there. Maybe that's what the delay was for. And then he realized what he was doing. He's like, oh yeah, I should probably drop the 6 healers.
He realized I don't even have a recall for this one, so I should drop that healer. I mean, it worked out either way. It worked out either way. And he lost the healers midway through the back end, but he still was able to take out the Queen, the scatter shot, and march her back down to work on buildings to distract for that Royal Champion. Well done.
Yeah, very, very good job right there. And like, he had that Coco Loon go through. Like he was you know that you're going to be running into a lot of traps in an area like that. A lot of people are putting their red air bombs stacked around the town hall. That and the tornado trap are almost always right by that town hall. I guess it depends on your opponent. It depends on what you're expecting to receive. If you're expecting to receive a bunch of Super Archer blimps, then you're going to put the tornado trap a little bit differently. But that is a pretty good spot for the red air bombs for a variety of different attacks here. But now, Anthony going to be pushing in with looks like an Electro Dragon and Super Minion bomb attack here.
Using the lightnings to clear out the sweeper so he can maneuver his blimp in uninhibited. Baby Dragon clearing up top, getting nice, a couple buildings. It wasn't necessarily the nicest of value, but it worked. Now let's see if we can get those Electro Dragons to push through the center. You're going to have one break off. And there goes your heroes, Eric. Yep.
As long as the bulk of the drags are covered by the ward ability and you can get the ward ability down relatively smooth attack there. We used Warden to protect the Blimp and the E-Drags together. Try to time it with Eagle Artillery Strikes there and the CC engagement. Looks like only a partial CC deploys out of there. I only saw Archers, maybe some other light troops there, but he needs to, now that we know that it is going to be mostly air targeting CC, or ground targeting CC, then we need to make sure that we get the Electro Dragons to destroy the CC building, or the Super Minions get it done, and they're right there working on it, and they will make sure that that does not come out later and interrupt his heroes.
And he's going to place that Royal Champion with his Archer Queen. Working our way into the defensive Royal Champion. And the Queen and Champion are going to work together under invisibility. Looks like all the Electro Dragons have gone down, and the Eagle Artillery is still active, which is going to cause an issue on the heroes moving through.
I don't know if he intended for the Eagle Artillery to go down, but the Warden takes that strike there, and looks like the Electro Titan will pick up the next strike. But he's got all the major threats out of the way there, like that invisibility, getting past the ground skellies, skipping them to get right into defenses. The Warden goes down eventually after the Phoenix wears off there. It was nice that he's able to pick up that Expo there, but the Queen's under a lot of fire for a long time here. And even with ability, I don't think she has the punch to get through, so this one looking to be a defense, and that means that AO Valor is not only going to get that triple that they just put on the board there, but they're going to pick up the defense as well and that puts them into a very solid lead in the overall war.
Absolutely. AO Valor is looking solid in this matchup against Empire Gaming.
Definitely has a long road to go, though. This is only the midpoint of the war, so we can still swing in an instant, and every bit of percentage here is going to decide how much they're going to be trailing by, so we can set the bar a little bit higher if we can get a couple more buildings. And it looks like they went into this with I want to say 7 building deficit, and so this one will leave 13, so I think they're going to be 20 buildings behind, so pretty significant defense right there, and that's going to put AO Valor in a pretty strong position going in the midpoint of the war.
Absolutely. Looking at the stats, they got the star. They have the percentage at the moment, so it's going to be very interesting to see what their next play is. Are they going to play it safe, or are they going to continue to push hard for those triples? A lot of great attacks so far that we've seen, and I'm really digging these Super Minion bombs. Seen it multiple times in this war already.
Very true. I like the Super Minion bomb. It definitely has some advantages in dragon attack specifically over the Super Archer bomb, because of the fact that if you have Lava Hounds or defensive rocket balloons or ice golems in the CC, then you don't end up pulling them. So if you can destroy the CC building with either the Super Minions or the Electro Dragons, then you never have to fight it at all. So a pretty solid way to try to take the base down, but in the end it's not quite there. But you still have some very, very strong attackers, and the star player for Empire Gaming is still yet to come. He usually goes in the 4th slot, so I mean, if AO Valor wants to keep their lead here, they're gonna need to put some pressure on. I feel like they can't let their guard down right now.
Absolutely. And it looks like we're going to start out with Troy, and it looks like we got a Super Dragon attack, which we haven't seen one in this section of the wars. We saw it earlier today, and he's also got the recall spell for a potential Queen Charge recall.
Just needs to get the funnel formed on both sides of the entry here with the Queen and the recall. A lot of times the recall Queen Charge will set up to go right through the Town Hall with the Dragons by removing air defenses on the left and right side, and then coming behind the Sweepers. And with the CC relatively close to the Town Hall right there, that's definitely an option right here. And he won't be taking any damage to the Super Dragons from Monolith, which is on the far opposite side of the base. And so there's definitely some potential in this. I can definitely see Dragon attack wiping out the core of the base there, as long as he can get past the CC, the Eagle, and the Heroes and Expos with the Super Dragons before they die out there. Then he should be in a really good spot.
And it looks like he's going to pull that queen back after the destruction of that Expo and drop her exactly where you felt that she was going to go. And the targets are going to be about the same as it was on the opposite side of the base with the air defense archer towers. He's just going to focus on this portion to set up for the Super Dragons to run through the center of the base behind those air sweepers.
Need to get the damage controlled on the queen here. Right now she's taking more damage than she can heal through, so needs to either freeze up the Expo. He can freeze the Expo and the Town Hall together here, so he has that as an option. And the queen actually able to release some of the damage there. She just goes invisible, and she'll just be fine for a little bit, and he can keep on pushing with the Dragons and take that Expo off of her, and then she's home free for a little while, and she steps into the Road Champion as her only threat immediately.
And it looks like he's powered through the Town Hall, activated the Warden's ability to protect the Stone Slammer as it targets Battle Builder Hut, and is going to release the balloons to head into that Expo.
Ice Golems got pulled, though. Ice Golems ended up moving over to the right side of the base there, and they went down pretty quick there. The Dragons were able to hit them and pop them almost all as a stack, and so he is able to get past them, and he got past everything in the core of the base there, except for we have that defensive queen standing on the opposite side. But he's honestly set up pretty well, and since he didn't need the poison because it was Ice Golems in the CC, he now has a poison that he can use to assist getting through the defensive queen. He's got a lot of time to work with. This actually has a really solid chance right now.
The Royal Champion working her way into the Monolith compartment, taking some damage though. Ooh, she found a bunch of bombs. He's going to use that poison to try to protect this champion to get through the Monolith.
Able to get past it. Keeps the queen protected as she circles all the way to the outside of the base there. Now I'm more concerned about time than anything, and definitely need the Road Champion to get through that and have a chance to get past that defensive queen. But right now, I didn't see where it looks like his king went down to the very top corner of the base, and so he didn't survive nearly long enough there to continue to provide extra protection and the speed that he needs to get through the rest of the attack there. But the Road Champion getting stalled up by the ground scale he's going through the Monolith definitely hurt him, and he didn't really have a ton of spell support to be able to get the Road Champion to survive past that. So it is going to leave the percentage of the board here. It looks like 86, so 14 buildings, and they went into that with a 20 building advantage. So if we see a response from, I assume it'll be Jesus next here, the star player from Empire Gaming. If he triples, then we're looking at I think a 4 building split between the teams. Maybe 6 buildings, 4 buildings? Right in there.
Something like that. It's very close. Looking back at this last attack, I mean, it's a bit of a time investment. So you got to win big with the Super Dragons in the core. I think the only thing that went wrong here in this particular attack was that Royal Champion finding all the skeletons and the bombs in that one compartment with the Monolith. And I think he might have wanted to get the defensive queen with the Super Dragons, but they got a little distracted on the Ice Golems.
Yeah, Ice Golems never want to pull those. You always want to keep your heroes far away from it. I think it was even a Headhunter that pulled it, the one that he sent in after the defensive Road Champion support. But now Jesus going to be going in with the Super Archer bomb into the Super Barbarians, the Barbenheimer as I like to call it. Just nuke out the core of the base here with the Super Archers, and then we can start to wrap around the base here with the Super Barbarians, always keeping them one step out ahead of our heroes to make sure that we can get all the protection that we could want for. But it looks like he's gonna get that multi. I was worried that he wouldn't get that multi there, but he's actually still surviving even past that, and picks up a bonus Expo and Wizard Tower on the right side. Enormous value out of that, and this should be a walk in the park here as the Barbarians start to wrap through the heroes.
And he saved 2 invisibility spells for the rest of his attack. He said, I didn't even need them. We're going to take out that Inferno. We're going to take... And the Queen's going to continue to just walk through while the Super Barbarians pick up hidden Teslas. And here comes the Ice Golem King and the Headhunter to clear out that defensive Queen. He's going to push this Queen down. Yeah.
This is one of my favorite use case scenarios for the the apprentice warden here because we used the warden to deliver the blimp. Now the apprentice warden, if you don't know, apprentice warden actually boosts heroes HP with no cap on a percentage basis, so it is extremely valuable, even a bigger HP boost than the grand warden, and it gives your heroes a huge amount of punch there. It is ideal to drive them through, and now they're going to step in. He's got the invisibility, protects them through the Town Hall takedown, and he's got the Road Champion now being supported down south there. Swarms into the defensive Road Champion. Headhunters slip in and take her out there while the Super Barbarians are providing tanking, and he's just got a mob of Barbarians all across the backside of the base there, giving the Road Champion just an enormous amount of support there, more support than she possibly could need.
And he has swag. He didn't even need one of those invisibilities. Well done. That was a beautiful attack there by Jesus, which is expected from this EG team.
Yeah, I told you, Jesus, he just, he's a star player for a reason. And he came out here, he got the triple when his team needed it the most, and now, if they can pick up a defense here, we could see Smokey Bear decide the war here. So we get to see AO Valor control their own fate, though. But they set the bar here as the stars are now going to be tied. And so it's a very, very big pickup right here. But still, because of the earlier misses and the high percentages there from AO Valor, this one does not necessarily get Empire into a lead and a winning position. So I'm looking at percentages right now. I'm looking at every 0.2 on the scoreboard down below us is going to be 1 building. So that is a 6 building lead into AO Valor's favor. And they can win it right now if they triple, but if they miss it by a single building, then it opens the door and Empire can steal it.
For a great finale. Just the way we like it. Oh yeah, it's been a great war overall so far. That last attack by Jesus was phenomenal to watch. I mean, I love it when they hold on to spells like that, and it's just like, I'm just gonna save this invisibility for a very important moment. You know, like I don't really need it here. And he was able to take out a building that you were concerned about in the Inferno Tower. It was beautiful.
Yeah, and that's definitely the experience of these players coming into play, where they recognize when all the value has been gained, and even though they had the extra spells there that they could use, they are able to identify that, hey, I should stop now because I'm not going to get any additional by continuing to drop invisibility. So most people will just keep on going until they run out, but Jesus able to identify that. But now the final exchange begins here. The winner advances to the solo finals and continues on to play for $100,000 in the Galaxy Battle Superverse. So, dropping in that Yeti bomb, able to wipe out that entire left side compartment, and that will pull the CC. It sets the funnel, it wipes out everything of value in that compartment, and it sets up a queen charge for a twin hog attack from Where's Perry.
I mean, he got
Perry now.
Perry?
Perry?
He got the Inferno Tower, he got the Battle Builder Hut, and he got the Clan Castle troops. This is exactly what he wanted. And he's got the baby dragon back there assisting this queen. She's taking a bunch of damage. So
No, it's the Ice Golems. Ice Golems are freezing the healers. He's under a lot of damage. He's barely holding on to the ability right there. Clutch Battle is able to keep the queen ability intact. And that was dangerous. You do not like Ice Golems coming in behind and freezing your healers like that.
Oh man. And he froze the X-Bow trying to take pressure off of that queen, but he ended up having to invest in invisibility, which he probably needed in the core near the town hall.
Well, he's going to have to hold on to whatever resources he has. The king trying to cut off the funnel up ahead. He sends in a wall breaker. The wall breaker, all of those compartments are open, and the wall breaker ends up attacking the exterior walls of the base. He tries it again. The wall breakers will not target the interior walls, and they're doing nothing here for him. And he's going to keep on walking. He needs to get this queen to turn back. This whole war and their chances to make it into the solo finals depends on it. Oh, queen, she's gone.
The queen is gone. Oh, no. Oh, no. The queen is gone. Uses the warden's ability, trying to save something. He's freezing the town hall, but he's got an eagle artillery raining down fire on those super hogs. Can he get this town hall?
RC is so far from the town hall right now. Everybody's circling into the town hall, but there's so much incoming damage right now. The healers trying to keep him alive, but there's so much damage. It's not just a
no.
miss. It's a 1-star. That is it. That's a blow that you just can't receive right now. Not at this point of the war. We would have to see an equally large miss there from Empire Gaming to be able to swing the war into Valor Gaming. They were right there. They were so close, but Smokey Bear is going to be the closer, and he's the one who picked up the defense, and now he can go in here and deal the finishing blow and advance and go ahead with United Gaming. United Gaming and Empire Gaming were our number 1 and 2 seed, as they were the first teams to qualify into this stage of the tournament. And they were the favorites to win it, and right now they have them on the ropes, so it's playing out as expected.
So with the ice golems getting back behind, and then right here with the wall breakers, like, is it just the openings on both sides of that inner wall that was keeping them from hitting that next stage, or like because she was eliminating buildings?
I think it's a combination of both there. Like that's like one of the that's why they run these open walls. Like a lot of people look at these open walls on the bases and they're thinking, well, that's stupid. I just walk right in, and then also you walk right back out too unexpectedly, which is really frustrating if you're trying to do a smash attack. But it's the reason they do that, and they test certain base designs to try to make so that wall breakers can't target the walls. They just go after the closest wall because there's nothing enclosed and they just can't find a target. And so definitely superior base building right there. Smokey Bear definitely gonna hold on to that base there, and that's one you screenshot right there because that is a big pickup right there. And now Smokey Bear just gonna go in here and safely go for a 2-star. Gonna do the super minion bomb to get the town hall down right away in the attack there. So he has plenty of options still to go in as a backup in case these super minions miss it. And that should set up a hog attack, and all he needs to do is drop in his troops and gather up to that 50% mark, and they're advancing to the solo finals.
And the super minions were able to eliminate so much over there, to include Town Hall and most of the Clan Castle troops. Using the skeleton spell. Yeah, he got the multi. He's got the skeleton spell to distract that defensive queen. And all he's got to do here is play it safe. Just follow that ice golem in, and wow. Oh, he's got a golem in there too.
Yeah, Golem and Ice Golem work together here. Plenty of support. And it looks like he gets right into the middle. As soon as the Golem pops, I think the defense automatically transfer over to the Ice Golem. And so he ends up, or should, at some point here, freeze everything up here. But he got a CC pull. And honestly, he could just do almost anything here. Another 18 buildings with his entire army still on standby. 2 defensive heroes on standby. There's no chance that he doesn't lock in the win at this point here. He could disconnect and probably still get it at this point right here. But he's still going to keep on pushing through. He's still going to be trying to push for 13 stars for Empire Gaming and just send a message to their future opponents and their future competition, whether that be from Brawl Stars, from Clash Royale, or the other Clash of Clans team over at United Gaming, that this is the team they're messing with, and he needs to make sure that they know that these are the teams that reign supreme in Clash of Clans.
Absolutely. They put on one heck of a show today. He gutted out the core, and now he's just kind of coasting through with the Royal Champion. Still got the ability, still has an invisibility spell, and he's just going to go ahead and send in those headhunters. Hiding the champion, taking out the scatter. I mean, he's good to go on this one. Beautiful war.
Not going to triple. He's not going to
No.
It's fine. He played it really safe there, and he should have. It was the right call. It was 100% the right call here. There was no reason to take any additional risk on this one here. The Smokey Bear locks it in. It looks like it'll climb a little bit above 70 as his warden keeps chipping away, but that settles it. Empire Gaming and United Gaming are the 2 teams advancing to the solo finals. Now, once we get to the solo finals, we have, 10 players to go into it, but only 8 of the 10 players get to advance from each of the different games into the Superverse Finals. So they'll have to do a little bit more in a couple days here to try to narrow that playing field down, eliminate 2 of their own. But nice setup here. They definitely earned their victory, and they are able to advance.
Very beautiful win.
Gentlemen, I am just staring at my screen. I was so impressed with AO Valor's gameplay, but Empire pulls it out at the end of the day. And again, I want to give some credit to AO Valor. Easy had a fantastic push, had like 52 seconds or so left while grabbing the 3-stall, and then actually dropped an amazing defense as well. So let's take a look at some of those replays to give some credit to AO Valor, who had a fantastic tournament. But you're right, Empire Gaming's the team that's moving on to the solo finals. I mean, Eric, talk me through this war, because yes, everything went as it should have on paper, but it wasn't a traditional war.
No, their path was shaky all along the way here. And actually, if you look at the percentages, I think that because of that last one from Smokey Bear ended up at a relatively low percentage, even though he played it a bit conservative, he probably was going to play that plan regardless. So if we ended up actually seeing a high score there out of that other attack and not go to a 1-star, then that actually would have probably decided the war right there. Like they were right on the verge, but that is like the same story that happened in the previous war with AO or Valor as well. Like they snuck by a Phillion, and they were able to sneak that one through as a 1-star, ended up costing them. But then like karma just came back at them. It just had their luck turn on them, and they got lucky with that one, but they don't get lucky on this one.
Yeah, that's right. Well, Kenny, as we take a look at some more of these replays from the latter half of this war, I mean, there were some really big moments from Empire. Jesus in particular that made a massive move back in the direction. Of course, the 1-star after it was incredibly frustrating if you're AO Valor, but it was Jesus that put them in the position to win it at the end of the day, which of course Smokey Bear closed it out, but Jesus had an incredible round.
It's just, at the end of the day, it's just motivation. When your team gets that big triple that you need to set yourself up, it's hard on the team that's about to attack, but it's also a motivational factor for the team that is going into attack. It was a big play by Jesus, and I think it might have hurt Perry going into his attack.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. And here's some of those final moments here from Smokey Bear. And you're right, he actually played conservative this time around, just needed a 2-star and grabbed a nice little measly 70-some-odd% 2-star overall. Let's take a look at some of those war stats, Eric. At the end of the day, you're right. Look at the percentages. AO Valor had the higher percentage, but it was that 1-star at the end that threw the war away. And it's just so unfortunate for AO Valor because they had such an incredible war. Look at that 190, 100, even the 86 from Troy wasn't a bad one to write home about, but it was the 1-star at the end of the day that closed it out, Eric. I mean, take a look at these. Let me know what you think. Overall, a fun war to watch.
Yeah, it's insane because, like, you don't know if Smokey Bear would have played his attack any differently had he not had to, like, if we actually ended up seeing the 2-star on the other side there. So Perry was unable to get that 2-star. But if he did get that 2-star and Smokey Bear had the exact same performance on his attack there, which I don't know if it would have done any better. It's hard to say because, yeah, I mean, we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know exactly what would have happened there. If he would have been a little bit, if he would, like, maybe he got the 2-star and then he threw down his tablet and he just decided, hey, sure, I'm good. We got the win. Sure. Go celebrate and turn away, you know?
Well, speaking of celebrating, let's take a look at the bracket and celebrate with the two teams that made it to the solo finals. United Gaming and Empire Gaming. Sure, on paper, these are the two teams that most people at home thought had a chance to make it here, had a chance to play against each other. Not everything went to script, though. At the end of the day, we had an incredibly raucous tournament with so many tipsy-turvy different moves, but they made it here to the solo finals. Here are your final 10 players making it. United Gaming's 5-person roster and Empire Gaming's 5-person roster. The solo final is going to happen off broadcast. We're going to pare it down from these 10 players to 8. So it's going to be 2 groups of 5 mixed up, and it's the top 4 from each of those groups moving on to the actual September 30th finale. So excited about that finale, of course, and excited for the 8 players that make it there. But final thoughts from you all. You both killed it here in the booth. Incredible casters across the board. And I'll let you kind of open it up, shout yourself out, give me some final thoughts, because these 8 players that make it through the solo finals, they're going to be your competitors. So let's start with Eric to close us out.
I mean, these players, these teams that made it through are consistently the very, very top of North American Clash of Clans esports, and so it's not unexpected to see them continuously top in the boards there. They're also, in a couple days, they're getting ready to go out to the North American Finals out in Seattle. Like, this is kind of expected. These are the top two teams. They've proven it time and time again here, and they earn their spot every single time. Especially, it's even more impressive when you think about it, that all of these tournaments, even the ones coming up for Brawl Stars and Clash Royale, are completely open signs where anybody who wants to play can jump in and play. So, like, when you play on an even playing field as everybody else every single time, and you still rise to the top consistently, you know you have a good player. You know it's not a fluke.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Well, Eric on Hive, you were incredible today in the booth. We appreciate you. Your watch party was awesome as well. Kenny Joe, final thoughts for the broadcast.
I mean, my final thoughts for this is the simple fact that I got to play against these guys in a couple weeks. I mean, I need some training. I need some help with this because these guys were absolutely phenomenal today, and I enjoyed each of the wars that I watched. But like Eric said, UG and EG, amazing teams. We'll get to see them again in a couple of days in Seattle, but I don't want to play against that.
Bad.
Yeah, too bad indeed. We'll see both of you in the finale on September 30th competing against some of these players. We'll see who your teammates are as we go into the Brawl Stars and Clash Royale formats down the road. Gentlemen, thanks for joining me. We'll see you in the next one. Folks at home, what an incredible tournament. Can we show some love to our casters, by the way? Show some love with some hearts in the chat or wherever you find them in their watch parties. Of course, we've got Juno Sloth. We got Lex over there that did an amazing job as well. All of our casters today killed it. We're going to have 4 new casters in the next live finale as well. That's going to be happening with Brawl Stars on September 10th. So let's take a look at this schedule. Here it is. September 10th is Brawl Stars finale. Now, those signups are only open till the 3rd, so go get involved as soon as you can. But this live finale is going to be September 10th, same place, 7 p.m. Central start. All right. And then we've got our Clash Royale finale of the qualifiers on September 24th, 7 p.m. Central start. And then our Superverse Grand Finals on September 30th. We're going to see these amazing casters competing with some of the players that made it through today, 3 p.m. Central. Same places, all of the different live stream locations. You've got to tune in. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to be hosting it all the way through to the finale. Got some special guests that'll be popping up as well. But here it is. Here, I just talked about it just a moment ago. You got to go sign up. You heard it from Eric just a moment ago. Go sign up. You can compete against some of the best teams out there because they're all signing up as well. Everyone's got to sign up. It's an open qualifiers, and it is live now through September 3rd at 2 p.m. Central. Go sign up at amg.games/Superverse. Work your way through those qualifiers, and hopefully we'll see you here on main stage on September 10th. amg.games/Superverse. Now, the Galaxy Battles Superverse competition, today's Clash of Clans team finals, was all made possible, of course, by Samsung Galaxy and their premier new product, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5. We've talked about the 7.6-inch interior screen. It opens up and it elevates your streaming and your gaming. The creators have been using them. Then they got some amazing videos on them. We talked about how it can even level up your game in these Supercell games. They're optimized for the Supercell games so that when you click your freeze, you click it in the exact right spot that you need it. Go get your hands on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 5 by typing in the command, Galaxy Z Fold 5. That'll pull up the link. Or if you're watching this after the fact, you're watching the VOD, click the link down in the description below. You got to get your hands on it. It's incredible. Go check it out. And of course, I've got to thank Samsung Galaxy for sending me the the Galaxy Tab 9. Excuse me, the Galaxy Tab S9 Plus. Here it is. It's an incredible product, and not only does it have that amazing AMOLED screen that I talked about, it also has incredible camera on the back. Okay, your video chat game is gonna be leveled up with this high resolution, ultra wide front camera. You feel closer than ever with the ultra crisp 12.4-inch display 3. Featuring the Vision Booster. There's a lot of words in there that are super cool. You can go check out all of the information on the Samsung Galaxy Tab S9 Plus as well on their website. You can grab that website by just typing in !Galaxy Tab S9. That's the command. The link's down in the description below. All of their products are incredible, and they're the reason that all of this is possible. So because this is all possible through them, you've got to go follow them on all major socials. !Socials. It's down in the description below as well. They've got incredible live streams all over the place. We were live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and you got to go follow them on Twitter for all of their live updates on their new products and all the incredible news about what's going on. The tournaments out there. You heard it from Eric. There's more tournaments out there, all presented by Samsung Galaxy. Go get involved and follow them on their socials. A lot to talk about with Samsung Galaxy, but today's tournament has finally reached its end. Thanks for hanging out with me and all of our casters today, the incredible competitors. We thank you all for being here. It's been an amazing tournament, but job's not done. This Galaxy Battles Superverse is just getting started. We'll be back on September 10th. Until then, though, have a great weekend. Enjoy your time playing some Supercell games on that brand new Galaxy Z Fold 5. We'll see you in the next one.